That's crazy. I can play the video for you right now, bro. Dean, I don't even think it fixed it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how this works. I don't know. Maybe the raid will help. All right. This person is completely out of it. Let's go to the next individual. Thank you for the Dean raid, everyone. I really appreciate it, y'all. Y'all are so nice. I really appreciate it, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I'm opposed to most of the platform on the Democratic Party.
Like what?
Uh, the amount of pushing they do for some LGBTQ issues, kind of putting it in our face.
What are you talking about? Has Kamala Harris done that puts it in your face? Jack, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Not
Crystal,
just
thank you
her,
for the
the
$5.
Democrats in general. That's why I would never vote Democrat. So that's why I'm voting for Trump.
Democrats in general? Well, what do you mean?
Well, yeah, like in California,
So why
they
would
passed
you-
a law. They
So why
passed a
would-
law in California.
Wait, how does that
if
have any
you
relation
give-
to one? Most Democrats don't do that. Two, what's wrong with acceptance?
I'm against it.
You're against acceptance of GAY people?
No, I'm
Alexis,
against.
appreciate the $11.11. Thank you so
I'm
much, Alexis.
against pushing it down our throats. I'm against.
How is it pushed down
moving
your
children.
throat? Pushed on the hand heart. Thank you so much.
Well, like at parades, there's been a lot of LGBTQ people running around naked, getting naked at the White House. I find
What?
it disrespectful.
How? Wait, dude, what the hell are you talking about? How is that a relation to all of GAY people? I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Aren't there straight people that do things like that? And that's
I
not,
don't
by the way,
remember it
getting
happening
naked
at,
in front of people isn't being GAY. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Well,
And that's not pushing being
I've
GAY
only
on
heard of
people.
it or seen
That's
it
someone
happening at
engaging in
gay
indecent
parades.
exposure in public, right? Why do you look at someone the fact that they're GAY? Why don't you acknowledge the fact that if someone who's straight does it, you don't blame the person, everyone else who's straight? That makes no sense.
So I've
Danny,
only
thank
seen
you for
it
the $10.
happen at
Thank you
gay
so much.
parades or at the
What are
White
you
House
talking
with gay
about,
people.
bro? Dude, what are you
I've never
talking about?
seen a straight person get naked at a parade.
Have you been to any of these parades where it happened? Jakari, appreciate
Yes.
the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, you have. You saw it in
Yes,
you saw
in
it
New
in
York,
public.
yes. I was in New York on vacation, going to Times Square. Did not know that there was a parade and there were people exposing their genitals.
Like
And I was there with
in
children.
public. Appreciate the hand up.
Yes, in
Hang on,
public
thank
with
you.
my eyes. That's why I'm against it.
That has
Like,
nothing
you
to do with
cannot- you cannot
so
refute
one
my
thing,
personal
I have
experience.
no evidence indicating that's true. One, two. If it is true, how does that represent GAY people at all? Appreciate the hand art. Just because that has nothing to do with being GAY at all.
Well, it's happened in
And
Florida
even if you
also.
have, wait, what, dude? That has absolutely nothing to do with being GAY.
Well, it's happened many times. That's only one issue, though. That's one
Yeah,
thing. I have a
give
whole
me
list.
one source that indicates that. I'd love to see it.
One source that indicates what?
One
That I've
source that
seen it?
indicate. Yeah, appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Samuel. Give me one source
Give you one source
that it
I've seen
happened,
gay
because that
people
would be
get naked.
that would literally
You can
be
just
public
Google
information.
it. It happens almost every year. at
Never
every
seen
single
that. Sarah,
gay
thank you for the
pride parade.
$5. Thank you so much.
Well,
I appreciate
you're
it.
in denial, and you just
And
don't
Janelle, thank you for the
accept it.
$3. Thank you so much. No, you just have no source and you have no evidence.
You can
and you're just
Google
relying
it.
on
It's
a basic
very
claim.
common.
Oh, okay. Wait, what about the straight people who have the free the nipple movement? What about that?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay, but the straight people doing that, is that representative of all straight people?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what they're trying
Is
to push.
is that
I don't know what their
representative of
agenda
all
is.
straight people?
I don't even know that it exists. I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. So
That-
wait.
I
So
don't know
couldn't
what
you
free the nipple means. It seems to be some kind of a agenda. I don't know what that means.
agenda? But you're not saying that's a fault of all straight people.
I don't know what it is. I'm saying.
Darla, I
know
appreciate
what-
the $25
I know what
on
gay
Cash App. Thank
people
you so
getting
much, Darla.
naked at gay pride parades
It has
are.
nothing to do with GAY people at all.
What do you mean? It happens in
No, it
almost every
doesn't.
single gay pride parade.
No, you just lied. Give me you.
I did
You just
not
made
just
that up.
lie.
Yes, you
I
did.
didn't-
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. You said it happens at most events. I guarantee. Type 1 in the comment section if you've been to a pride event and you've never seen that. Okay. Watch the comment section, dude. Watch the comment section. Look at this. Look at that. Bro, like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bro's just like trying to get mad at something. That also, literally, there's no policy that you're referencing that Kamala Harris supports that is pushing it on to people. And also, why don't we talk about the fact that people have been pushing being straight on people. People have been pushing that for literally generations. Straight people are the ones that have been pushing being straight on people, not the other way around. Not the other way around. Like Christianity, maybe? You want to talk about Christianity? Also, you can unmute. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click the microphone. Danny, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. And Brandy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Literally. Laura, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much.
I don't care that Christians have been pushing it. I'm not Christian, and it's nature. It has nothing to do with it.
What do you mean it's nature? Wait. Also, so you think everything that's natural is good?
What do you mean everything's nature?
Do you think everything that's natural is good? People starve to death naturally. Is that good? Is famine good? That's disgusting.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm talking about a sexual act.
Marshall Lucy, thank you so much. If people don't eat food,
lifestyle.
they die naturally speaking. Is that a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. So not all things that are natural are good. That's why
eating naturally doesn't even make sense.
What are you talking about?
Like you read books and watched videos on how to debate to try to think you're making a point, and it's nonsensical. Completely nonsensical what you're saying. I'm telling you that heterosexuality is...
Do you think that in nature, because natural just means something that exists in nature, do you think starvation doesn't occur? Right, I'm just acknowledging, appreciate the jolly, thank you so much, appreciate it, that if something is natural, does not mean it's good. There are plenty of things that are natural that we consider bad, okay? So just because something's natural doesn't mean it's good. That would be a naturalistic fallacy. Bianca, thank you for the $1, I appreciate it, thank you so much. The Smarty Pants person, you can accept my request to join the live. Otherwise, you're scared, bud. Unmute, bro, unmute. Gabriella, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah,
I'm not scared. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the person in the chat that was spamming.
I'm addressing what you said, that heterosexuality was being pushed on people. And I'm saying it wasn't pushed on people because it's natural.
Okay, so you don't think that conversion therapy is a thing? The gem gun, thank you so much. You don't think that conversion therapy has been a thing? The literal traumatization of GAY
You're not addressing
people
what I said.
to try to make them not GAY, which is something that's not possible. Versus DJ Glasses, thank you so much. That literally traumatizes GAY people.
I don't know what that has to do with what I said.
That's the abuse of GAY people. You know that, right?
I think that's just a waste of time.
What's a waste?
Yes,
okay. Okay, so you
acknowledge
acknowledge that there's been you acknowledge that heterosexuality has been pushed on people. Momo, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. So us just accepting GAY people is not pushing it on straight people. It's just accepting him. It's just accepting everyone, right?
No,
there's no reason to not accept GAY people.
Is a deviation of
it's not a lifestyle. It's someone's sexuality. Is being straight your lifestyle? No, did you choose to be straight?
Yes, it's a sexual lifestyle.
No, wait. Okay, so could you choose to find me sexually attractive right now?
No, being heterosexual.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is what
so if you can't choose it,
and
if you can't,
wait.
So minister, listen.
Sex.
Hey, if you can't choose to do that, well then how can you say it's a choice for GAY people? Versus the paper crane. How can you say that's a choice? Sabrina, thank you for the 70 cents. Thank you so much. Thom, thank you for the $40. Thank you so much for loved watching you. Destroy Charlie. Thank you so much, Thom. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Carrie with $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Carrie as well? W's for Thom and Carrie in the comment section right now for the Venmos. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comments? Holy fuck. Thank you so much. Y'all are so kind. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Everyone tap the screens front to 500,000 likes. Shit live as well. Thank you so much, everyone. What were you saying? Or do you want to respond to what I said?
Your example was kind of like a hypocritical statement that could be easily debunked.
How am I hypocritical for that? Tell me.
The way it would be debunked is by you saying, no, the statement. I'm not. You probably are a hypocrite in general, but your statement was hypocritical because you're saying that being gay is not a choice. That's how they're born. So then that would apply to transgenders. They should accept being born what gender they are. They shouldn't cut out body parts or take hormone blockers. You can't just apply it the gay lifestyle.
What? How is gender the same as sexuality, right? What aspect of gender are you comparing to sexuality here? Right? Because one could be a choice and the other one could not. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. That doesn't change anything. Also, as it relates to trans people, it's not a choice. It's a desire that they have. Appreciate the boxing up. Thank you so much. So they don't like necessarily choose that desire. That's just the desire that they've had. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Does that make sense? Okay, and he can't unmute. Give him a second. Hit the profile picture in the bottom right and click the microphone. Gabby, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So do you think penguins that choose to be in GAY relationships and actually raise children in GAY relationships, do you think they're choosing?
That's just nonsense. Your debate, you and your buddy Dean with your debate tactics, just nonsense. But I just told you why I don't vote Democrat.
At least they push the $1. Thank you so much.
I have many more besides that.
Yeah, so you're just a homophobe. That's
Growing
why.
Up,
so like, yeah, like I mean, if the reason why you're voting for Trump is because you're a bigot,
no, actually,
well then you're just telling me. You're just telling me everything. You're just telling me all I need to know.
No,
you're a bigot.
You don't know me well enough. You don't know me well enough.
Yeah, I just heard that you're a bigot, man. What are you talking about?
But
Caitlin, think of the $1. Thinks, oh my gosh, you have GAY friends. You couldn't possibly be a homophobe. As soon as they
took immoral
Patrick thinks the
actions,
ICU. Is it religion that you think it's wrong? Yeah, you are. Cammy, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Cammy. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. What are you talking about? You literally just what would you just say?
Listen, I'm 52 years old. I've seen a lot. I've never, ever had anything against gay people. But when they started putting it out in public, when teachers started
look at him, but
our children sexual,
let me just express my bigotry right now to show that I was contradicting myself.
Public with the nudity. That
has nothing to do with GAY people.
No.
You are like insane, bro.
I didn't say everything perfectly. I'm talking about.
Thank you.
I'm talking about nudity in front of children.
That has nothing to do with GAY people.
Videos I've seen.
Wait. Do you think it's wrong? Bro, this is honestly, I'm not engaging with this. You're just a fucking weirdo. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Bro's just a weirdo. David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, David. Erica, thank you so much for the gem gun. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. So actually, I don't want to waste your time, but I basically wanted to ask you.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you, though. I do appreciate you a lot. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Why does it matter?
Oh, well, you said it a little late. I thought he wasn't there. Chat, we only add up people who are disagreeing for debates. Else I would have to add up everyone who agrees. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And we would get like almost no debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I think he has really good policies around immigration. I think that the border is being flooded with illegal immigrants currently. And I think him wanting to close the border is a really great thing because they're getting opportunities to live in these amazing areas without really having to work. So that's one of them. Another one I'm sorry?
Can I address that real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so how do you feel about him undermining the border bill?
I'm not really familiar with that. Would you mind sharing a little more?
Yeah, so there was a bipartisan border bill actually written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford, that would have made the asylee processes go faster. Instead of it taking 8 to 10 years, it takes 1 year maximum, 6 months on average. So like that would have heavily expedited the process for that. It would also give in funding to build the wall. It was a really conservative border bill, and it would have passed if Trump didn't call people in Congress to not vote for the bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good. He said it was the appropriations, but then they split the bill with the appropriations by themselves, the Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan funding, and then also the solo border bill. And then the solo border bill didn't get passed, but the appropriations did get passed.
Wow, that's actually really cool. I didn't know about that. Thank you for kind of sharing that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So if you care about immigration, actually the ones who are fighting for that is actually like the Biden-Harris administration. Trump cares more about using it as a talking point for the election than he actually cares about, getting constructive legislation done.
That makes sense.
To the border.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Is there any other reasons you want to vote for Trump?
No, for now, I think that one's kind of my biggest one.
Okay, for sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, Pink Butter, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Oh, shit.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22?
Are you voting Trump?
100%.
Why so?
I just think that he brings back wanting to be an American. I feel like this country, it doesn't feel like the United States anymore. We don't feel connected. It just doesn't feel the same.
If he's bringing back wanting to be American, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Then why is he saying that we live in an uncivilized country?
Look at all his rallies, man. Like,
do you think we currently live in an do you think America is uncivilized?
No.
No, you don't think it's so. You do think it's civilized. So why is he saying that we're uncivilized if he's such an American exceptionalist? Think of the Jolly. Thank you so much.
I don't know.
Wouldn't America be great even without him? If it's so great,
I don't think America would be great without him. To be honest.
So the only way America is great is if Donald Trump is our president.
100%.
So America's never been great before Donald Trump.
Well, no, it's been great. That's why I said bring it back. Like,
appreciate the Rosie. Thank you so much. Okay, so America can be great without Donald Trump. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much.
Say it one more time, man.
So America can be great without Donald Trump.
We can with someone that's like Donald Trump.
With someone who's like Donald Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when was America great? And when was America great?
When you go to a Trump rally.
When was America great?
When you go to a Trump rally, you have people chanting USA, USA, USA.
Actually, at a Harris rally, they do chant USA.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Actually, I've seen it in multiple occasions.
Which one?
I'm talking just like typical ones that I've seen. There was one in Las Vegas, in Arizona.
No, man. It didn't happen.
Pennsylvania.
No, it didn't happen, man. It's just, I don't know, man. It just makes me want to be American. You know?
Okay. Don't you okay? Why does it make you want to be American? Right, to have a guy who's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman as your president.
Did he go to jail?
I'm talking about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I know. Did he go to jail?
He was held civilly liable, which means that he had to pay millions of dollars. The reason why he didn't go to jail is because that's through a criminal court, which criminal courts, they couldn't try him in a criminal court because of statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since the event occurred. And many victims either don't come out, 61% don't come out with the fact that they've been assaulted, right? Or it takes them decades to come out. And this is one of those instances. We have medical records and vast evidence, right, that indicate that she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's why the jury of 9 people unanimously determined that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll against her will. Right, again, unanimously when the decision did not have to be unanimous.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He's not in jail.
Okay, so Hitler never went to jail. Was he guilty?
I don't know.
Actually, he did go to jail before the Holocaust. I'm talking after the Holocaust because I'm saying was he guilty of the Holocaust? He actually did go to jail. That's where he wrote Mein Kampf.
We're talking about today. We're talking
I'm
about
asking
today.
you, do you think that Hitler was guilty for the Holocaust? Because he never went to jail for it.
Yeah, I think he's guilty for the Holocaust.
So just because they didn't go to jail doesn't mean that they're not guilty. So can you give me the reason why? Wait, can you actually first can you tell me the name of the victim?
Trump to Hitler right now. Well, how many?
No. Actually, what I'm showing you, hey, Aaron, what I'm showing you is that it is the case that just because they have not been put in prison does not mean they are not guilty. I'm not comparing necessarily Trump to Hitler. I'm comparing that concept in particular. Does that make sense?
No, yeah, that makes sense, man. I get you. One thing I wanted to ask: what do you think about the Trump assassination attempts?
I think that political violence is bad. I think we should beat them in the polls, not with violence. But I do think he should be put in prison.
Have you seen videos of Kamala, Biden, and I forgot who else promoting violence towards Trump?
I don't like promoting violence towards Trump, but I'd like that he were behind bars. That'd be great.
No, but have you seen the video of?
I'd like to see Trump behind bars. That'd be incredible.
You said that you don't like promoting violence, but Biden on an interview or I think I forgot where he was, but he said
how did they promote violence?
Because he said he'd take Trump out back and beat his ass.
Okay, that's a total lie, dude.
No, it's not. Look, I promise you can look it up. Look up just when you're done.
What?
Yeah, when he said.
I can't even see Joe Biden saying that. I can't see that.
I take Trump out back and give him an old school.
Dude, the fact that he believes something like that is crazy as fuck, dude.
It's not a lie.
What are you talking about?
Look at your comments. Yeah. They're all saying it's true.
Can you play me the video?
I mean,
and also Joe Biden's not running.
I know, but I'm talking about what do you think about them promoting violence towards Donald Trump?
I disagree with violence. I disagree with political violence. I've already, Aaron, I condemn political violence on both sides. How do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he wants to pardon the people that pled guilty themselves of violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
I haven't seen that yet, so I can't.
Okay, so I can send you multiple articles right now if you'd like.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, look up Trump. Trump will pardon January 6th rioters.
Okay, well, I think I'd have to leave.
You can find it from NPR.
I would have to leave the live for that, so I'll definitely look it up. I'll tell you that. But hey, I gotta go, man. Honestly, okay. I didn't think you were gonna pick me.
Appreciate you coming up. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's run it up to 700,000 likes. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting for Trump? Oh, you cut out. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why is that?
I'm mostly voting just because of the immigration laws and the things he's doing for the country. Mostly just because, like the last guy said, I do think he'd bring a greater good to the country. And I think it would make Americans more unified. I feel like right now we, as Americans, are really fighting kind of against each other. And, I do also think benefits of not sending as much money to foreign countries. And as a Catholic, I do like his laws against abortion.
Okay. Do you think women who have been raped should be able to get access to an abortion?
Personally, not really, but that's mostly just because I think
what about children? A 10-year-old girl who gets raped, do you think she should be able to get access to an abortion?
That is a very low number on that, and it's
regardless, do you think that 10-year-old girl that got raped should be able to get access to an abortion?
No.
No, you don't think so?
I don't
think they should be forced to go through that pregnancy? So they get raped by their uncle, they should be forced to go through that pregnancy.
I mean, yeah, you could say it's forced, but that's more of a personal thing. But the personal thing about it is I think that if we were to kill the baby, wouldn't that just be fighting bad with bad? If that woman,
no, most of the pregnancies, thank you so much, because she didn't cause the pregnancy. It's a 10-year-old girl. She didn't cause the pregnancy.
How many 10-year-olds have been able to have a baby? after being raped.
Regardless of that number, you're saying it should happen in even one circumstance?
Well, I'm saying
I don't think that should ever happen. I don't think that a 10-year-old should ever be forced after already being traumatized. That's insane.
Yeah, it's true.
She didn't cause that event. How could you say that she has an obligation if she didn't cause that?
As a 10-year-old girl to get an abortion, having to go through most of the procedures of even some that are, even a home remedy of them, whatever they're doing in the abortion facilities, I'm not that knowledgeable on, but they are taking babies from
Denise, thank you so much for the $25 for send Trump to jail. Thank you so much, Denise. I really appreciate it. Tessa, thank you for the $33.33 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
But they are in those facilities, grabbing out babies, taking them out limb by limb. Don't you think that would be more traumatizing?
Wait, there's actually... Okay, so what do you think... How do you think how most abortions are conducted? Do you think that's how most abortions are conducted?
Now, I don't know if that's how most of them are. I'd have to fact check that.
No,
but
definitely not.
The thing is that, yeah, but that does happen. Isn't that one traumatizing?
Let me ask you this question. Do you think abortions are wrong within the first 5 weeks of a pregnancy?
In the first 5 weeks, yes.
Why?
Because that baby is still a baby. Is it because of life at conception? Life at conception. What do you mean?
Do you think because life begins at conception that specifically that's why it's wrong to kill it?
Not specifically, no. I think that a baby is a baby the whole way through. But that is mostly, the argument of a clump of cells. I think that is not a clump of cells. I think a lot of things can be argued.
At what point do you value it? You're not answering my question. At what point do you value it?
I value it right as the baby is starting to be formed in the womb.
Oh, so at implantation?
So whenever they have sex?
No, okay. So conception happens. Do you know what fertilization is?
I'm not going to say that I'm the smartest being on it, but yes, I would think I do.
You don't know what conception is, fertilization. Where in the human body does conception occur?
I couldn't tell you that one. You want to tell me?
Where in the human body does pregnancy occur?
In the stomach? I don't know. What does this have to do with the
stomach? You mean where your food goes?
I don't
know. You think that the baby is held in the stomach?
In the uterus, man. Well, either way.
Jesus Christ.
How does this go in with the argument? Are you saying, you asked me whenever I think the baby is a baby. And I think that is as soon as the baby starts to get formed.
Good. Okay, so is it at conception or is it when pregnancy begins?
At conception.
Okay, so do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
I do not. But on a faith
but it can stop implantation. It can stop the conceived cell from implanting into the uterine wall, which causes the death of that conceived cell.
I'm actually gonna change my answer here. On IUD, as a Catholic, I don't think that it's needed. I think that if you are to go through with having sex, you should know that there's the chance of you having a baby. And you go back to your rape argument. What is the point of killing the baby? And that still adds to the traumatizing.
I'm asking you a question. You're pivoting. I'm asking you.
Okay. Do
you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
No. Well,
no,
but I would say IUD. No, but I think that's more of a personal thing. I think that's more of a matter.
Do you know what an IUD is?
Yes.
What is it?
I don't know the exact definition, but I know that's a thing that you stick in there and it stops you from having kids. I'm not going to say I'm a genius on that.
Wow, dude, fucking genius, dude. I know. Yeah, absolutely. So as it relates to the IUD, the point that's relevant to this concept, it's an intrauterine device, right? It's that it specifically can prevent a fertilized egg, a zygote at conception, from implanting into the uterine wall.
Okay, but I'm actually asking. I'm not talking about IUDs. I'm not talking about that.
No. But like, if you think that women who have IUDs are murderers, do you think women who have IUDs should go to prison?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so then why should
that is a socially accepted thing?
So some murder should be legal. So some murder should be legal.
I'm not. Did I ever say that?
Okay, if no murder should be legal, well then it should be illegal, right? For thinking lines, thank you.
Well, you could say the exact same thing about abortion.
Should murderers go to prison?
What'd you say?
Should murderers go to prison?
Yes, I definitely think so.
So women who have IUDs should go to prison.
I never said they were murderers, did I?
Okay, so they're not murderers.
No.
So killing a conceived zygote is not a murder. You're not a murderer for ending the
Are you
life
saying
of the
that
zygote.
IUDs kill zygotes?
Yes.
Well, then I don't think IUDs are not a part of abortion. Abortion is a whole separate thing. IUDs are meant to stop from you getting pregnant. IUDs are meant to stop that. Whenever you are pregnant, you are having the kid.
Wait. Okay, you understand? If they're stopping pregnancy, not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which would be killing some lives. So you think in some
you said it
instances it's
kills
murder? It does. Because it prevents the zygote from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore leading to the death of the zygote.
So then, in my opinion,
So
if it
human
leads to
cellular
the
life
death of a
dies.
zygote,
You
then it
care about the
should-
zygote. You think the zygote's a person.
The zygote, I mean, yeah, I think any form, any stage in a pregnancy makes it a person. And a zygote or whatever. But I think as an IUD, it's different. But I think you're mostly changing my mind here. I would expect IUDs should not be used. I don't think IUDs are meant to be used. I think that if you are going to
if
have
a woman
sex,
has an IUD, they're a murderer and they should go to prison.
I never said they were a murderer.
So then
I
why
never
shouldn't they
said-
be
but
used?
I think that they are so that they don't know the thought of what they're doing.
Okay, so
I don't. There is-
okay. So if you don't know if what you're doing is wrong, then you shouldn't go to prison.
That's not what I'm saying. That is completely out of this realm. To say that they
So
don't
what are
know
you
that they're
saying?
doing wrong, I could say a murderer could walk into a room and say, "I don't know. I didn't think that killing that person was wrong." That is completely different than a woman doing an IUD. That is not to be seen.
Okay, so tell me why it's not murder, because you're killing a life under your view, and you think it's unjustified to kill that life. That's what murder is. Murder is unjustified termination of a human life under your view, right?
Yeah.
So that's an unjustified termination of a human life.
So I'm saying that
That's
IUD
murder.
should not be used.
Okay, so if they should not be used, that implies that you think it's murder.
Yeah, sure. I think it's murder.
Okay. So if you think it's murder, then women who have IUDs should go to prison.
I never
Bruce the
said that
Colgate,
they
thank
should
you so
go to
much.
prison because they don't know.
So
the
all
fact
murderers
of it.
shouldn't go to prison?
I never said all murderers shouldn't go to prison. IUDs are different. IUDs are a.
Hannah,
so
think of the
if
$5
it's a
from an
non-
IUD user. Leah, think of the dollar. I will ask
It is
about
a-
that. And Denise, think of the $25. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
IUDs are legal, and
Lucas,
you can
think of
go
the
get
dollar.
an IUD. I'm
I
saying for the
understand.
ban of abortion facilities. You're pivoting
okay,
here. You're
wait,
pivoting
no.
to an IUD.
Ian, this isn't a
Abortion is totally
pivot.
different.
This isn't a pivot, because if you are committed to saying that you think it's a person at conception, well, then you're also committed to saying that women who have IUDs are murderers, because this would be lead to unjustified termination of human life, which would specifically be the case that under your view, since it's an unjustified termination of human life,
So do we
they're murderers and that they should go to
absolutely
prison. But I think it's a ridiculous statement to say that women who have IUDs are murderers and should go to prison.
But I didn't
right? So
say
I don't
that.
think you actually hold to that. And the reason why I'm using this is because I don't think you're going to hold to that, and it's going to make you rethink, right? You saying that zygotes have value. Does that make sense? I'm trying to get you to
I see
rethink
what
that
you're saying
zygotes
here.
have value.
But the thing is, too, is IUDs are a legal thing.
Thanks so
You
much, John. I
can't
appreciate
compare
it.
an
Thank you.
IUD to an abortion. Abortion
Appreciate
can
that.
be
Thank you so much. Actually, you
used
can.
in
It's
many different
both
ways.
of them. But okay, so why is abortion wrong? Because you think it's an unjustified termination of human life. If IUDs lead to the same thing, then IUDs are also wrong. I can also give you another example, like IVF. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. When people are engaging in IVF, they might create multiple zygotes that aren't used, and those zygotes die. Do you think IVF should be banned?
What? Can you re-explain that to me? So
When people engage in IVF, they create some zygotes that aren't used, which leads to the death of those zygotes. Do you think IVF should be banned because it's murder?
honestly, I think anything that involves the stopping of fertilization should be illegal. I think that we should get rid of IUDs and get rid of all these birth controls. Because
Thank you, the
honestly,
Galaxy. Thank you so much.
what do we absolutely need to have IUDs
So wait, no.
and all that?
I'm
Do you
asking
thi-
about
but, like,
IVF.
do you
I'm
think
asking
that
about.
we
Do you know what IVF is? Do you know what IVF is?
Not fully, no.
Okay, IVF is like in a petri dish, right? Pretty sure the head mustache. Thank you so much. They create a human life, like a cell conception. Pretty sure the falling for you. Thank you so much. And then later they might use that to implant it into someone's uterine wall, right? Which will begin pregnancy. So it's like it's causing conception, right? But outside of the human body, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So you still have conceived zygotes that you consider to be valuable lives, and those zygotes, conceived zygotes, will die, right? Because we don't use all of the conceived zygotes that we create. Appreciate the goose. Thank you so much. And if that's true, then you think that, right, IVF should be banned because it leads to the murder of zygotes.
But don't you think that's the same thing?
RR, appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Alicia, appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So you're saying that zygotes, some zygotes live and some zygotes die in the process of the what you just said.
Billy, I appreciate the sage. Thank you so much. Yes.
Isn't that the same thing as having sex? Some of your sperm cells are going to die on the way, and some of your sperm cells are going to live and have a human baby.
No, what I'm saying, I'm not talking about the sperm cells, whether or not you value those. I can bring that up as well. I'm talking about IVF. IVF creates zygotes, and some of these zygotes aren't used. The zygotes are people under your view. Austin, thank you for the $32. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Austin. Austin said, my husband is 32 and is an IVF baby. Many zygotes died for him to live.
Okay, but I'm saying, in my personal opinion on abortion, I think that anything that has started to form a human life should not be killed in any sort of way. And zygotes or whatever, I think they should all be able to live through the full pregnancy, and they shouldn't be messed with through the.
Thank you. So should IVF be banned then? Should IVF be banned?
Yeah, honestly, I think so.
Okay,
I think a lot of stuff should be. Wait, what IVF was to put some of those in. No, I don't. Okay, no, I don't think IVF should be banned. Sorry,
okay. So then you're okay. You're okay with systematic murder?
No, I'm not saying
under your own worldview because you think that the zygotes are valuable life.
Some things might die and some things might live. Every single zygote,
Ian, it's almost undoubtedly that you're going to have some zygotes that die when you engage in IVF.
Isn't that the same thing with sperm cells? You're obviously going to have some sperm cells that die. And some
if you think the zygote is comparable to a sperm cell, well then you should re-question the value you place upon zygotes to then restrict women's access to like autonomy over their body for, again, something that you value to the same degree as a sperm cell.
I value anything that can come to be a human life.
Yeah, okay, so do you value sperm before fertilization? Thank you so much for the baby dragon. Thank you so much. And also, zygotes already are human life.
Zygotes already are.
I just don't care about cellular human life. I care about sentient human life. Vanessa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Do you have an opinion on when you think abortion would be wrong?
Elective after sentience, right? But that's really late into the pregnancy.
So when would you say that they gain sentience?
Likely between 18 through 26 weeks.
So you think anything before that, if it was to go in, either whether that's a chemical abortion or through any other type of
abortion pill, that's totally fine. Any abortion prior to sentience, I have no issue with.
See, but I think this is definitely a personal based matter, which everything in most of these conversations are. But in my personal opinion, everything before that is still a human life. You would.
Hannah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, I don't care about just human life. I care about human sentient life.
So you think that even though the baby will be able to live and have a whole life, they will get to that point where they have sentience.
You don't care about sperm either.
Before that.
You don't care about sperm, do you?
I don't care about sperm?
Yeah, you don't care about sperm.
No, I care about my sperm.
If you're engaging in intercourse, do you have the right to pull out? There could be a future person from those sperm.
Yeah, but you have not planted it into the egg. There is no hope of a
Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
Becoming a baby.
You said what was valuable was the potential.
Of course, it's valuable because
are you saying there's not potential?
If you don't have
Ian,
then there's no baby.
Ian, if you're saying there's no potential to create a baby when engaging in intercourse, push the superpower. Thank you so much. Well, then why would someone have responsibility for something that there was no potential of in the action they were engaging in?
I said there needs to be an egg and a sperm cell.
Evie, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. But what you just said was that it's valuable at conception, right, and whatnot, because there's going to be a future sentient being there. Hannah, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
with having sex, you should know the value of it. You should know that there might be a child involved. And
So at what point do you think it's a person? Do you think, okay, like here, I'll give you an example. Do you think that this is a person? Because you think zygotes are people. Do you think that, yo, thank you so much for the baby dragon, Trin. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do you think that this is a person?
what is that?
Since you think zygotes are people, do you think this is a person?
Is that a zygote?
Do you think this is a person? It's a microorganism.
No, that there is a major difference.
No?
Is that
That's
what is,
not a
what
person?
is
You don't
that?
think
You're not-
microorganisms
it's a
if you don't think microorganisms are people, well then obviously a zygote's not a person. Running with Scissors, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Obviously then microorganisms can't be people. If microorganisms can't be people, a zygote can't be a person. Is that your view?
Is a micro
Or is this a person? Is this a person? You just said microorganisms can't be
asking if a plant is a person.
What?
You just said is a microorganism a person. If it is going to become a person, if it
Amy,
has
thank you for the $5.
the
Thank you so
steps to
much.
become a person, why would you end that?
Wait, so do you think microorganisms can be people? Or do you think a person could be a microorganism? Interesting.
It's not.
Oh, it's either, no, just random lag somehow. MAGA Mobile really saving
Don't
this
know
guy.
what to say. I don't know really what a microorganism. You want to explain it to me?
You don't know what a microorganism
No,
is?
I don't.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Dude, tell
So
me.
you don't even
Tell
know
me.
if you don't even know what a zygote is, then how can you tell me the value of the zygote overrides the woman's autonomy?
I think it does.
Appreciate
Because a
the-
zygote
okay.
has the opportunity to become a person.
So does a sperm.
So does a sperm. But if
Okay,
sperm
wait,
needs
Ian,
an
I want to
egg,
clarify first.
Your zygote
so
has.
let me go over let's go over what a microorganism is.
Okay.
Okay, do you know what bacteria are?
Yes.
Those are microorganisms. Do you think
So you're
bacteria,
comparing a bacteria to something that could turn into a human.
because they're both microorganisms. I'm just
So
comparing the
everybody
fact that they're
on Earth
microorganisms.
is just a bacteria?
Wait, I'm asking, do you think
You just
people
said
can't-
no. You just said every single person is basically
No.
a micro. You just said that.
I
You
did not
said
say
every
that.
single
I did-
person is a microorganism.
I said zygotes are, genius.
You are comparing the exact same thing.
Ian, I said zygotes are.
But can a microorganism turn? It
Your
can turn
brain
into
is.
a human. So
your
you're
brain
saying
is.
you're saying I'm a microorganism?
Yeah, not everyone else, just you.
Someday.
Because you think people can be microorganisms.
Is it going to be a person someday? Is it in a womb? Is it attached to an egg?
Okay, again, sperm cells can also be in the exact same scenario. Just because it isn't attached to the egg yet doesn't
But
mean that there
it
isn't
can't
potential.
turn into a
Wait,
person.
by the way, let me ask you the
can't
question.
turn into a person.
Do you
You
think
can't have a
the
sperm
sperm
cell.
cell? Do you think the sperm cell that created you, that literally led to your existence?
Yes.
Do you think that it had a potential to be you prior to conception?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
The sperm cell
okay, so was
starts
that
at-
sperm
yes,
cell-
Obviously, it would be.
Ian,
Or else I wouldn't be here. It has the potential, of course.
Ian. So is that sperm cell then valuable because it had potential prior to conception?
Yes, I think that sperm cells are valuable. Why would they not be valuable?
Sperm deserve rights?
Did I say sperm is not attached to an egg? Sperm is a whole different thing.
So okay, but you just said that it's a rights-bearing individual because it has potential to be sentient. So again, you think that the sperm cell prior to conception that created you think it was valuable prior to the conception?
Well, if it created me, it's obviously a valuable thing. Sperm is a valuable thing. Why would it not
Wait,
be?
so I have a
Is your
question.
sperm
So-
a valuable thing? Do you think the sperm cell before? Do you think your
So
sperm cell was
so
a
do you
valuable thing?
think that instead a person pulled out in that circumstance, do you think that they're murdering you?
I never
Because you were a sperm cell that
because
was
they are
about
not
to be
connected to an egg. They did not have the intent.
Okay, but
of
you just
having
said
a
that it had
child.
value. You just said that it had value before conception.
Of course, all sperm. If you were, I said this all goes back to what I said. If you are going
So then
to
if
have
you
sex,
kill the
you should value
sperm,
the same idea
if you
that
kill
there
the
will be a
sperm
child.
by pulling out, Do you think that you murdered someone?
No, that is completely different because your sperm cell is not attached to an egg.
Okay, so Hiller, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So again, why is a zygote valuable? Because you said it's only valuable because there's a future person there.
Yeah, because there is. Well,
Okay, so again, what you're not understanding is that the sperm, right, going towards the what's it called, the egg, right, in that process when you're engaging in intercourse, that also there's a potential baby there if it's going to lead to you. So the time that your parents were engaging in having you, right, or making you, right, it is the case that you were valuable as a sperm cell. So if your father pulled out, right, you think that that's a murder because they prevented a future person.
You no.
Amber, thank you for the $9. Thank you so much, Amber. And thank you, Melita. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you.
You're comparing pulling out to to killing a baby mid phase of going through their they're making.
What?
You're comparing pulling out to abortion to
I'm
killing
comparing
the baby that is
Appreciate that message.
attached to a
I'm
egg.
comparing pulling out to killing a zygote. Yeah.
To killing a zygote.
Yeah,
So
killing
I
a
said-
sperm cell to killing a zygote. Yeah, that's what I'm comparing.
That's what you're comparing. So
Appreciate the
the
gold notification,
zygote
'cause you
that
said
is
what was
in
valuable
conception-
about the
a
zygote.
that is in conception. That's what I'm talking
You said what was valuable about the zygote was the future person. The fact that it was a future person.
that is
The fact
connected
that it
to
had
an egg.
potential.
A zygote that is connected to the egg has the potential to be a person. So why would you kill that? Either way, if it's from the very first week that you had this, that you learned that you are going to have a baby, whether that's 1 week into the pregnancy, 2 weeks in the pregnancy, that is still has the potential as a zygote that's connected to an egg.
Ian. So again, we just went over this. Just because it has potential to be a person does not mean it's valuable. Okay, we care about potential insofar as that there's already a present or a past established.
I'm saying
I
that
wouldn't
it's
care about
valuable
just
that if
Can you
it's
listen? Can you listen? Can you listen? Can you listen? I wouldn't say that I just value
usually
potential. I wouldn't just say that I value a potential state in of itself alone as it relates to like this abortion and rights argument. I think that the potential is only valuable insofar as that there's a past or present established.
You're saying so you think it's only valuable whenever it hits sentience.
Yeah.
So the whole in between, the whole start of whenever you have the pregnancy, it's attached to the egg and it's starting to form a human. You
John,
think
I
that's not
appreciate
all
the watermelon.
valuable?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, I don't think that's valuable. I don't think a 1 week old embryo is valuable. A non-sentient 1 week embryo.
But don't you think?
Caddy,
that
I
if
appreciate
it
the
has
$6.66.
potential to
Thank
be
you
a
so
human,
much.
Why wouldn't you let it go through as a human?
Dude, you're just asking the same question over and over again. I'm not going to answer the same question again. We just went over this, sir.
Do you want to pivot
Wendy,
to
I
the next
appreciate the
topic?
$5. Thank you so much. No, I'd rather not talk to you.
Oh, okay. Well,
Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much, Rosemary. Okay, all right, let's get this next individual up here. Kelly, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Kelly. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in the bio, everyone. We finally added it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Follow me here if you've been ready. Thank you for the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everyone follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen. Let's run it up to, again, 1 million likes, everyone. 1 million likes. Yeah, appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Cole. Okay, let's get this next individual up here real quick. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
How old am I? 28.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
By the way, it's in the bio, everyone. Are you driving?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you gotta come on when you're not driving. By the way, everyone, the PayPal is in the bio. It's in the link tree. The era. Maybe I should just put my name. Like, just Parker get a job. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Most likely.
Why so?
I just cognitive function. I want to ask you about Kamala
What?
Harris.
Cognitive function? How is his
How-
cognitive function better than Kamala Harris? You watched the debate
How
too, right?
stupid could you be to believe Juicy Smollett? Remember? She
What? I don't
believed
know
and she
what you're
took it hook, line, and sinker. And then her and the guy from New Jersey floated the bill about the anti-lynching bill that they ended up getting passed when Juicy Smollett had his, I don't know what you want to call it, acting debut there in Chicago.
Do you think anti-lynching bills are bad?
No. I think that if she couldn't figure out that that was a false, episode, that these guys in MAGA hats are out 2:00 in the morning in
What the fuck
2
is this guy
degrees
saying?
in Chicago, that she thought that was
Bro,
real.
What the hell are you yapping about?
You
bro?
know what I'm saying. She
I have
thought it
no
was
clue
real.
what-
She got on board with it.
What the fuck
How
is this
could
guy saying?
anybody have thought that was real?
Does anyone? If you have no clue what this guy is saying, can you type one in the comment section right now? Maddie,
They know.
$3.33.
They know what I'm saying.
I have no clue what you're referencing right now.
You don't know what happened with Juicy in Chicago.
No,
When he
I
got
don't-
attacked by the MAGA hat wearing duo.
No, I have no clue. Hey, can you tell me why you think that Kamala Harris is a worse candidate than Donald Trump?
Because I think she is she's a cog in the, deep state, the swamp.
The deep state, the swamp. So why is
Can you
she-
say who? Tony West?
Okay, hold up. Let me ask a question. Why is she ingrained in the swamp? Cassie, I appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much, but Trump isn't.
She works for Obama and the Clinton machine and the whole, thing.
What evidence do you have of this?
Trump doesn't.
What evidence do you have that she works
Tony
for Obama
West.
and Clinton?
Tony West.
That's not a source.
That's her brother-in-law.
Not a source.
You don't know his story.
Not a source.
Nah,
Would you like to provide a
yeah.
source?
Have a nice
Pokey,
night.
I appreciate the
Have a nice
galaxy.
night.
Thank you so much. What are you yapping
You
about?
ought
bro?
you ought to educate yourself a little bit.
So you don't want to have a conversation? You just want to
No.
run away? You scared?
No, I already put out what I wanted
so
to put
scared.
out, and everybody knows. Everybody
no
knows.
putting
They
out.
know. They know what I'm saying.
You think that everything's controlled by the deep state, and you've given no evidence?
You think Trump was caught?
You're just some random conspiracy lunatic that believes everything you see on 4chan and Facebook. Okay, so I need you to use a little bit more critical thought and don't believe every fucking random thing you see on the internet. Like, ironically, you guys say that we believe everything on the internet. We're not the ones believing random conspiracy theories. I'm looking for actual studies, evidence, data. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Facts and logic. And you're just coming up here with random ass feelings from Facebook, dude. Like tinfoil hat logic. Like, what the hell, bro? What are you talking about? Eric, thank you for the $6.66 for Zygoto cereal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Carol Ann, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Carol Ann. Mary, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate it. Thank you. Cole, I appreciate that mustache. Oh, wait. He has to figure out how to unmute everyone. Click the profile picture in the bottom right, then click the microphone. Kenny, thank you for the gem gun. Thank you so much. Or is he too busy screaming at the phone screen? Undertaker, you got to click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. Oh, okay, everyone. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. It might take him a while to come back, everyone. We'll see how long it takes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Only set of guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Denise, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Denise. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. Okay, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. We go live literally every single day. Undertaker, for some reason, cannot figure out how to unmute himself. And Shane, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? That sounded like an infant. Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Oh, they left. They couldn't figure out how to unmute themselves, so they left. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Carl! Here's the cat. Thank you so much. Carl! All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
Are you voting for Trump? Appreciate the
Damn straight.
gun. Thank you so much. Why so?
Oh, shoot. There's a long list. I don't know if I can remember it all. But let's see. There's a Texas, the border, the putting guns back in the schools. There's a inflation tax he's going to put on other countries for us. There's the fact that he's going to possibly pull us out of WHO again, which hopefully he does, but he hasn't verified that, whether he doesn't do that again or not, which hopefully he does. Take us out of NATO, which we should have been out of NATO years ago. And it goes on and on.
Okay, so he undermined the border bill. So if he cares so much about the border, why do you undermine the most expansive border legislation in the past?
Why don't you tell us?
Can I finish?
What
I'll let
else
you
is in
finish.
that
Can I
border
finish real
bill?
quick? Hey, Hillbilly, can I finish real quick?
Go on, continue.
Okay. Yeah, so specifically, Donald Trump undermined the border bill, the most massive border legislations in the past 20 to 30 years, most comprehensive one, written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford. You also said you supported an inflation tax. You support tariffs that cause increase in pricing. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And then you want God in schools, so you want to force religion on children. And then you want to take us out of NATO, which Trump never indicated he was going to take us out of NATO.
No, he never. I never said he did. I just said I was hoping that he brings us out of NATO. Like he didn't. No,
he never gave any indication of doing that.
Hey, no, wait. I'm trying to remember here. No, he did say that he's going to pull us out of NATO. Because he said that he doesn't see any reasons why we are in NATO. He can't find a reason why we should be.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did. Tucker Carlson covered it in his interview with
He
Trump.
did not say just by itself,
Look
right?
at
It is the case that he sees no reason to be in NATO. He did not even say that. Okay.
Yes, he
so
did.
I mean, that's just not even true, right?
Look
If he did, I would bring that up and be like, "That's a really stupid thing that he said." But like, he didn't say that.
How is that
so.
stupid? Do you know what NATO's for?
How is it dumb? NATO's to stop Russian expansion.
What?
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. I'd appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Man, are you gonna let me talk, or are you just gonna keep interrupting me every 5 seconds? Because this is gonna be one of those things. We're not getting nowhere, buddy.
Do you need a baby bottle?
You need a baby bottle? Well, dang, go talk to your mama about that. She might give you her kitty instead of baby bottle. You might get lucky.
That was like the weirdest thing you could have possibly said. I was saying, do you need a baby bottle? Because you're acting like a man child.
You are. Well, I can't call you a man because you're not even a man yet. So I wish I could say it about you, but you're not even a man yet. You're just a little boy still, sucking your mama's titty. Now, we're going to get past the insults, or we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty. Insult all day long.
Is that really the best you got? You said to a 22-year-old, appreciate the cat. Thank you so much that I'm a little boy.
You're not a man. You're still a little boy.
So if I'm a little boy, then how do you feel about Donald Trump saying he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? Are you saying that he wants to date a little girl?
Let's talk about that. That one's my favorite topic.
Because they would be 20 at the end, and he's also sexualizing a fifth grader. Appreciate the box. No, thank you so much.
Let me answer your question. All right, shut up. Let me answer your question. Okay,
Go for
you
it.
said, how do I feel about Trump telling a 10-year-old girl that I'll marry you in 10 years? That's your question, right?
Yeah, date her in 10 years.
Okay,
Yeah, you said that I'm a little boy.
I'm trying to answer this.
You said as a 22-year-old, I'm a little boy.
Hush, little boy. Hush. Adult speaking. Okay, do you agree when Biden said in his 2020 campaign, I love it when kids rub up against my hairy legs? Do you see that better or worse than what Trump said?
I think it's definitely like not like sexualizing children. I think it's a little weird that he said that. It's kind of like an old person thing, but like it's not like saying you date a. It's not definitely not saying you're dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. That's like explicitly sexual. So that's one thing. Also, he's not running for president of the United States. It's Kamala Harris. So I don't know what you're talking about.
How can you not take something like that sexually? But Trump says.
I don't think like I watched the clip you're referencing. I don't think that's sexual, but I do think it's like a weird thing.
You don't think. That's why you don't think it is, because you don't think.
You got flagged for harassment and bullying already, and I think you're the one that's clearly not thinking. You're voting for a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, walks in the changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place, brags about the fact that he calls his daughter voluptuous. Said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his own daughter. Like, You know what I mean? Like, that's the vile guy he's choosing to vote for. So he doesn't care about any of those things. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Bradley, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's
and
up,
Dina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And Morgan, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you. Jen, I appreciate the paper crane. Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, why so?
I just think he's a better option.
Why so?
I just think he's more. I mean, he's had the experience before. He's done it, and I think he did a good job while he was in office.
Can you give me like one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I mean, no, not off the top of my head, but I do know. I think in my personal experience during his time in office, besides COVID, it was just a better, just quality of life.
So I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Lily. So if you can't give me any reason to believe that he did better, then why would you say that he was better?
I just think he did a good job while he was in office. I didn't say better than.
So what did he do that was good?
That's what I'm saying. My quality of life.
You have no clue?
What?
You have no clue what he did?
No, I'm not saying I just think he did, like, with prices and just the quality of life.
So he inherited a good economy and it continued on that trend.
I still just we're talking about
that's not him. That would have happened regardless of presidency.
No, but what about we have two options, right? We have Kamala and Trump.
Kamala.
Yeah. And I just think he's the better option. If we have two people to pick from,
why is he the better option?
Well, then I would just be going now.
Would you vote for someone who wanted to ban all Christians from coming to the country? Sin, thank you so much for the baby dragon. Thank you so much, Sin. Thank you.
I think that's just like a talking point. That's not really. I think there's a lot of things that people say Trump said, and like certain things, like even.
I still haven't heard an answer to the question.
What was the question?
Miley, I appreciate the perfect. Thank you so much. If a presidential candidate said that they wanted to ban all Christians from coming to the country, would you consider voting for them? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you. Pokey, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
I would need more context to the statement.
They wanted to ban all Christians from coming into the country.
Yeah, but
more context.
Yeah, because I think that's just like it's kind of like when he said all if there were fine people on both sides. There's more context to the.
So, do you think that some context banning all Christians would be justified? Catherine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Well, where are they coming from? Are they allowed to come? Are they coming in legally? That's what I'm talking about when I say more context.
No. He means everyone who's Muslim. Appreciate the rock star. Thank you so much. That he says a complete and total shutdown of Christians coming to the country.
See, I think there's more to that quote that I'm not getting. So, I mean, to answer your question.
Okay, if they call for a complete and total shutdown of Christians coming to the country, would you vote for them?
If that was the statement alone, just I'm banning all Christians from coming to the country, then like I guess not. But I don't think.
No, okay. So why would you vote for him if he said that he wanted a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country?
Because again, I think what you're saying is just like a snippet of what he actually like. There's more context to the.
He literally said explicitly, Donald J. Trump is calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country until our representatives know what the fuck is going on. Dexter, appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. That's explicitly calling for religious persecution and a complete and total shutdown of an entire religious community.
Right. Again, I think at that time it was when people were coming in illegally, and I don't think he meant to.
No, it has nothing to do with people coming in illegally. It was specifically after San Bernardino, which was like some people got killed. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. By a United States citizen who happened to be Muslim.
How long ago was this?
This was, I think, 2017 or 2018, something like that.
Yeah, bro. See, we're talking about stuff that's just so far in the past.
So far in the past. I mean, 2015. Sorry, my bad.
Again, yeah.
President.
I'm saying that Yeah, but that was in 2015, like you're saying. That was a different time. Different things were going on, and I'm not going to take something like I'm talking about now. Like the two options right now are Kamala and Trump. And I just don't think, like, first of all, I wasn't very.
Victoria, think of the $10. Thank you so much, Victoria.
I wasn't very like thrilled.
Tina, think of the $10. Thank you.
Because I wasn't gonna, like, to be honest, I wasn't. Like, I'm not like a Trump all the way, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not like that, but...
Lee, think of the $4.20. Would you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Again, that's like a legal case that's going on, and it's
already happened. Like, a jury unanimously already decided on a verdict that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
I understand all these things, and you're giving me, like, points I think he's been a victim of political... Like, the justice system is out to get him, and
so that's just the justice system out to get him. So then, why do we have medical records from 1996 indicating the same thing?
Why didn't she come forward in 1996? Like, what?
You understand that she did in terms of medical records. She just didn't come out legally in terms of police report, like many other victims. 61% of victims do not come out in terms of that because of social pressures that exist.
I understand, and I had a friend who went through the same thing, and like I'm not trying to downplay her experience or anything, but when we have two options, what I keep trying to get to the point is we have two options.
Yeah, how is the Trump the better option? The guy who tried to coup the country was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, says he has sex in common with his daughter when she's sitting golf.
I can honestly, like, me personally, I can look past these things if I think...
You look past all of these terrible comments? That's just ridiculous. You look past him literally sexually assaulting a woman. You know, women can't look past these things, right? Alex, think of the corgi. Right? You're only looking past this because it doesn't affect you.
But like I said, I've had friends and close friends gone through similar experiences, and I've been...
So don't use that to justify voting for someone. I appreciate the confetti thing. So she was the perpetuator of those things.
I know, but we're talking about running the country, and...
I still love you, thank you.
And...
Yeah, running the country. So you want someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman to be the president of the United States? Think of the hand. Thank you.
I really don't think that...
Lee, think of the $4.20. Thank you so much. You don't think what? Let's hear.
I can look past those things, and
Why can you look past those things? Are those things not relevant to you? Sexual assault not excessively bad enough insofar as that you wouldn't vote for someone?
I mean,
Michael, think of the $2. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you.
Context to the... I know he was... Like, he went through a case and it's been settled or whatever, but still, if you just look past if you just look past the sexual abuse, the cooing the country, the saying he has sex in common with daughter, the sexualizing 10-year-olds, you know, those things, right? No, but those, you're just saying things that like
Here's the Rosie, thank you so much.
Honestly, they're subjective to your...
These are not subjective, dude. These things are obviously abhorrent. The fact that you're sitting on here and justifying these things is actually disgusting.
I'm not saying...
You honestly should be embarrassed of these views.
All right, but okay, well, I'm not, so that's fine. And there's millions of other...
You're not disgusted of voting for someone who's literally been held civilly liable of penetrating a woman against her will?
Again, there's... Who are you talking about?
Pokey Push the Galaxy, thank you so much. Trump sexually abusing Eugene Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will?
Who? The girl, the woman?
Trump sexually abusing Eugene Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will.
I mean, I think that chick's a wacko.
Oh, okay. So can you name me one thing she said that was quote-unquote wacko?
Okay, but we're getting, like, your...
Can you give me one thing? Kate, think of the $2. Thank you so much, Kate.
I honestly don't want to, like...
Give me the thing. What is it? Tell me. You just called her a wacko. Tell me one thing she's done that you consider wacko.
I think it's weird that she was like saying that she was a fan of the show. I think she was saying what she was...
That's a person super. Thank you so much. Give me any source that indicates that.
I mean, you want me to, like, whip out my laptop?
Yeah. Go find me a source that she said that.
Okay. Another thing that I think I saw...
And also, like, why are you immediately going to blaming the victim?
Bro, I've already said, like, I'm not blaming the victim. I do
you
think
clearly are. You saying you're not doing it doesn't mean you're not doing it.
I understand that you think, like, I'm some, like...
Melissa, think of the $13. Thank you so much.
MAGA.
You actually are. If you're justifying voting for him after these types of things, you absolutely are some MAGA lunatic. What are you talking about? Right? I don't think the people who are misinformed that don't know are like lunatics, because if they hear this, they clearly think it's wrong, and then they aren't going to vote for him. They were just misinformed. But you actually know these things, and you actively justify them.
I just don't think, like, in this person's case of Eugene Carroll, one, I just
Eugene Carroll. You don't even know her name. Wait, actually, can you tell me one piece of evidence you dispute in the case?
I have to. I wasn't here to like debate like this. Like,
no, can you tell me one thing you dispute in the case? If you can't tell me one thing you dispute in the case, well, then you know nothing. Why are you disputing it? You absolutely are a grape apologist. You don't know anything about the case to dispute it.
No, you're like leading me into this like path of wanting
debate.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm leading into a debate in a debate platform. Wow, that is a wow. I really wouldn't have expected that. Yeah, yet you think that women should be forced to go through pregnancies because they knew that they were going to get pregnant from sex. Appreciate the hand. Thank you so much. I think you had more of an idea that you are going to be in a debate, joining in a debate platform, than a woman thinks that she's going to get pregnant when engaging in sex. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Where comes the responsibility and the accountability when it relates to you?
Now you're just saying a bunch of words. I honestly like.
Now you're just not listening.
Yeah, because like I'm trying to
saying a lot of words that you should be listening to.
I'm trying, but like we're every time I talk, like I hear people come on and we all give you. I mean, the last guy was interesting character, but I'm trying to talk with you, but I feel like you're now talking over me and not letting me get to the points that I want to bring up. All I wanted to come here on and say is, like, again, like the whatever Carol lady, she did her thing. I get it. I think that's still, even though he was, about the case and he went through the whole process and he was, I don't know, was he indicted? Was he found guilty of all that stuff? Is that a fact?
He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. Kizzy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, so.
And you're complaining about interrupting because you're trying to find something to divert away from the fact that you don't have a response to my argument.
No, I'm actually not trying to find. I didn't look up the thing that I was going to look up, but I came on here basically just to say, like, the thing that bothered me about
Eric, thank you for the $5, Eric. Thank you.
About why because okay, this is what I was going to say. I was on the fence. Like, I'm not like a huge politically active person, but this year I am, and honestly, I was a fan of RFK. Like that was gonna be my guy. He dropped out, endorsed Trump. So now
that's terrible. They're both terrible.
Okay, well, again, that's
RFK didn't even deny sexually assaulting a woman. He said that he has a bunch of skeletons in his closet, insofar as that if they could vote for him, he'd win King of the World. He said that he's not a church boy in response to literally like sexual assault allegations. Alex, appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the gold medal. You really like people that are likely of committing crimes. Like, it's actually unbelievable. I thought you guys were like the pro Law and Order.
I know, but you think all politicians are just clean and just like these perfect people?
Can you give me any evidence that Harris is a convicted felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster who tried to coup the country, who called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, denied science as it relates to climate change, right? Like that, maybe? Anything like that?
I just didn't like the, and again, like I'm trying to say is I'm literally was on the fence. I'm not a politically inclined person normally, but I've been watching all these like the news and everything, lately. And all I wanted to say was I'm not a fan of how they kind of were talking about how Biden was this competent person. And then he had the debate. He showed himself to be, not the sharpest.
We actually, when seeing flaws in our candidate, got our candidate to step down.
Bro,
you guys see massive flaws within your candidate, and you're like, keep going, Trump.
I'm not. I never said, like I've said a million times.
Did you guys call for Trump to step down? Because I called for Biden to step down. I used my platform to call for Biden to step down. Where are any of the conservative influencers using their platform to call for Donald Trump to step down?
Sure, fair enough, whatever. But I'm just, who voted for her to now be in her position that she's in? Like, she just kind of was just handed over. Like, I would have much rather had their
8 out of 10 of the Democratic Party wants her to be the candidate. She got literally support from the entirety of the Democratic Party.
What about the people? If I was like a a super political person, and they just like, they're like, here you go, like Joe's out, this person's in. I'd be like, what? I didn't know. No one like. I mean, I'm sure people would have. And then in 2020, she was the
8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Harris being the nominee. The only people that are mad are Republicans.
What about her
because she has a
status?
better chance at beating Trump.
What
That's
about-
it. You're just mad that she has a better chance at beating Trump.
I'm not mad, bro. I swear I'm not.
Okay. So then stop complaining about our party processes that you're not involved in. You're not involved in those processes. He actively tried to steal the election illegally, and you don't care about that. He literally sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and you don't care about that. He tried to get his vice president built upon pressure of a mob to not certify the election results and to certify the false votes. This guy is actively delusional. He's a lunatic. He doesn't care about American democracy. He doesn't care about unity in this country. He cares more about himself being in a position of power. And that's not what I'm just saying. That's what's been said by multiple chief of staffs, multiple national security advisors, right?
I know, but it's he said, she
His
said,
old
this
vice
thing.
there's
It's he said, she said. You know what I mean? Like,
It is not he said, she said. Name me one other U.S. president in modern history that has a track record of this many members in their administration calling for them to step down and to not be president of the United States. Appreciate this, Sage. Thank you so much. Right? Because they're unfit to be president, because they're a threat to democracy, because they care more about themselves than the American people. Peak, thank you for the cheer squad. Thank you so much.
I mean, if you're going to, you probably have the answers in front of you. I don't know if anyone has, but it's to me, I think I understand that he has these allegations and charges, and I think he's a victim of.
You think he's the victim? Oh, Jesus Christ!
No,
dude.
I don't think. I think
he's
the
got you
victim.
guys fucking believing everything. Thank you.
I know,
Sage.
but
I appreciate Peekaboo.
It's so hard to talk with you honestly, because I think you're so set in your ways, and I don't like. We'd have to like meet in the middle and agree on something before I think we can like.
Well, what is there to agree on? Right? You're literally saying that you're going to vote for a guy who tried to coup the country. You're saying you're trying to vote for a guy who engaged in religious persecution, who sexualizes 10-year-olds, who walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls. Like, I've said all of these things. You don't care.
On the first thing that you said, trying to coup the country, I think.
What the fuck do I want to compromise with you on? Nothing. I want the entirety of the MAGA movement to go to literally be in shambles. I want there to be a new Republican Party, a Republican Party that cares more about the freedoms of this country, cares more about the individuals of this country, and cares more about putting us on the right track, right? Whereas Donald Trump is undermining our very political and democratic institutions.
When you
Mr.
talk
Jolly, thank you so
about
much. Let's
freedom-
get back to normalcy. Let's get out of the Trump MAGA era where they've completely destroyed the entirety of the Republican Party.
If there was another option on the table, I'm all for it. Like I said, I'm not like the last guy who was on here, hillbilly or whatever.
There is another option, Kamala Harris.
No, I'm talking about you're talking about the Republican Party. That's the nominee. We got
Kamala Harris is your other option. Why do you think that Donald Trump's better? You literally can't give me anything.
Because I think Kamala she's just Kamala. I think she is just like a puppet. Like I don't.
She's just a puppet. Okay, give me any evidence to believe that.
It's my belief. Like it's
your belief. So I believe you're a Kremlin puppet. So why should I listen to you?
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't if that's what you think. Like,
yep, you're a Kremlin puppet. Gotta kick you, dude. I don't like Kremlin puppets on the stream.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Kremlin puppet. Kremlin puppet. I don't want to listen to Kremlin puppets or Putin puppets.
Yo,
what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
I mean, yeah, no bull.
Why so?
I mean, I ain't gonna sit there and lie. I don't think he's a good man, like when it comes to a lot of stuff, but I think he's good business wise.
Really? Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies that's not Trump?
I mean, he's still a millionaire.
Do you want to answer the question? Can you name me one good businessman that's 6 bankruptcies?
A lot of people, actually.
Yeah, name me one.
I can't name one. I can't name one.
Can't name one. So he inherited $400 million and got 6 bankruptcies. What happened to Trump Airlines, Trump University, Trump Vodka, Trump Steaks?
Your ass eat me up, but I wanted to join here so I could ask some questions real quick if that's cool. Like, what's Kamala like? Like, what's like so big about her?
Kamala? Well, she's advocating for an opportunity economy. She's advocating to make sure that people have access to health care, something that Trump doesn't have a plan for. He just has concepts. She believes in science. Donald Trump believes that there's going to be global cooling, and that science just doesn't know it yet. So he's like actively delusional. He believes the 2020 election was stolen. No sufficient evidence to indicate that. Over 60 courts indicate that he's totally wrong. And actually 34 of them were Republicans. 17 were Trump appointed judges that actually said that he had no evidence to sufficiently overturn the election. Yet he says that they're all treasonous and corrupt and stole the election from him. So he appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that is wrong. Like I said, I don't think he's the best person. Like, I'm not going to sit there and say Trump's like the GOAT and like he's like the best man ever. Like, I know he's not, but there was a lot of stuff.
But he's like a delusional lunatic that's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing women and tried to coup the country. I think it's pretty obvious to see that like he's a terrible guy and someone you wouldn't want to vote for on either side.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, I feel like Kamala is also someone, or I'm sorry, however you pronounce her name.
Kamala.
She isn't someone else I'd want to vote for just because the stuff I've heard about her, like she's saying she's going to fix all this stuff, but yet like she's in office right now. Like I'm pretty sure like the past 16 years, I think, maybe 12 out of 16 years, I think it was just Democrats, right? I'm pretty sure something like that.
If you look at the president's Democrat and Republicans since the Cold War, there's been 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans. Republicans have like a collective of less than 2 million jobs added under their administration, right? Whereas it's like near 50 million for Democrats.
Yeah, but like one of my biggest concerns is like I saw like she's like talking about she wants to keep abortion, like which I think that should definitely be here. Like I don't agree with Trump on that.
Okay. Okay, so what's more important to you? Having slightly lower taxes for people who make over $400,000 a year, right? Or women's rights?
Women's rights.
Okay, well then obviously you'd vote for Kamala Harris, not Donald Trump, right? Because he actively put 3 people in the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade, and he brags about it. It restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and didn't provide federal protections for rape victims. And women have actively died in this country because they can't get access to abortion in their states until they're actively dying. So they have harsh medical complications, some being long-term, right? All because of their state's abortion laws.
Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, at first, like, I mean, I wanted to join this because, like, I don't really know too much about it, you know? Like, I really wanted to get your info as well. Like, I'm not on here to argue with you or none of that. So, but as well as, what about Project 2025? Like, I hear a lot of stuff on the radio about that, and I just don't, like, I heard, like, he's not even interested in that or something like that.
Yeah, so he's lied about his affiliation with it, and there are multiple people that were a part of his administration and or had like associations with him that said that there was a clear like association between them. Like here, I'll show you a video right now. This is of, you know who Date Right Stuff is? Have you seen him on your For You page?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so this guy was affiliated with the Trump administration, right? He worked with the Heritage Foundation. Look at this.
The Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So I work for the Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office.
Yeah.
That's like he said himself.
Yeah, like I said, boss. I just really wanted to get up on here and ask some questions, you know, because you know I'm fresh. I'm freshly like 19. I'm just able to vote. That's like it's gonna be my first year voting, so I just want to get some questions in and shit like that.
Of course, Q. I appreciate Super Power. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, I appreciate you coming up.
All right, yeah, that's all I have for you. Thank you, man.
Of course. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do what?
How are you voting for Trump?
I'm not voting for either one of them. First, do you even...
Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump? Hello?
Oh, wait, yeah. Can you hear me?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Where I think politics suck in general, and I think we all can agree on.
You're cutting out. I can't hear you. You gotta see me in order for me to be able to hear you.
feel like the economy was just way better under Trump, and I feel like
Based
the last.
on what measure?
I mean, if you research it, it's like a proven fact.
Oh no, I have researched it. I have a degree in economics. Can you tell me what measure of the economy was better?
House prices were lower. Gas prices were lower.
Okay.
I feel like
so you're talking about inflation?
Yes, like I just feel like
So
in
did
general.
you know that real median wages are up
everything
now?
was
According to 2019, real median wages are up, which means median wages are up, accounting for inflation. Not only that, but it is the case that inflation happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So that was caused by the pandemic and had nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. So why do you blame them when Trump actively advocates for tariffs, which would cause inflation?
Well, if you look at in these last couple years, everything is just way higher. So that's just my reasoning. Your question on here is why you're voting for Trump, and my reasoning is I feel like I just want to be able to afford a house, and I want gas prices to go back down, and yeah, that's why.
So both gas prices are all gas prices, groceries, and develop. Oh well, she just left. And development for housing would be more expensive because the materials, all right, that we buy from other countries around the world to import into the United States would be more expensive. Taylor, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She doesn't care about any of that. She just cares about continuing to vote for a guy who's a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, who tried to coup the government. So, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. All right. If you're voting for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Oh, okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Tap that screen, everyone. Share the live. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio, everyone. Go to the link tree in the bio. That's the best place to find it. You can click on them directly. All right, let's get this next person up here. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Now, I am actually a Kennedy supporter. So I think his ticket is far superior to Kamala's. I just think that they have like, a lot of good ideas.
Trump's?
Well, Trump's policies are kind of secondhand to what I care about is what, MAA, like make America healthy again. I think that's a really good thing to do.
Oh, okay. So I'm again waiting to hear what Trump's healthcare policy or health plan is.
It's not necessarily Trump's policy.
So why are you voting for Trump if you don't know any of his health policies?
Well, because RFK.
Any health policies, and he actually has no plan to address healthcare in America. Maureen, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Oh my God. Can we get some W's for Maureen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you, John. I appreciate the Forever Rose. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. W Maureen in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
So can you kind of explain the process of how like cabinets work? Because I'm a little naive. I'll admit I'm a little naive to that, but
Gabrielle, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. So are you talking about in terms of like the overall policies that he supports? Because they only have like small legislative power, or not legislative power, small like executive power, because they're a part of the executive branch.
I see. So you're saying that Trump hasn't acknowledged?
He hasn't even adopted any of the policies. Not a single one. He got RFK after RFK went to the Democrats, and the Democrats didn't even engage with him because he's such a conspiracy nut.
Oh, why do you say
that? The Democrats didn't want him because he's such a conspiracy nut.
What conspiracies did he?
What he says vaccines cause autism. That's a conspiracy. Is that not a conspiracy?
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure if they do, but
there's no evidence indicating that. It's a total conspiracy theory. Like if he was trying to like make America healthy and he did it like based upon science, that'd be great. But Donald Trump doesn't believe in science. He actively undermines climate change.
Right.
If it was about the environmental you want to vote for someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, tried to coup the country, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, doesn't believe in science. Tanisha, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, would you say that Elon is for the climate? Would you say he's
Julie,
a climate
thank you for the
activist?
$5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think he's corrupted his values supporting Trump. And also, I don't think he was ever a climate activist. I think he was just trying to make money.
So all of his EVs.
He's a capitalist.
Well, of course, but he has to make money in the
Victoria
process
$1.
of
Thank you.
moving away towards like gas vehicles and everything like that. You know what I mean?
You mean moving towards EVs?
Yeah.
Sure, I could acknowledge that he's done things to move towards EVs. Appreciate the handing lines. Thank you so much in terms of his business. Now that doesn't mean that like he's some saint.
Well, yeah.
Simone, thank you for the $5.
He's a pretty insane individual. I'll give him that. But
okay, so like let's like address some factual basis here. Like, what is a good reason to vote for Trump?
Well, like
I
said,
be
I think his cabinet.
Elon Musk or RFK. I think those people are like pretty wild.
You think those people are wild?
Yeah, I think those people are pretty crazy. Debbie, think of the $10. Thank you so much, Debbie.
Yeah.
I think those people are crazy.
I think they do a lot of good in this world. And honestly, like when I listen to RFK, he makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know. To be fair.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to show you a clip of him right now, not saying that he didn't sexually assault someone when it's brought up? Like someone brought up his allegations against him. He said that he's not a church boy. He said that if all of the skeletons in his closet could vote, he'd be king of the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look at it. Let me see it.
Yeah, I'll play it for you right now. I got you. Give me 1 second. Let me see if it's in here. Give me 1 second. In the meantime, is there anything you want to bring up? Hillary, thank you for the sage. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Here it is.
One of your former nannies. That was not a comforting one. Sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I said I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that if I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but it's, I am who I am.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask, sir. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right.
Yeah, that's it sounds like he's had a kind of crazy past, to be fair.
Tony, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Would you, if someone said that you assaulted them, would you at least deny it? Right? If
it wasn't true,
Thank you
right.
so much. Yeah, if it wasn't true, you'd deny it, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't just be like, oh, no, I'm not going to address that.
Yeah.
It kind of like incriminates you, right?
It could be portrayed that way, or maybe he didn't want to get into the details on that because people could kind of twist his words on that. Like how that always happens.
Okay, so if they could twist his words, is there something incriminating there?
Well, no, and to be fair, like if I was accused of that, I'd probably want to just come clean and say that. But
yeah, you would at least say, "Oh, I didn't do that." People are taking my words out of context. Especially confetti, maybe.
However, does that mean that he's guilty of that? I don't know.
It heavily increases the probability, and also I wouldn't want to vote for someone like that. Would you?
Okay.
Push the confetti. Thank you, Anthony.
Honestly, it's hard to overlook the good that I see in like his cabinet's position because I feel like he does have a lot going for him.
Thank you, Amanda.
And it's hard to kind of overlook that.
I don't see how that's even relevant. Like, this guy's a terrible person. And honestly, like hearing that, I don't see how you can justify it. Would you vote for someone who said that they had sex in common with their daughter?
Yeah, I'm guessing Trump said that.
Would you? Push the handout. Thank you.
I'm not voting on Trump for his character.
Okay, so you would vote for someone who's done that because you don't vote based upon character.
Exactly.
Christian
Yes.
Confetti. Okay. Would you vote for someone who sexually assaulted a woman?
Did Trump sexually assault a woman?
Yes.
Well, like I said, I don't know. I don't really vote people on their character and what they do to.
So you would vote for them. Michelle, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. And Joyce with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Joyce. Can we get some W's for Joyce in the comment section? Thank you so much. Now,
I think I kind of made it clear like why my position is on why I'm voting for him.
So you would vote for him even if he raped a child?
No, that's not the reason I would vote for him.
No, but you would vote for him if he raped a woman.
It just seems like an interesting thing to bring up, honestly, because we weren't even on that topic.
I think it's pretty relevant. Like, I would never vote for someone who raped anyone. But W Joyce in the comment section, everyone. You would vote for someone who's done that? Pokey, thank you for the subscription.
Look, I'm here to say that I don't agree with Trump, what Trump did in his past, or who he is, or
and if you're voting based on policy, then let's talk policy. What policy?
With policy, I kind of mentioned that I'm interested in his cabinet positions. I think he has overwhelming support with pretty good people in the world.
Only his cabinet positions. That's it. That's all you got.
Well, like I said,
to justify voting for those things.
What's that?
That's all you've got. Cabinet positions are what you've got to justify voting for that guy. Appreciate the handout. And cabinet positions that you're not even sure of what they'll be able to do.
Well, yes, but Elon was suggesting that he has a Department of Government Efficiency. Do you think that's a good plan?
You want Elon Musk, a total conspiracy theorist? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. To be running the government of the executive part of the government that is relating to efficiency.
I think you have to keep in mind that
why is Elon someone that's good? Like Elon, what the hell? He went on a call on Twitter Space with Donald Trump and bragged about firing union workers. Jams, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
You have to acknowledge that he does.
Well, I'm just going to overlook this because, like, honestly, like anything that he does in terms of his character, I just don't care about any of those things. He could literally go murder people and I wouldn't care. I'd still vote for him. Because he's going to have good policy. Now, I don't know what the policy is going to be, but it's going to be so good.
Yeah, okay.
I think I know he's going to restrict women's access to abortion, but I don't really care about that.
Well, I guess we'll just agree to disagree. That's fine.
Appreciate Lucy. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. If you want to agree to disagree on thinking sexual abuse is wrong. That's crazy.
I never said that. Of course it's wrong.
Okay, so if you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, or a woman, why wouldn't you vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child? Push that mustache. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I vote for someone who sexually assaulted a child? Is that what you asked?
Okay, if you would vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, why wouldn't you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Because to be fair, that's kind of a degree of magnitude worse.
Teresa, appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Also, graping a woman just isn't excessively bad enough. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Yeah, he doesn't think graping women is bad enough. Kristen, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Magnitude? Are you serious? You don't think graping a woman doesn't hit the magnitude of badness. That's such an insane thing to say. I can't believe you just said that, to be honest with you. It's fucking insane. Ivar with the $150 on PayPal for keep going, man. Let's get some W's for Ivar in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $150 on PayPal. That is unbelievably kind of you. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the $150. Thank you. Casey, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo for doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Michelle, thank you for the $5. We get some W's for Ivar and Casey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That person left, everyone. Jeez. What is going on with the guests today, y'all? But Ivar, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the you're amazing. Thank you so much, But yes, everyone, I have Venmo, Cash App, and now PayPal in the bio, everyone. So do make sure to go to the bio to click on them if you do want to support me. And that is the best way so that you don't get scammed by the people that claim to be me on all these Venmos and Cash Apps and stuff. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
February.
Okay. Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I am pro-life.
Okay. If Trump killed 10 children, would you still vote for him?
Why would he kill 10 children in the first place?
I'm just asking, if he did that, would you still vote for him? Because he'd still be the lesser of two evils, under your view? Because there'd be more children that die from abortion.
No, I would obviously vote independent. Why would I? Wait, whoa, hold on.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're not voting based upon the lesser of two evils. You're voting on principles. If you're voting on principles, right, well, then I'll just ask you this question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Has Kamala not also had these like allegations against her?
No.
She could be lying.
No, she actually hasn't.
Lying.
She doesn't have these allegations. And also, Trump's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
Okay, but that could not be true. You have no proof against that.
Could
No
not be
proof.
true. We do have proof, and that's why he was held civilly liable and is forced to pay money. And I can call him a grapist, right? And I'm not going to get defamation charges because, civilly speaking, he's sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll. That there's no evidence.
How? Okay.
Anna, do you have evidence that Kamala Harris has sexually assaulted someone?
I'm not saying that she did, but I'm just saying that I would vote for Trump because I am pro-life.
Okay, you would vote for Trump because you're pro-life. So
Yes.
okay. So do you think that little children who get raped should be forced to go through pregnancy?
No, I'm not.
Like a 10-year-old girl who gets raped should be forced to go through
because
pregnancy?
that is not Trump's views at all. He said multiple times that obviously, with the exception of
He wants to leave it up to the states, which doesn't provide federal protections for great victims. So inevitably speaking, great victims are denied the access to get an abortion under his worldview. And again, 1/3 of women have a restricted access to abortion.
Okay, but he has said multiple times in multiple interviews that he, in the exception of rape, the exception of the life of the mother, and one other thing.
Yeah, but he didn't provide those exceptions federally speaking. He didn't protect those rights. He undermined the rights of the women and girls in these states that don't have the federal protections for great victims. And those great victims have been forced to go through pregnancies. Women have died because they weren't actively dying early enough insofar as that they could have been able to get access to an abortion. Right? Women have been killed. And you care more about a non-sentient embryo and a zygote than you care about sentient women.
Okay, one, a fetus is alive. That is alive, and you're killing that life because of the consequences that you had. You made those consequences.
Sperm is also living? Do you care about sperm?
No. Yes. Nope.
Yes, you care about sperm? Sperm rights?
No.
So no sperm rights. So you don't care about living beings? So why don't you care about sperm? They're living.
I never said I did. Okay, you know what? I'm just saying.
You just said that the zygote's valuable because it's living.
Yes,
Okay, but so is the sperm.
Wait, what happened to my screen?
I'm still here. So is sperm. Sperm's also living.
Okay.
Oh, give her a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people. Follow me here if you have not already. Do give it a second for people to join up, everyone. All right, we're gonna actually add up someone else. I think she doesn't know how to get back into the app. Crazy, Dean. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, thank you. All right, yo, Kevin, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Oh, Anna left. Anna left. That's so rough, everyone. Anna left. Looks like she doesn't want to justify her view voting for a misogynist. What's up, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why would you vote for a misogynist?
Can you give me why you're voting for Kamala?
Kamala, yeah, because it is the case that she hasn't been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She doesn't have 34 felonies. She didn't try to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Right, basic things like that. She didn't deny science.
It looks like you're looking at like a script.
Yeah, I'm reading the Parker script, the superpower thinking which the DNC and the Illuminati give me, and I'm reading it as I'm playing 2K. So I'm cooking up the like Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves while also reading the Parker script that allows me to like dunk on Trump supporters.
I'm not like yes, I'm a Trump supporter, but I don't hate Kamala.
Bree, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bree.
I'm just I don't really know. I'm kind of in between, and I'm kind of trying to figure out what to do. But right now I am voting for Trump because of the inflation.
Would you vote for someone who called for inflation? So how was the inflation caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Because when Trump was president, these prices were not this high.
So when Trump was president, prices weren't this high. Did you know prices were higher under Trump than they were under Obama? Does that mean Trump caused the price increase?
No.
Okay, so why do you blame what's it called, Biden and Harris, but you don't blame Trump?
Because Biden is not, his mind obviously isn't right. I mean,
did you know there was inflation globally? And also, you're saying his mind isn't right. Donald Trump's actively delusional and in cognitive decline. And yet you're voting for Donald Trump, the oldest president in Canada's history, over Kamala Harris? Donald Trump's older than Bill Clinton, who was president 30 years ago. Casey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Casey, for the Parker script writers. Thank you
Biden
so much.
also put a MAGA hat on and forgot his name.
Yeah, Biden put the hat on as a joke, and he didn't forget his own name. Vanessa, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Donald Trump mistook his ex-wife with the person he sexually abused when he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type. Sarah, thank you for the $10 from the DNC. Thank you so much. From the Illuminati Reptiles. Thank you. Thank you.
So you're voting for Kamala?
Yeah, Kamala.
Kamala. Okay. If you were to change my mind, how would you do that?
If I were to change your mind, how would I do that? I mean, if you think that like raping people isn't a reason not to vote for someone, or cooing the country isn't a reason to not vote for someone, I don't know if I can change your mind. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. If you think those things are like totally cool and totally rad, bro, and sick, like I don't know if I can change your mind there.
But like I said, I'm still kind of in between, so I'm kind of watching these debates to kind of see.
Do you think that like those things are like reasons to not vote for someone?
Yes and no.
What do you mean yes and no? That sounds like to be like a contradiction to me.
So yes, he might have did all that stuff, but at the same time, if he's gonna better our country, he's gonna better our country.
How is he gonna better the country?
With what he said he's gonna do.
Like what? Can you give me one policy that he wants to do that's gonna better the country?
Lower taxes.
Lower taxes? He wants to increase tariffs, which would cause inflation. That's higher taxes.
And he wants to...
so he wants lower taxes for people who make income over 400K. Kamala Harris wants lower taxes for families, right, to reduce child poverty. Whereas Donald Trump, so she wants to cut taxes for 100 million Americans. Donald Trump wants to cut taxes for the richest amongst us. More than he wants to cut it for people who are in need and poor.
He wants to cut it for the rich.
their child care policy is grandma and grandpa need to help out. Did you know that? That's their child care policy is grandma and grandpa should help out.
What do you mean?
Yeah. JD Vance was asked what their like child care policy is, and he said grandma and grandpa should help out.
I mean, not wrong.
Oh, okay. So that's a child care policy?
No,
I didn't know that was a child care policy.
No, I'm saying grandma and grandma should help out
So if that's not a policy, well then why are you using it as a reason to vote for him?
because he's Donald Trump.
Because he's Donald Trump. Oh, that sounds like an incredibly terrible reason to vote for him.
So,
Sayo, thank you so much for the baby dragon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Would you vote for someone who wanted to ban all Christians from coming to the country?
absolutely not. I'm a Christian myself.
No. Okay, well, how about someone who wanted to ban all Muslims?
Absolutely not.
Donald Trump called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Do you want to like would you vote for him given that's true?
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
So you're not going to vote for him, or you are?
I am. I'm still.
So you are. So you would vote for someone who wanted to ban all Muslims. So why would you vote for someone who wanted to ban all Muslims, but you wouldn't vote for someone who wants to ban all Christians? Thank you for that mustache. And Sarah, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I wouldn't vote for someone who would ban all Christians.
Okay. So you mean ban all Muslims?
You said
Crystal, thank you for
Christians.
the $10. Thank you so much. I said if you wouldn't vote for someone who's going to ban all Christians, why would you vote for someone who wants to ban all Muslims?
Like I said, it's not. It's about the policies, which I guess that is.
It's about that is a policy.
Yeah,
He
you're
wants to
right.
ban all Muslims.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, do you want me to play the clip?
No, it's okay. I believe everything you say. I totally believe you. Like,
Push the hand art.
I believe what you're saying. Like I said, I'm still like myself, trying to figure out what to do.
Okay.
I'm 22 and half my family is voting for Kamala or whatever.
Kamala.
And then the other half is like voting for Trump. So I'm like, well, what do I do? And I'm not.
So what do you do? You
or
look at the
anything.
facts, you look at the reason, the evidence, and I've just given that to you, and that's the reason why you shouldn't vote for Trump. Joanna, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Joanna. Can we get some W's for Joanna in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Joanna, for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What?
It's incredibly nice of you. Thank you.
How was it on Charlie Kirk's?
How is it debating him?
Yeah.
He's not as smart as I thought he would be.
He's not?
He's very underprepared. He doesn't understand basic arguments that were brought up. Yeah, it was kind of sad.
Do you think if he did that again, you would go and do it again?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well, have a good night. Nothing, like I said, nothing against any of y'all. Like, I just am trying to, figure stuff out myself.
Okay, for sure. All right, well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, V. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, it's a pal to you?
21. How you doing, Parker?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I think just overall, you look apples to apples, you compare him to Kamala. I think overall, Trump is going to be the one that is going to bring America back economic stability. And in terms of no new wars, as Charlie also mentioned,
there were new wars, but what economic policy?
No, I think I love no tax on tips, no tax on overtime worked. Not just that as well too.
And the
no
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, how is he going to pay for that?
No taxes on Social Security. Well, federal budget, as you see, Kamala and Biden did terrible. I'm a business student. I'm actually an MBA grad student. And all of my good colleague friend and grad friends all say that under Kamala, it's not going to do well under her policies.
Well, I won't just appeal to being a grad student. I'll appeal to, I have an economics degree, and it is the case that you can look at the debt signed into law under the Trump administration, 8.4 trillion, 4.3 trillion non-COVID related, or 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, 4.3 trillion Biden-Harris administration, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So not only do they sign less debt into law, right, and Donald Trump not only did he send more, but even if you account for COVID, it's true to a greater extent.
It is, and that's why we have the implications of why we're in such a high inflation now, is because of those that were spent during the pandemic. And I'm not completely saying that Biden and Harris is the fault that we point fingers at, but globally, inflation has went up globally, not just America, globally.
That's actually like the point. So then, like, inflation's not our fault. But Donald Trump's advocating for tariffs, which would cause inflation, right, and wouldn't be able to pay for all of the tax cuts he's promising. So he would add debt and cause consumer products to go up. That would devastate our economy.
Not completely true. Higher tariffs.
What's false about that?
Higher. That's a fallacy, because higher tariffs doesn't necessarily mean higher imposed prices on consumers.
What's a tariff?
Higher tariffs. China. He will make sure China does pay for those tariffs, and there's a reason.
No, I'm asking you, what's a tariff?
A tariff is an imposed tax that you have on export goods that comes in from other countries.
On imported goods into the country. So if it's a tax on an import into the country and that tax is passed down to the consumer, that causes the price to go up.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, in order for it to cause...
He did it in 2017 and 2018. How come we didn't see a price influx on consumers?
He's advocating... There actually was. There was a price influx on consumers. And there's plenty of evidence indicating that. Push the hand. Thank you so much. Most economists agree on this. But the thing is, the reason why I don't bring that up is because the Biden-Harris administration kept those particular ones on China still in place, right? But he's advocating for universal tariffs, which would be more expansive and would hurt more people.
No, I think it's pushing. I feel like it's pushing the agenda that it's going to be more American made. We need more factories.
So you're going to have more domestic production, right?
Domestic production, drill, baby, drill, which is one of the biggest motto, right?
Johnny, in order for there to be more domestic production, there would have to be increased cost of imported goods, because then there would be a lesser demand for imported goods and a greater demand for American goods. You understand that the policy you just mentioned, in order for it to increase domestic production, has to cause inflation. Kian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
As it
you just conceded.
Okay, what is the inflation percentage right now? Currently, as we're at right now with Biden-Harris administration, what is
2.5% annually, the same as what it was under Trump's administration in 2018.
So, are you saying that inflation is going to be at the same if Trump was to have those exact same policies?
No, what I'm saying is that Trump would cause there to be greater inflation than the Harris administration, by significant amounts.
Okay, I mean I feel like that's just an opinionated justification.
No, it's not. This is already agreed upon by top economists, right across the board. Left wing, right wing economists agree on this.
Across the board, Wharton School, University of New York. I'm from New York myself, and those are completely out fallacies. Although those are not true. It's not going to cause a worse. That's not true. And I feel like
then there's no increase in domestic production then.
There is going to be an increase in domestic production.
If there's an increase in domestic production, it relies upon higher prices for imported goods. You just contradicted yourself.
But you said it's going to cause a higher inflation. Or
it has to cause higher inflation for there to be greater domestic production.
That's just simply not true.
That is true. Okay, how else is there going to be more domestic production?
So inflation is going to be worse than we're at the point.
Tell me, how is there going to be more domestic production if it doesn't cause inflation on imported goods?
Same, if not worse. That's what
Say that again?
That's not what I'm agreeing. No, I'm agreeing that it is, but you're saying that
okay, so it does cause inflation. So you just contradicted yourself multiple times and showed that you don't understand tariffs.
You said it was going to cause, if not the same, if not more. That's what you said.
No, I said it's going to cause more inflation. Universal tariffs will cause more inflation.
Then where we're at right now?
Right now, we're at lower levels of inflation than we were under Trump's administration.
But would you say tariff is the only factor in terms of inflation, cause of inflation?
Obviously, tariff is not the only factor. Tariff increases inflation, though.
So, sometimes...
It is not disputed by economists that tariffs increase inflation. You don't understand economics, and that's why you're saying this.
I mean, from a business standpoint, like I said, I've been in business for 7 years, right? Business owner.
Respectfully, I don't give a shit. You don't understand tariffs.
If I don't understand tariffs, what I'm trying to understand to you is, of course, we're going to take certain negatives and certain things when we come. There is going to be a trade-off. It's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows when you make certain. Which is why Trump, as a business person, from a businessman, is implying.
Name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
Kamala Harris. Tell me if Kamala Harris would have even.
Name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
6 bankruptcies. Okay, let's look about all the great businesses that are still running. DJT. Have you looked into the stock?
Can you give me one business owner that is a good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
Oh, well, hey, why are you just pointing out the bad apples? There's multiple. Name one. We can name a lot. We can name one. We can name more.
Name one person.
The important subject is you said that
just name one person.
Domestic goods are going to cause more inflation.
Just name one person.
Why does that matter? Why does me naming that? I'm trying to debate to you why I'm choosing Trump over Kamala, which is that
just admit you don't have a single person.
You're wanting me to queer off of what we're trying to say, Parker, and I'm trying to get into your point why Trump I think is going to be better in terms for our economic. And you know it, Parker.
So
you know
can't,
it.
You can't name one.
Parker, you know it.
He won't address it because he knows he doesn't have anything.
Parker, that's not the truth.
Johnny, you're
I'm trying to tell
engaging
you
disingenuously.
That's
You're not
irrelevant.
answering the question.
That's an irrelevant.
So acknowledge that you don't know.
That's an irrelevance to the question.
You're not answering my question. Answer the question, and I'll address yours.
I answered your question. I completely answered your question.
Angela, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Angela in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I do want to say for most of the viewers, if you guys are split on terms of who you're voting for, who you're choosing for, just know having no tax.
Alexia, thank you for the motorcycle. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Charles, thank you for the $200 on Venmo. Holy shit. Angie, thank you for that mustache. Can we get some W's for Charles in the comment section for the $200 on Venmo? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Charles. That is unbelievable. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Charles. Get some W's for Charles in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Charles. So what were you saying, Johnny?
And I was just letting your audience you.
Bro, W Snow in the chat. W Snow in the chat. W Snow in the chat, man. He is our.
Okay. That was just like just randomly started playing audio. What the hell? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Charles. That is incredibly kind of you. Incredibly kind of you. And as well, Angela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $100 as well. Thank you so much. Y'all are incredibly kind. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, everyone. Why'd he kick him? Because I heard audio from like a different live. There's a glitch on TikTok. Yo, it's a how old are you? Hello? Richard, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Richard. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Alexia, thank you for the motorcycle. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Richard. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
Voting Trump, yep.
Why so?
Many different reasons. But I actually have a question for you, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So, do you not think that the way Kamala speaks to the American people, especially during debates, you don't think it's almost degrading the way she looks at the camera and tries to pull on your heartstrings? And I mean, it feels so phony to me.
When I watch the debates, the one that's degrading is Donald Trump. Person of the year, sweet thinkies. When she says he grabs someone by the vagina, he doesn't even have to ask. He has sex in common with his daughter. He said he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He says he walks into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls, so he quote unquote owns the place. He said people are eating dogs and cats, and JD Vance admitted that they were just creating stories, right, in order to get people to look at the border. So he actively engages in things that are bullshit, delusional, right? And you think that he's the better candidate? Jeffrey, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much, Jeffrey.
Well, okay, let's go one at a time here. So you think, okay, hold on. So JD Vance, he was talking about making up stories, right? So I don't know the full context of that because I haven't watched that, but are we sure, if I go watch that video, are we sure that he's going to be talking about the same thing you're talking about?
Yep. Do you want me to play the video? Ventura, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ventura. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Christine, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christine. Can we get some W's for Christine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Ashton, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Trying to talk about the problems I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American media ignored it. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do. I've been trying.
Yo, Kayla, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kayla. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Did you hear that?
Right, but he's saying, listen, if I have to exaggerate what's going on in order for people to pay attention, then that's what I'm going to do. I mean,
no, he's saying that if he has to create stories. Okay, that's explicitly telling you that he literally created the story.
Right. Except he didn't entirely create the story. That is happening. It's
He just
not-
said that. He just said that, and you don't believe it? Thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much, Brody.
Right, but it's not. Listen, he's not creating stories. Listen, he's exaggerating the story because that really is happening. There are people eating cats and dogs. It's just not illegal immigrants.
Okay. So, yeah, so he said that it was undocumented immigrants. There were American citizens that were specifically doing that. And he created a lie which perpetuated violence towards Haitian communities in the United States. But yeah, there was one person that was going through a mental breakdown, right? That was a United States citizen that was eating, I'm pretty sure it was a cat, right? But that's not representative of anything that he was referencing to.
Oh, possibly. I don't know. Maybe he didn't do enough research on it. Maybe he just brought it up in the debate. Maybe Trump just brought it up in the debate because, I don't know.
Thank you for the
Maybe
rose.
he
That's
saw it on TV. I don't know. But
he saw it on TV is not a good reason to like justify him saying that.
Well, maybe not, but maybe he's relying on media to be reliable, and it's not reliable because, I mean, listen, the media twists Trump's words time and time again. Let me give you an example.
Now it's just that they're twisting Trump's words. What? No one's twisting his words. It's things that he said.
Right, except for I can give you an example. People say all the time that January 6th was Trump inciting an insurrection, right? Except for that's not what he did. He said peacefully and patriotically, let your voices be heard, right?
He also said the election was stolen from him. Fight like hell. He also like didn't call for people to like help with the conditions at the Capitol for multiple hours when he could have.
Actually, he did. He claims
no,
he did.
didn't. He took hours. No, he totally lied.
But he says he told Nancy Pelosi to send people to help, and she refused.
Nancy Pelosi did not have the authority to do that.
Did she not?
No, she specifically had no authority to do that. None. That was made up. Stephanie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Wait, why would he say that though?
Why would he say that?
Yeah, why would he say that?
Isn't that something that you need to answer?
I mean, I'm asking you though. Like, what specifically did he say? Do you know?
Wait, what did I just say?
You said you said that Nancy Pelosi doesn't have control over that, but you didn't say what his statement was.
So if she doesn't have control over that, how is she supposed to be able to do that?
Right, but that's what you're saying. I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, she has no authority to do that. I can send you multiple PolitiFacts on this specifically if you'd like.
Right.
There's been multiple fact checks on that.
Well, that may be, but either way, I mean, we're acting like this is like a horrific day in American history. Like
January 6th was. He tried to coup the country. He tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. It was a very large threat to our democracy. Like, you can't deny that. You're sitting there and denying it because you want to vote.
Okay, but do you have evidence that he actually was trying to send fake votes?
Yes, he doesn't even deny this. His lawyers to the Supreme Court argued that's an official act of his presidency, that they sent alternate slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. So we know that those alternate slates are false slates. Bruce the Boxing Glove, thank you so much, because he lost the election. He doesn't deny it. He just claims immunity for it.
Whoa, but how do you know for sure that they are not real voters? How do we know that?
How do I know that they're not? Because he sent false slates. Appreciate the confetti. He says alternate slates. The lawyer is arguing that to the Supreme Court.
Okay, the lawyer is arguing this. Do the American people have this evidence? Like, do we have?
They're admitting to it, dude. What the hell are you talking about? They're admitting he did it.
But did Trump
and his lawyer are admitting that he did it.
That he sent false
false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to illegally steal the election. Fish the Meerkat, thank you so much. They're claiming it's not illegal because they think that it's an executive action. But it's still killing the country regardless. Push the boxing up, thank you so much, because it's false slates of electors. DJ Squadward, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
So while I'm up here, I do want to touch up more on that in a minute, but I do have another question.
Go ahead.
So, and I genuinely want to know, are you being paid by anyone to do this?
Yeah, the Illuminati, DNC, and Taylor Swift give me checks every single day to do this.
Well,
Jace,
no,
thank you for
because
the $5. Thank you so much, Chase.
Well, no, because Harry Sisson is being paid by Pallet Media, which is, you know, directly funded by
He
the
doesn't
DNC.
work with Pallet Media. He's affiliated with Pallet Management, and I don't have any management company. I've never worked with any business. The only way I get paid is people give me money through Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, and like through the TikTok app. That's the only money I've ever made.
Right. Well, I believe you, but listen, we have people, and I know Harry Sisson is paid by Pallet Management. Yeah, but he is though.
There is management company, which means he pays them, not the other way around.
Okay, but what doesn't make sense about that is when you click this link, it was a couple years ago, he took it down. When you click this link, it said that he was funded by them on their website.
No. So there's nothing indicating that. The money he has gotten, he's gotten about $19,000 for social media consulting work, which includes like Democracy Defense Action. Okay. That's not the DNC. That's not Pallet Media. Richard, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. That's not $210,000 that he gets paid.
Right. Another thing, which I'm sure, and I know I'm bombarding you with questions, but I just want to get all this out because I've talked to you before, but it's been a long time.
Oh, sorry then. I'm sorry. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 42.
Push the box up. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
Oh yeah, I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Honestly, just what I've seen like the last 12 years, and just seeing how the media has twisted everything. And I think Trump will just be the better candidate just for the fact that, honestly, I think...
Can you name one thing the media has twisted that you think is so bad that you have to vote for Trump?
I mean, this whole debate thing, I mean, it was just... He was fact-checked, and she wasn't. I mean, and she lied. I mean, there's multiple lies that she did.
What was the lie?
I mean, that she said she didn't do mandatory firearm buybacks, but she didn't say that. I mean, there's video.
No. Trump said specifically that she wants to take away everyone's guns. She said, no, I don't want to take away everyone's guns. I myself am a Pew Pew owner. Tim Walz is a Pew Pew owner. They don't want to take away everyone's guns.
But she did lie and say she didn't say she was going to do a mandatory firearm buyback.
No, she didn't. I get that. I don't know. I don't remember her getting that question. I remember her getting asked, because Trump specifically brought up, he brought up and said that she wants to take away everyone's guns.
Kamala literally told him to stop lying about her wanting to confiscate firearms.
Yeah, confiscate everyone's firearms, which is not true.
No, she just said confiscate firearms. She didn't say everyone.
No, Trump said everyone. Martha, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Martha. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Connor. Thank you for the $5. And Jace, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
And then even that the thing that Kamala Harris claimed that Trump called neo-Nazis very fine people. She lied about that.
So actually,
he did not say that in the video.
So can you tell me what people on that side were very fine people? Because those people were fighting to keep up the statue. Push the paper crane. So those people were there fighting to keep the statue of Robert Lee, who was a Confederate who fought for slavery.
Okay, but
okay, so what fine people existed in that crowd?
Wait, what?
What fine people existed in the crowd that were fighting to keep up a statue of a Confederate who fought for slavery?
And the white supremacists. Everybody but them.
Hardly, I appreciate the 5-month subscription. Thank you so much. Can you tell me who were the fine people that were fighting to keep up a statue of Robert Lee, who is literally a Confederate that fought for slavery? Sydney, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Everybody that wasn't a neo-Nazi, a white supremacist. That's it. That's what was said.
So
That's
again,
all-
you think
that's all
people
really
are
explained.
fine people even if they fight for statues to be up of people who literally fought for slavery?
What's wrong with having statues up of our history? It shows us where we've been.
I appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much. So do you think that Germans should keep up
Where we shouldn't
statues
go
of
back to.
Should Germans keep up statues of Hitler because it's quote unquote their history?
If they want to, yes.
So no,
Why
do you think they should keep up
No.
statues that were
If they
meant
have
to
one statue
commemorate
up of
Hitler?
him, it's not like they should have them everywhere. But if they had a statue up there to remember not to go back to that time, then
So
yeah.
you think
And
they
talk
should
about
have a
Palestine
statue
debates.
commemorating Hitler?
Not, how's it commemorating? It's a memory. It's not commemorating.
Because what is a statue?
It's a statue.
A statue is meant to commemorate a particular individual.
Uh huh. So like
Okay,
all the
so you
all
want
the
to you want
statues-
Germans to commemorate Hitler?
I mean, we're still kind of getting off the topic here.
Completely not able to respond. Sydney, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I mean, yeah, you go back. Yeah, you're really good at deflecting. I'll give you that. And what about the defund the police? You never said you wanted to defund the
You
police.
quite literally just deflected and moved and pivoted to a different conversation.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was talking about
the level
lies
of
from
hypocrisy in the
debate. That's what
conversation
I'm
is
still on the lies
the
from
level of
debate.
hypocrisy in the conversation is crazy.
I'm still talking about the lies from the debate.
Yeah, you still didn't give me one. What was one lie?
I just told you two of them.
No, give me one.
Okay, she said she never said she was going to defund the police, or she didn't want to.
So again, in terms of
got
defund
a video
the
right here
police,
that says otherwise.
well, yeah, play the video of her saying that she never said that she
It's
didn't
on my
want to defund the
laptop,
police.
so I really
She
it
didn't
won't be
say it
loud.
for this election. She did say it in the past, right? Which in the past,
Well,
all
you
it
go
means.
off-
Listen,
you go off things Trump said in the past.
Philip, all it means, all it means is that they wanted to reallocate funds towards things that are better suited at fighting crime. Saying defund the police is not the same as saying that you have sex in common with your daughter, saying that to Howard Stern calling your daughter a piece of ass, or that you date your own daughter if it wasn't your daughter, or that you grab women by the vagina you don't have to
it's
ask.
like taking words
Those
out of
things are not
context.
comparable. I'm not taking anything out of context. I can play the videos for you if you want to hear them.
Yeah, it's
You
taken
want to
out
hear the
of context.
videos?
You really think you really
you
want
want
to
to hear
have
the
sex with his
videos?
daughter? Really?
You want to hear the videos?
That's real.
Mm.
Yeah, you want to?
I'll play the video right now. I'll play the video.
She wants to defund the police?
I'm gonna play the video right now because you're
video.
being ridiculous.
I'm being ridiculous.
Yes, you are absolutely being ridiculous. I'm gonna play the video and I'm gonna see how you can sit there and try to ignore that. You ready for this?
Yep.
All right. Here we are.
Put it up to the mic.
Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Okay, so I was right. Take it out of context.
Yeah, tell me what context justifies that statement.
Sex?
Saying you have sex in common with your daughter. Tell me what context justifies that statement.
They probably both had sex with a
Is
lot
that
of people.
cool? that you think that's what he means?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, is it? Can that not be what he means?
So you think it's totally okay for a father to say that they have sex in common with their daughter? You think that's
Yeah,
totally
they both
okay?
have sex with a lot of people, and they know it. I mean, yeah.
So would you be okay with your partner saying that she has sex in common with your son?
If he's an adult or even a teenager, I guess, and they both have sex, then yeah.
So you'd have no issue with your significant other saying that about your son?
Because I wouldn't take it out of context. No.
Take it out of
That's
context
what you
is
guys are
crazy.
doing. I mean, that's crazy.
That's not taking it out of context. That's
It's
just like
definitely
clearly
is.
it's crazy. McKenna, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I hope I can get a turn sometime. But let me show you this on Jubilee doing the 1v25. But here, listen to this.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
Yeah, so voluptuous means sexually attractive, and he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of
Voluptuous
ass.
means
Do you think that's okay to say as a daughter?
Woman's just thick because she's voluptuous. That's what
It
most
means
people
it means
think.
it means
Regular
curvy and
society,
sexual.
without a
Voluptuous means
dictionary, would
curvy.
take it as.
Okay, It means
a woman that's thick and got curvy and big.
It means curvy and sexually attractive. If you're okay with someone saying that about your daughter, you're sick. You're like actually sick as fuck. You can unmute. Click the profile picture at the bottom right, and there you go.
I got it.
Okay. Are you actually justifying him saying that?
That you guys are taking words out of context? Yeah.
Oh my god. Everything's
that's
out
all
of
it is.
context. Donald Trump could.
That's what everything is
Donald Trump could admit to
Everything's out of
SA, and you'd still wouldn't vote for him. I mean, you'd still would vote for him. He could admit to it, and you'd still vote for him because you say, "Oh, you guys took that out of context." Tell me what's the context then?
I just explained the context.
You didn't.
Yeah, I did actually.
So saying yeah to Howard Stern calling your daughter a piece of ass. Tell me what context justifies that. Tell me.
I mean, what Howard Stern says is what Howard Stern says.
No, him saying yeah to Howard Stern calling your daughter or his daughter a piece of ass, right? Is that okay? Push the cap. Thank you so much.
I mean, should he have said yeah? Probably not. I mean, but I mean, they're on TV. They don't want to cause nothing, and they're just together.
Okay, so you think that's totally okay to say? So you'd still vote for him?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. What
Like I said,
about if he
taken out of context? And
what about if he said what about if he said he walks into the changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place?
When he say that?
Can you answer the question? If he said that, would you vote for him?
Probably not.
No? Okay. You want to hear him say it?
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, give it 1 second. There's an ad.
Got you.
All right.
I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. Is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So yeah, like, how do you feel about that?
I mean, did he say he saw him naked?
He says he walks into them and they have no clothes on.
He said there's no clothes on in that.
Yes, you could hear him say that.
I didn't hear that.
You walk in there and he has no clothes. I'll play it again.
I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible.
You heard it?
You said they're getting ready?
Yeah, he said they're getting dressed. They're standing there with no clothes.
That implies that they're naked.
So, listen. He said they're getting dressed. They're standing there with no clothes.
You didn't say no clothes. You didn't.
I'm not even... Philip, I don't even want to take you seriously because he's saying no clothes on. You know right there he's saying no clothes on because he said they're getting dressed and he said there's no clothes. He cut himself off. He was saying that. And then there were people that corroborated this. There were victims. There were victims that corroborated these stories.
There's victims?
Yes, there are victims from Miss Teen USA because that's the event that he did this at. There are multiple victims that corroborate this.
And what happened?
He walks into the changing rooms while they're naked or semi-naked changing.
Victim, so there's got to be a
victims of him sexually harassing them by walking into the changing rooms while they're dressing naked.
So he got in trouble for that.
That's what he just admitted to.
I know, but you called them victims.
Yes, I do think that they're victims, right? Because it was against their consent.
And they said this?
Yes.
And he got in trouble for it.
So he's in trouble by us, socially.
Oh. For almost saying naked.
For them, he said that they're changing in there, getting dressed with no clothes on. Like he literally said that, and you're like still justifying it. Like,
yeah, like I said, he said he was getting ready. I get it. I mean, another one taken out.
Caddy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Another one taken out of context. Is that you really think that's taken out of context? Are you fucking trolling? You literally are going to believe. You're going to believe everything is taken out of context.
He said it, and then you said he almost said. Okay?
I literally showed you. You can clearly hear him say it.
You almost say it, like you said.
Bro, he said no clue. He said they're getting dressed.
But like I said,
you can put two and two together. You can literally put two and two together. You're smart enough, right?
In this whole witch hunt on Trump, and
it's not a witch hunt. It's literally what he actually did. Sharp, thank you for the baby drag. Thank you so much. He actually did this, and he's being held accountable, and you don't like it. You don't like the fact that he's being held accountable for his crimes, for things he's done wrong in his life.
In the justice system,
you don't like the fact that he's held accountable for his crimes and things he's done wrong in his life.
This justice system can be used against you if they wanted to.
Think of the hearts. They're not going to because I've done nothing wrong.
Because you're on their side right now.
Whose side? Who's they?
Left.
The left. Okay, so you think everything's just controlled by the left. Okay, so then why did we prosecute?
Media is, that's for sure.
So then why did we convict Hunter Biden?
Of what?
Why did we convict Hunter Biden?
Of holding the documents? You guys convicted him?
Why did we convict Hunter Biden? If it is the case that we are the ones that control the DOJ, how come Hunter Biden got convicted?
Why didn't Joe Biden?
Dude, you're not answering the question. I'm going to kick you from the live if you don't answer the question.
Just go ahead. We're done anyways.
Well, you're the one not engaging in conversation. I'm trying to actually engage.
Not really.
I am right now. And you think I'm fucking paid by the Illuminati? You think I'm the one? You think I'm the one on the side controlling the fucking DOJ? You think we're controlling the DOJ and we're the ones putting Trump in prison? No, his own crimes and his own actions put him in prison.
Well, yeah,
have him take accountability for his actions because you just always want women to take accountability, but whenever men need to take accountability, then it's an issue. Women need to take accountability under your view, and women need to be controlled, but men, nope. Men can do whatever the fuck they want without any accountability, without any responsibility.
Yeah,
and that's exactly the very hypocrisy of the misogynist world, dude.
I guess, again. Okay. I didn't say any of that.
You're saying everything out of context. Everything's out of context. No, it's not out of context. You just said something misogynistic, and you're voting for a misogynist, a racist. You're voting for a guy that's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who tried to coup the country. Push the gold medal. Thank you so much. A religious persecutor. Push the galaxy. Thank you so much. A fraudster.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The White House. And I forgot his name. It went to New York, reopened the statutory limits.
Push the money.
And then the first person to step
that's
up
because of the Adult Survivors Act and the Child Survivors Act.
Line, and it was right after what?
No, she was not the first person in line. Thousands of other people were able to hold their abusers accountable because of the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act. The Adult Survivors Act came after the Child Survivors Act. So it was heavily promoted by the Child Survivors Act and by the Me Too movement. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. And E. Jean Carroll was one of the victims that was able to hold her abuser accountable. It was not because of her only. It was because of the Me Too movement and because of victims in the Catholic Church, right, that were able to change the statute of limitations for civil courts, right, within the context of New York, because the statute of limitations did not allow for them to hold their abusers accountable. James, thank you for the $10, and Hannah, thank you for the $10 for women. Thank you so much. And Die, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Die. Melinda, thank you for the cheer squad. Can we get some W's for Die in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for Parker. You are amazing. Thank you so much, Die. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I was saying literally that fall, after he announced he was going to be running for president again, they opened that statute of limitations there, and then all of a sudden he's now going to fucking freaking court for it.
You're actually laughable, dude. He didn't even announce by that
That's
time.
what happened.
No.
That's what happened.
No,
though.
by the time that you're referencing, he didn't even announce yet. This is 2019. This is 2019. In 2019, it wasn't. Chelsea, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're mad. You're mad that you got cooked and you got nothing.
Nah, not really, man. Like I said, she lied and then she got caught in it.
She didn't lie. That's a lie. Appreciate the manifesting. You lie. Donald Trump lies.
Mandatory gun buyback. She said it.
She said that she didn't want to take away everyone's guns because Donald Trump lied and said that she wanted to take away everyone's guns.
No, she said in the debate. She said he lied when he said it.
He did lie. He literally.
And she said
Donald Trump said that she wants to take away everyone's guns, which is a total lie. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
She wants to do a mandatory gun buyback.
So
Right.
she wants to do for well, you're only talking about for assault weapons. That's not everyone's gun.
Did she say that she was going to do a mandatory buyback of guns? Yes or no?
Not for all guns.
I know, I
Only,
didn't say all guns. It just said she was going to do a mandatory buyback.
I think she said it in the past that she supported one, and for what's it called, for assault weapons. But to my knowledge, it is optional. But I'd have to check.
Okay.
Mandatory was like 2019.
All right, man. I'll get more informed, and hopefully we'll come back again around. But it was nice talking, man.
Appreciate the Rosie.
It was nice seeing you go against Charles.
For sure. Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal in the bio, everyone. In the link tree in the bio. Click on it there if you do want to support me, everyone. So that you don't accidentally select someone random's Venmo or Cash App, because people literally try to act like they're me to get money from people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, damn right I am.
Why so?
Because he's the best choice we've ever had.
What makes you think that?
Well, I mean, if you pay any attention to the politics for the last, 50 years, it makes it extremely obvious.
Sarah, appreciate you're amazing. Thank you so much. How so?
Well, he's been the only president in my lifetime that has actually done what he said he was going to do. He doesn't
he built the wall. He drained the swamp.
He doesn't just say false claims. Listen, I'm talking. He doesn't just say false claims, and then as soon as he gets elected, nothing happens.
So he got an infrastructure bill. He had a healthcare policy.
He doesn't have a healthcare policy, but you know what he's going to do is he's going to put it back in private healthcare. This government healthcare,
it already exists in private healthcare.
Government healthcare is BS. Okay,
so
that.
He's going to cut. So he's going to cut Medicare and Medicaid.
Individual. You're an extremely smart individual, and I understand that. But what
is he going to cut the ACA, Medicare, and Medicaid?
The what?
So is he going to cut the ACA, Medicare, and Medicaid?
He might cut some stuff and change it and make it better. But listen.
So he's gonna cut stuff and make it better with what concepts?
Parker, you know what? I like you. Dean's a smart ass and he doesn't let anybody talk. And I respect you because you actually let people, have a few words and actually say some stuff. We might not be as intellect and as quickly and have everything memorized like you guys do. We're a different breed. I'm a little older than the normal audience you have, but I got a question for you. Why are they trying to kill Trump?
I don't know who they is. So there's just some people who do it. That's fine. Levy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Kathy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Big fan in Texas. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Rachel, thank you for the $5. And Robert, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much on PayPal.
As soon as a hard question comes your way, you cowered out.
Lisa, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So I'm not cowering out. Go ahead. Try again.
Why is the FBI, the CIA, and the government trying to kill Trump? It's already been proven. Look, all the election 2020.
So you have no evidence that the CIA is trying to get rid of Trump.
You know it was. You're not stupid. You're a smart kid.
Can you give me evidence the 2020 election was stolen?
Why are you working for the devil? Why are you working for the devil?
You think I'm working for the devil?
Yes, because you obviously are. Because
I'm obviously am.
CBS, NBC, they're all lying crooks.
Lisa, thank you for the $5. So how am I working for for the devil? Can you tell me?
Yeah, I can tell you because you're on here. You're on here promoting Kamala Harris.
Voting for Kamala Harris is not supporting the devil.
Dude, what? She has no qualifications to be president. Joe Biden had no qualifications.
She has no qualifications.
40 years.
So you'd vote for Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump in 2016, right? Because Hillary Clinton had the qualifications and Donald Trump had none.
Hillary Clinton has killed more people. Bill and Hillary Clinton, all their staff had been offed as soon as they found out something. They knew something. All of a sudden, they got suicided.
That's not true.
It is all true.
Eric. There's no evidence supporting that at all.
You know why? Because the whole system is rigged to launder our money. This whole war in Ukraine,
Eric, if the whole
no, don't stop me. All the money goes to Ukraine. has been laundered and comes back to these companies and these organizations and these corrupt politicians. And I want your whole audience to hear what's going on, because all this left BS, it's all laundering money and coming back. It's all a big joke. And the reason Russia went into Ukraine is because Donald Trump wasn't president anymore, and they're producing narcotics over there. It's the biggest NGK.
Hold up, can I respond to this? Now?
Go ahead, respond.
Okay. So, Kenneth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Victoria, thank you for the $5 from Satan. And Ann, thank you for the $6.66 from Satan. Thank you so much for continuing the great work. Thank you. So, you said that the whole system is rigged. If the whole system is rigged, how did Trump win in 2016?
He won because they had no idea. They didn't expect him. You heard it on every news. Well, you were probably too young to even see it back then. But on every,
I was a Trump supporter back then. Nico, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And actually, so you said that they won because they had no idea. If they control the entire system,
he was going to actually win. They had no idea.
Eric, respectfully,
Oprah,
Eric, if they control the entire system, they would have known that he was going to win through the counting process.
Okay.
So if they controlled every aspect of our society, insofar as that they could have. If they could have controlled every single aspect of our society, right, insofar as stealing the 2020 election without any evidence being present, well, then they would have done the same thing with every other election. They wouldn't put the hands in something that they weren't sure of. They would be sure of it if they could be. Like, that just makes no sense.
Are you there? My microphone said it was turned off. Okay.
Yeah, I turned it off. Well, I appreciate the cheer squad.
Well, okay, well, I'm going to turn yours off next time.
Good luck.
Okay, so you want me to answer the question that you asked me, 30 seconds ago before you interrupted me? Okay, so in 2016, when he was running, nobody believed, they thought it was a joke. They're like, he'll never win it. He'll never win it. And they tried to cheat, and they got real close, and they freaked out when he actually won. So the entire time Donald Trump was president, they tried to take him down. They tried everything to take him down. They were impeaching him, and they were giving everything. And then they couldn't do it. And then so the next election, they're like, fuck, we got to try harder. And it's proven. It's proven. There's already tons of facts out there, but the whole system is already rigged, though. It's already rigged. So they made sure next time, before we went to sleep on November 5th, 2020, he was ahead by like 20%. We wake up in the morning and then he's down by like 2 million votes. And then every vote that came in that night was for Joe Biden. It was a joke. I mean, and then all the investigations, he proved it in every state. Every state, there has been proof. It's been through the system, but nobody will look at it because
Okay, you've said enough dumb shit. Can I respond to Karma? Thank you for the manifesting. Okay, you said like 5 dumb things. Okay, you said they tried to.
I didn't say no.
Let me explain. So you said they tried to cheat, but they couldn't do it. So they could cheat in 2020. Had all the. Dude, this guy got removed for community guidelines. Like, please let me respond. Jesus, he couldn't stop. So they tried to cheat, but couldn't do it. So they had the ability to know all of the information and rig it, and they're choosing not to. That makes no fucking sense. They just got to try harder. That's incoherent gibberish. Proven factual, the election was rigged. Over 60 courts indicate no sufficient evidence. He just made that up. Before we sleep, then it changes. Most political analysts knew this was going to happen. I even fucking tweeted about this. You can see on my Twitter, if you go back on my Twitter, link in bio, by the way, on my link tree, you can see I said this before the election. Are you saying that I helped rig it because I knew this was going to happen? Jesus Christ, dude. I said, wait till the mail-in ballots are counted. So I knew the election was going to be stolen? Like, what? Ron, think of the $10. Thank you so much. Before I was a content creator, by the way. Actually, well, like, before I, like, did lives. I still made TikToks at that point. Did Parker kick him? I didn't kick him. He got banned. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Ron, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Ron. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, 100%.
Why so?
Because he's keep word to his truth. Keeps true to his word.
Really? So did he build the wall? Did he make Mexico pay for it? Did he drain the swamp? Did he get a healthcare plan to repeal and replace the ACA?
Well, at least he made the biggest tax cut in American history.
Bill, the biggest tax cut? So that mostly went to people who were rich?
I mean,
Jamie, thank you for the $5.
he trying to help. Sorry for he trying to help. You know, regular people. You see.
No.
And most of these blue people, you know, they just wanna get all your money, take everything away from you, your freedom, everything.
Okay, so we're not taking away your freedom. Actually, we're fighting for women's freedom to have control over their own bodies. We're also fighting for people's freedom to be able to do things like freedom of expression, like the First Amendment, because Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Those are the types of freedoms that we're advocating for. Also, you said that like he wants to help regular people. Can you name me one Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Well, the way I see it is, if you vote for Kamala Harris, you're gonna lose everything that you actually believe in.
So you didn't give me one. That's not one policy. Also, taxes are only going to go up for income over $400,000 a year. 100 million Americans will get a tax cut because the child tax credit will be increased.
Well,
Barbara, thank you for the $12. Thank you so much for your patience and stamina. Thank you so much.
I heard that Kamala Harris wanted to, you know, increase the taxes beyond believable measures. You know?
Well, that person lied to you. So she only wants to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year.
But how does that benefit, you know, regular people?
Because she's increasing taxes on income over 400,000 people, over $400,000 a year, in order to decrease taxes on working families, on middle class families that are raising children, right? Because they're increasing the child tax credit, which decreases taxes again on middle class families. And it decreases child poverty. When implemented in 2021, it decreased child poverty by 50%. Think of that mustache, think of the elephant.
Yeah. So can you tell me what would be the benefit if Kamala Harris would be the president? Kamala, whatever. It doesn't matter.
What would be the benefit if she was president? There would be multiple things. $2,000 cap on, what's it called? Pharmaceuticals out of pocket. She wants to do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, $50,000 deductible for small businesses, the tax credit, child tax credit, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
But
and Candace, thank you so much for the $40 for Thanks from Texas. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get some W's for Candace in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
But there was no one who voted for her to be the candidate for the Democratic Party.
We vote for delegates. Delegates vote on our behalf. 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with her being the candidate.
But you have people like the Kennedy family who's been, you know, going over to the Republicans. So how do you feel about that?
I don't care about RFK. He's a conspiracy nut.
Why so?
Why so? He thinks vaccines cause autism.
Well, I don't know about that, but regardless, the way I believe is this is someone who is, you know, Trump. He has put in his own money. She don't have no money, you know. He don't have to do it. You know what I mean?
She don't have any money. She raised more money than Trump did.
Anyway, Trump didn't have to do this. He was good. He was good before he is even entering the president election and stuff like that.
He was doing good before he joined the presidential election. I don't see that's a relevant point.
But how not? Because he don't have to do this, but he wants to do it. Why would he do it?
He's doing it now to like get out of jail. And he likes worship. He likes the attention. Araceli, appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. He likes a cult-like following. He likes the power.
And you don't see that Kamala is like in the, you know, secret Kamala, whatever.
It's not a whatever. It's Kamala.
Kamala, whatever. I don't care.
Jackie, thank you for $5. Thank you so much. You can say you don't care, but I do. If you do it one more time, I'll kick you.
Okay, my bad. But anyway, she is, you know, for agenda that is not beneficial for the people of America.
Okay. Can you give me one policy she supports that's bad? Jackie, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
No, I'm not that. I don't know, actually.
Oh, okay. So can you name me one policy Trump likes that's good?
Yeah, he wanted to. You know, he want to make America great again.
He wants to make America great again. That's not a policy.
Well, it's very important though, because if you look at it, most people.
If you're such an American exceptionalist, why don't you think America is great right now?
Well, you see how the world has turned out since he was not the
So
president.
America is not great. So you're not an American exceptionalist.
No.
You don't think we're the best in the world? Holly, thank you
No,
for the $20.
you're not.
Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much, Holly. I really appreciate it. Okay, so if you're not an American exceptionalist, you don't think America is a great place, well then why don't you leave and go to a different place? Like how conservatives always say that, like, oh, if you don't like it here, then you can leave.
Yeah, that's the thing to it. But the thing is also that I do not live in America, so that's the part too.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Connor, I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Conservatives always like making that point. They're like, if you don't like it in America, you can leave. Right, but they hate that point being targeted towards them. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
You voting Trump? John, I appreciate the passion.
Yes.
Thank you. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I think that he did a lot more for our country and our people, and I think we're under a better economy.
You just muted. So he did more for the country. Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I don't know about specific policies, but the unemployment rate reached 3.5%, which is the lowest in half a century when he was president.
It was 3.4 for 2 different months under the Biden-Harris administration, so it was even lower.
Okay. Well, middle class family income increased nearly $6,000, which is more than 5 times the gains during the entire previous administration.
Thank you. No, it was not 5 times the gains. That's a total lie.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, you can look up median income, real median income, accounting for inflation. It did not increase 5 times more than what it did under Obama's administration.
okay.
You can find this from the St. Louis Federal Reserve, right? That
Mhm.
which gets their data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay. Well, he lifted nearly 7 million people off of food
Here,
stamps.
for example, under under the Obama administration, we'll just go for the last 4 years of his administration. 2012, it was 333 was the real median wages in this country for over 16 years old workers. By 2017, when he left, it was 352. So it went from 330 to 352. Trump's administration went from 352 to it looks like 362. So there was a greater increase under the Obama administration than under the Trump administration. So the point you just made there was totally false. Jakari, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. And Yvette, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Sassy Sherry, thank you so much for the sunglasses. Let's get some W's for Yvette in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Ellen, thank you for the dollar. Yes, I
Who
do
does
see
that include? Because this is just talking about middle class family income.
Yeah, I said real median wages, which is accounting for inflation. And it's looking at the middle wages in this country.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best, most representative thing within the economy of like the middle individual, what they're doing.
Okay. Well, I also do agree with some of his other.
You just cut out. Hello?
Like, I don't agree. I do agree with some of his other policies. I do agree with his anti-abortion policies, personally.
Okay, and thank you for the $5.
So
Thank you so
that's-
much. So you don't want federal protections for rape victims to get access to an abortion?
That's not what I'm saying, but
But you want it to be left up to the states, which means that certain states can restrict girls and women who specifically are raped from being able to get access to an abortion.
So the majority of abortions that do occur aren't from rape victims.
I never said that. I'm just
Um,
saying in those
I know.
circumstances, you don't think that there should be federal protections.
I am not saying okay. If they were to say make abortion illegal for anybody except people whose lives are at risk or who were rape victims, I would agree 100%. However, since they're not saying that and they're just saying all abortion, I don't agree with all abortion because there are people out there getting abortions and killing innocent babies, because I do fully believe that an unborn baby is a baby. So I don't think that, especially when the vast majority of abortion cases do not come from rape victims, that we should completely allow abortion.
Yeah, but you don't want it to leave it up to the states because then it doesn't have those exceptions that you want. Rob, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rob. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So you'd like there to be federal legislation, not just leaving it up to the states, because leaving it up to the states would be too risky, right? Sherry, thank you for the $25 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Come again? Can you say that again?
So you don't think it should be left up to the states. You think it should be federally protected. If you think it should be federally protected, then you wouldn't support Trump's policy leaving it up to the states. Because it doesn't have the federal protections for great victims?
Okay. I'm just saying that I don't agree with abortion and that his policies for abortion apply more to what I believe.
Okay. So you do want to restrict people's access to abortion. Okay, I'll ask you this question. Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
No.
Okay, but why do you think abortion is murder in the first trimester?
I think that the moment that conception happens, that that is a life, because that, whatever you want to call it, fetus, whatever, it has its own set of
It's
DNA.
not a fetus at that point. It would be a zygote. But the point that I was making with that is that IUDs, not only can they prevent fertilization, but they can also prevent implantation, which means it prevents a fertilized egg, life at conception, from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore ending a human life. So are you against, do you think that women who have IUDs are murderers then?
No, I do not think that they are murderers. Just like I don't think that Plan B, morning after pills are bad.
Wait, but you're terminating a human life. You're unjustly terminating a human life under your worldview.
Yes.
Okay, so that's murder. How do you define murder?
Yeah, I do believe that abortion is murder.
No, but women who have IUDs are murderers because, again, it is the case that unjustly terminating the life of a human zygote is murder, right?
Okay, that is taking a precaution beforehand, okay? Like, you're getting it beforehand. It's not like you got pregnant and now that you're pregnant after your actions.
Life doesn't begin at implantation. Life begins at conception.
Okay, I think that there are very different cases, especially because not all abortion cases, many don't happen that early. I mean, it takes a while. It takes a couple days, weeks, not days, weeks, sorry, to even know a lot of times that you're pregnant or to have symptoms. That
I don't have an issue with abortions, right, in the first trimester. I don't have an issue with abortions up until 18 weeks if we're talking elective abortions, right? And then any abortions after that are justified if they're grape or medical, medical circumstances.
Okay.
Okay, so but before that, why is elective abortion wrong?
Elective abortion? What does that mean?
Okay, so why is abortion wrong? Prior to sentience.
Sentience?
Prior to subjective experience of like the fetus.
Uh-huh.
Why do you care about it if it doesn't have a subjective experience?
Because it's still a life that's forming and it's still its own.
So then women who have IUDs are murderers.
In my opinion, those are two completely different things.
Okay, should IVF be banned? Should IVF be banned? Because in the creation of a particular zygote that you're going to use, you kill some zygotes because they aren't used. Ella, thank you for the $1. So do you think IVF should be banned?
I'm just saying that I don't believe abortion is okay. I'm not talking about any kinds of birth control, any other things like that. I'm talking about abortion.
Okay, so, but you said it's wrong, Priscilla Confetti, thank you so much, because there's life at conception. IVF creates life at conception that they kill. Okay? So it sounds like you should believe that IVF is murder, right, and should be banned. But you don't believe that. So then what is the reason why you think abortion in the first trimester is wrong?
I just looked up IVF, just that way I have a definition, and it says that it's a procedure that helps individuals or couples get pregnant.
Yeah, it does. Appreciate this. Thank you so much. But in helping them do that, it is the case that it creates multiple zygotes that then die. So I don't care about zygotes. I don't think zygotes are people, but you think zygotes are people. I think we should keep doing it because it helps families be created, right? And it's a good thing under my view. But you think it's murder under your view, and you think it's a bad thing.
That is a absolutely total different thing. If somebody is unable to get pregnant or they need assistance getting pregnant, through this process, it is helping somebody get pregnant. So yes, some of them
But you'd be
die.
killing people under your worldview. So you think systematic murder is okay?
It is like, okay, abortion, typically, not all cases, abortion occurs because somebody doesn't want a baby, they can't financially support a baby, something like that. Sure, there is, rape cases or somebody's life being at risk, right? But that is why people are doing it, because they don't want a baby. This other situation, they do want a baby, okay? Those zygotes or whatever, they wouldn't even be a thing if it wasn't for this process and the person trying to get pregnant. This is a process.
So same thing with abortion in any context. So like you're not really giving a good reason for why you think it's okay to kill the zygotes as it relates to IVF, but you don't think abortion is okay in the first trimester. You're not really providing a good reason to believe that.
I think I did give a reason.
I'm still confused.
I said
Jana, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jana. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Jana. I apologize. Thank you, though.
The IVF is a procedure that helps individuals or couples get pregnant. Abortion is to kill a baby, is to get rid of the baby. This procedure isn't specifically to kill those other babies or zygotes or whatever, it's not specifically for that.
It does kill the zygotes, like as a byproduct of doing it. Like you could just say abortion isn't to kill the baby, it just is the termination of pregnancy. Janice, thank you so much for the 9-month subscription. Thank you so much, Janice.
Okay.
Kato, thank you for the $7.77. Thank you so much.
So from what I'm reading, personally, is over 10 million babies have been born from IVF around the world. There are over 500,000 IVF deliveries every year worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2018, it was 2% of all births in the United States. So this is a process to create life, not end it. It's not.
Yeah, you understand that in the process of creating life, you lead to the ending of some zygotes. I don't know. You're not listening. Jesse, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, Hannah, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
I'm okay.
For sure. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Mainly for the economy.
Okay. So what makes you think that the economy is better under a Trump administration?
Well, we've been under a Biden-Harris administration the last 3.5 years, and the economy hasn't been great, so...
Okay, so what about the economy has been bad?
What about it has been good?
Real median wages are up, real GDP is up.
And so is the cost of living.
Real accounts for inflation. So wages have gone up accounting for inflation since 2019, and GDP has gone up accounting for inflation every year since Biden became president.
This economy, you cannot tell me this economy, how people are living right now, is nearly as good as they were living pre-COVID during Trump.
What I'm telling you is actually we have recovered, and it is the case that we are at pre-pandemic numbers in terms of wages accounting for inflation.
So let me ask you something. What is the reason? I mean, you're asking.
But like, I'm not saying that like prices aren't high. I agree, prices are high, but I'm just telling you wages have gone up more than inflation for median wages.
Okay. And I just want to ask you, what is the reason that you're voting for Kamala?
Tori, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Tori. Because she's not advocating for universal tariffs. She didn't try to coup the country. She didn't try to restrict like just like a few things.
But what do you think she's actually going to do for this country that she couldn't have done already in the past 3.5 years? And
yeah, if she's president of the United States, she can codify Roe versus Wade by signing it into law. If it's put on her desk, she can advocate for other types of policies. And if it is the case
like
that the
what?
legislative branch passes it, right, she can sign it.
What policies?
So like the
exactly
$6,000
is she
child
saying?
tax credit for the first year of a child's life for each kid, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18.
And in 2017, Trump did increase the tax credit, so I have no doubt that he would do it once again. So I don't think that's
So it's at 2,000 right now.
which he was responsible for in 2017.
Yeah, but you understand that like 2,000 is significantly less than what I just said was under the Harris administration.
I understand that, but who's to say that he would not increase it to 6,000 if he was president?
He has given no plans to do that.
Because she's already come out and said it, so he's not going to.
What's Trump's plan for child tax credit?
It would. I don't know what his plan is for tax credit specifically, but there are many tax breaks that are due to expire in 2025 that he is responsible for, that I think would benefit a lot more people than the child tax credit would.
Okay, so you're not really giving me any policy. What's his child care policy, his health care policy? What's any of those things? Can you give me any of them?
I'm talking about his Tax Cut and Jobs Act that he passed in 2017.
What about it?
I think being able to renew that and him being able to further that.
How is he going to pay for that? $3.9 trillion over 10 years. How do you pay for that?
Pay for what are you talking about?
How do you pay for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act being extended? It will cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years.
How is it going to cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years?
That's according to the Congressional Budget Office.
So you're just throwing statistics at me. That makes no sense.
I'm telling you how much it's estimated to cost, and I'm asking you how are you going to pay for it? Do you want to
How
like
is Kamala
respond to that
going
point?
to pay for?
Hey,
the
but before you pivot,
$6,000?
can you answer my question and I'll answer?
Well, raising tariffs would help.
That causes inflation. That causes cost of goods to go up.
Maybe.
And it wouldn't even be able to pay for the TCGA.
The TCGA helps the middle class a lot more than you're giving it credit for.
Nope.
Since
no, not if you increase tariffs. If you increase tariffs, you're shifting the burden from taxes mainly being on rich people through the TCGA, all right, prior to the TCGA, to it being mainly on people who make less income. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. Because tariffs, disproportionately speaking, negatively impact lower income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods.
So how is Kamala going to help the middle class so much? How is she going to help the middle class so much since that is her biggest?
She wants to cut taxes for 100 million Americans. She wants to do the first tax credit for first-time home buyers, $25,000, $50,000 deductible for new businesses for starting up. She wants to cap pharmaceuticals out of pocket at $2,000. Percy Convey, thank you so much. $35 cap on insulin a month for everyone, not just seniors.
The $50,000 credit is only for startups. So what about those small businesses that already exist? They're losing the 20% QBI deduction that they already have because that is something that Trump passed.
What reduction?
The QBI reduction.
What I don't know what you mean by QBI.
Yeah, it's a 20% reduction on qualified business income that small businesses receive.
And I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Where'd you get that number from?
My job. I'm a CPA. I don't. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay. So again, based on what tax? Appreciate the cap. What tax decreased insofar as that they dropped 20%?
I can't. That's not even a real question.
You're a CPA. Answer the question. What tax decreased?
I can't explain the question.
Yeah, you can. My accountant could explain this to me.
No, that question doesn't even make any sense.
Why would anyone hire you as an accountant if you can't answer this question?
Okay, the QBI reduction is a 25% deduction on qualified business income, meaning
What's the deduction though? What was the deduction listed under the TCGA?
It's called the 20% QBI deduction. There's no name for it. I don't know what.
Have I talked to you before?
No.
No. Okay. So yeah, you didn't actually provide me any deduction that you're referencing.
It's a 20% deduction that you receive of the revenue that you earned in your small businesses, and the small business owners.
There's no source that indicates that. The TCGA doesn't have that.
Just
I've never seen
Google
that.
it. Just Google it.
I have. Well, where in the TCGA can I find it?
Just look up QBI. It's very simple.
I can, and I have, and there's nothing there. Literally looked up QBI,
look up
20% reduction, nothing comes up.
Qualified business income deduction.
Yeah, I'm literally looking that up.
So you can find it on the IRS website. It's not that hard.
Where is it under the TCGA?
In the TCGA, what are you asking me? Like, you want me to give you the exact page number of the PDF here? Like, what are you asking me for?
No, just like anything.
I gave you something. Just, you can...
I swear I talked to you last night, bro. I talked to another Austin last night that sounds just like you. Okay, so yeah, I'd have to see what you're referencing. But if you're just saying that, and if it's for like small businesses, I wouldn't be against that particular section of the TCGA. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, what? So you didn't find it?
No, but I'm just asking you, like, as it relates to the deduction, there's a 50,000 deduction, right?
For startups.
For this.
For startups.
Yes.
But that's not the same.
Which will predominantly affect small businesses and help them, because the point where small businesses need help is the very beginning, getting off the ground.
That's not true. There are plenty of businesses that benefit greatly from deductions that are already in place that Kamala has no intent of extending.
Dude, you are definitely Austin. I talked to you last night. You keep saying her name wrong after I've corrected you multiple times.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's run it to 3 million likes. Everyone share the live as well. Honestly, chat, I don't know if there was like a following glitch on my account today. I mean, I think it's fine. We have 8,000 people in here, but like it just seemingly is a bit less than the past few days. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24. How are you?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Mostly, like, I mean, obviously you look at where, and everybody said it, but you look at where the economy and just all around the country was in 2017 compared to now. I'm a big supporter of the border being closed, obviously due to the influx of immigrants just being allowed to walk through the gates, essentially. And so that's pretty much like my main point as far as...
Okay, so why did Trump undermine the border bill, which kept the border open under your view?
Say it again?
Why did Trump undermine the border bill, which kept the border open under your worldview?
I mean, I can't really give you an answer on that one.
Does Trump support the open border?
I mean, as far as I know, no, but obviously there's certain...
Then why did he undermine the border bill? There wouldn't be any reason to undermine the border bill if he wanted there to be no open border. If he thinks that there's an open border right now.
I completely understand. However, if that's the case, then why has there been such a flux of immigrants?
Why has there been such an influx of immigrants? Because of inflation. There was an influx of immigrants at the end of Trump's administration after Title 42 went away, and there was an influx of immigrants prior to, appreciate the handout, thank you so much, prior to COVID, even between 2018 to 2019. Okay, there was like a 2 times increase in the amount of encounters under Trump's administration.
Okay, explain that some more, because I'm not all versed on, you know, politics and stuff like that. Like, this is my first year voting and stuff like that, so give me a little more insight as far as why inflation allows more immigrants just to walk through.
No, inflation doesn't allow more people to come through. It produces the conditions where more people want to come to the country. Does that make sense? Right, because the United States is
Yes
not
and no.
experiencing it as bad as the rest of the world, so obviously they'd want to go to a place where it's not experiencing it as bad.
Okay, so you agree, as being a Democrat, you agree with the amount of immigrants that we have?
Tori, think of the $10. Hannah, think of the $5. Yeah, I think immigration is important. Now, I think everyone who's already in the country right now should be able to get citizenship who is not committed a crime. Right? I'm okay with deporting people who have committed crimes, but if they haven't, I don't see any reason to do that because our system takes so long. Let's make the system go faster, expedite the process to make it go faster. 6 months, 1 year maximum, which is what the border bill did. Trump undermined it. So, I mean, if we wanted to do something about the border, we wouldn't vote for Trump, right?
So why is that if you agree with the immigrants, obviously, that are already here getting asylum, essentially, and having, citizenship, what would that look like?
Mandy, think of the $5. What would what look like?
A lot, or what would the process be in which the immigrants that are already in this country that have not committed crime getting asylum?
Oh,
and
they would just be able to apply and they would get expedited under my process. So they'd just be able to get an SSN. They'd be able to get everything that they would need: citizenship documents, driver's license, everything.
And how will the government? I guess, yeah. How would the government be able to dictate who's not, committed a crime? Because I mean, yeah, obviously there are.
If they've committed a crime and they don't have papers, then it would be the case that they would be deported. Mandy, I appreciate the manifesting. Thank you so much. They haven't committed a crime, right? Then they would be able to get papers.
Okay. All right, now.
Mandy, think of the $5. Hannah, think of the $5.
I guess we're gonna go ahead and jump on this abortion bandwagon that obviously everybody seems to want to talk about.
Okay, what about it?
So I personally,
rights?
Not necessarily restrict them, but I have and this is like real world experience that I'm experiencing as far as my brother, because we've been Republican for as long as I can remember, and he has finally switched to Democrat. Congratulations on you guys. But I think his whole aspect or view on why he has switched is because he is now a recent father of a daughter that obviously, his daughter's rights are now in his mind. And my thing is that if he goes Democrat and he cares about his daughter's rights, why is he going for Democrat when Democrats are, for the most part, all about transgender and allowing pretty much a man into a women's restroom?
Corgi. Donald Trump himself brags about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls. And also, trans people being in bathrooms does not put cis people at any greater likelihood of harm. It's actually to protect trans people, because trans people are at a greater likelihood of harm if they're not able to go into bathrooms that are based upon their gender identity. And right now, if you force people to go into bathrooms based upon their biology, trans men that are masculine presenting would go into women's restrooms. And it is the case that that you wouldn't be able to differentiate between, again, me and a trans man, right? So again, would you be like doing genital inspections at the beginning of bathrooms? Right, that just seems absurd. A genital inspection is crazy as hell.
I never said that.
Okay, so then how do you determine who goes based in the bathrooms? Because I can show you a picture of a trans man right now, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, between me and the trans man. So if you can't tell the difference between me and the trans man, and you expect that this man should have to go into the women's restroom, right? Well, then how are you going to expect people to not, think that, they're like just a cis man? Like, look, do you think he should have to go into the women's restroom?
I completely agree, and I understand where you guys are coming from. Like, obviously nowadays with all the surgeries and enhancements that everybody's doing as far as transgender, that, yeah, the likelihood of you being able to dictate whether this person is male or female is not likely because of the adaptations that they have, created, essentially. I'm not saying
Adaptations they've created. What do you mean by that? And Gina, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Gina. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Gina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
I'm talking about all the surgery and the enhancements in order to look the way that that person wants to look. And that's what I mean by wants to look that way.
Wait, okay, wait, say that one more time. Sorry. So you think that they're not a woman prior to, you think they are a woman after they do surgery?
I think that if a man has the chromosomes of a biological man, he has to obviously go through surgeries and or enhancements.
Wait. There are women with XY chromosomes where they have female anatomy.
Wants to switch has to have enhancements or surgeries to get the way they want to get.
Not necessarily. Some people don't have to go through surgeries to get to where they want to.
Okay, well, I'm talking about obviously using testosterone and stuff like that also being an
That's not a surgery.
That's an enhancement.
Okay, right? You understand, appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much that people take ADHD medication, right? People take anxiety medication. People take depression medication. People take Tylenol. That's an enhancement. Tylenol is an enhancement. I take that after my life sometimes because it is the case that I get a headache from the light. That's an enhancement.
I understand.
People wear glasses. That's an enhancement.
No, I get that. But at the same time, you're not using, like, let's say Tylenol, obviously. You're not using that to get.
Is getting like a breast reduction wrong?
Depending on
depending on the
circumstances.
Is getting a breast increase a wrong thing? Or is
I mean,
it
I
just someone's
personally
choice?
don't think they're flattering, but if it's your choice,
You can think whatever you want, but do you think it's wrong?
No.
Okay, so then why don't you think it's wrong for them, but you do think it's wrong for trans people?
Because they're trying to align themselves with whatever. It's essentially like Kamala.
Austin, are you voting for Trump? I mean, not voting for Trump, but Austin, are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
So God the Father, what are his chromosomes?
Personally, I don't believe he has any, though, and I know.
So how do you believe he's a man then?
The Bible. Say it again.
So why do you believe he's a man?
I never said I did.
Okay, but not all fathers are men.
Oh Lord, here we go. I mean, obviously, my personal opinion, because obviously this is all it is. My personal opinion: in order to be a father, you have to obviously be there. See, yeah, all right. I know.
So what biology does God the Father have?
If we're going off of Jesus,
I'm talking prior to incarnation because God the Father is different from the Son, right?
Yes. And
okay. So how is he a man?
Is where I'm.
So is God the Father not a man?
I'm not as religious. I am not as religious as most Christians. No, get myself as a Christian.
You're
really
lagging
found
out.
out.
So you're not as Christian as you thought you were?
What that is.
So you're just not Christian. I reduced your view into you not being Christian. That's fucking hilarious.
No, I said that I am not as religious as a lot of Christians. So as far as my soul, I still figure out where I am living.
You're lagging really bad, Austin. I'm just going to go to the next person. Well, at least I reduced him down to not being Christian. Okay. All right, he gave up Christianity for that point. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23. Just turned 23.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Honestly, I can't stand.
Oh, and thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
I just can't get my head around how Kamala got elected well, not even elected, into office. Basically, the coup on Biden because of
the coup on Biden. Appreciate the stage. Thank you so much. So Biden stepped down himself consensually and then endorsed her. So how's that a coup?
Yeah, but I think many conservatives will agree that that's not the way.
Can't really think of the $5. You said what? Appreciate the hint.
I said personally, I would think that a lot of conservatives didn't see it that way. They believe that Biden's mental health and his decline was the main reason for him stepping down because there was no path to victory for the Democrats.
Wait. So again, but that was still his choice. Jerry, think of the subscription. Thank you so much. 67% of the Democratic Party wanted Joe Biden to step down. Joe Biden chose to step down based upon that. That was his choice. 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with Kamala Harris being the candidate. Someone could have gone against her at the DNC, right? But they chose not to. They all endorsed her.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, we have the elections. The Democratic election to earn your spot as the nominee and to earn your delegates. And she didn't basically go through.
Wait, you earn the delegates when the delegates vote for you.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, she would have to go through the Democratic nominations with all the other Democrats, earn her spot.
Wait, she did. She did earn her spot because, again, no one ran against her.
Yeah, because there was no no debates because the Biden was the one who was chosen, so she was handpicked.
And again, other people could have gone against her. No one ran against her.
Was it already not too late for them to have? I thought
no, they could. No, they could have. They could have ran against her, but no one chose to ran against her. Not only that. But the only people that are mad about this are Republicans. And also, you don't care about cooing the country because Donald Trump tried to send false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, right? And try to get his vice president to not certify the election results. So don't sit there and act like you care about cooing the country when you're literally voting for a guy that actively tried to coup the country.
I'm just saying that she didn't. I don't feel like she earned her spot. And it's weird to see JFK endorse Trump.
Name one popular vote Trump won.
What?
Trump didn't earn his spot. Name one popular vote he won.
It was the same deal. Biden just unanimously got his spot, same as Trump.
You used
Trump
unanimously
wasn't the
wrong.
one.
Oh, and think of the handout.
So because again, like you said, no one wanted to debate them. So Trump got his spot because no.
He just got removed for community guidelines and my guidelines. Oh, and thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. I don't know why he got banned. There we go. We're back. We're back. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 3 million likes, everyone. It really will help send out the live. I do appreciate it, everyone. Please, let's get to 3 million likes, everyone. Tap the screen. Fill up the bar, everyone. Fill up the bar. It will help me push out the live more. I really do appreciate everyone who's doing that, everyone. It really, really does help. It really, really helps. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to click that. Not voting for Trump.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how you doing? I'm
Jaslyn, think of the dollar. Are you voting Trump?
So I'm leaning more towards him, but I haven't fully decided yet. And some of the kind of big issues for me are like 2A and also, so I was in Afghanistan during the withdrawal, and Trump started that, and the Biden administration just completely failed on how that went.
What did the Biden administration do that you think was wrong?
So they just enacted the withdrawal way too fast, and
they actually extended the date. They extended the date of when they were leaving. Trump set it for an earlier date than they left.
The thing is, they also sped it up too fast, and they left CAF as the last airport to close down. CAF was not the largest airport or the base we had over there, and I think that's a huge reason why the suicide bombing happened. Excuse me. and a lot of the other issues happened over there.
So when did the Biden-Harris administration make that decision? Because that was likely determined by people outside of Biden and Harris.
I honestly couldn't tell you the exact date that happened.
Yeah, so I just don't know why we'd particularly blame them. But why don't you blame Trump for the 65 service members that died in conflict under his administration? Oh, and thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, so for us, why don't we blame Biden for the 13 that died at CAF,
Laura,
and
thank
the
you
other
for the
multiple
fruits
that have
friends.
been injured in Syria?
Wait, appreciate
and
the
Afghanistan.
Wait, you were blaming them. Okay, so the 16 that died under Trump's administration, or under the Biden-Harris administration, that pales in comparison to the 65 under Trump.
We were in Afghanistan longer under Trump, though, compared to Biden.
Thank you. Okay, so again, like that's still not responding to the point. So are you saying that it was caused by them because it happened under the administration, or are you saying that even though it happened under the administration, you don't think it was necessarily caused by them?
No. So both were caused under the administration, but my point is that Trump
caused more
withdrawal from Afghanistan, and he wanted us to get out of the Middle East.
Then why didn't he pull us out of every other area?
So there were bills shot up to actually do that, but all of those bills were shot down. Like, I know a year ago, Atlas News posted that there was a bill being put forth to pull troops out of Iraq and Syria, and that bill was just completely shot out.
Does he need a bill in order to do that?
So technically, yes,
because there was a Republican-held Senate at the time.
Those bases already over there. Those wars, those conflicts are still ongoing, including with ISIS.
So I don't see any evidence that would say that we'd need, the legislative branch to do that. But if that's true, then I would give a little bit more leeway.
I mean, the only one who can commit to war or declare war is the legislative branch, though.
Okay, so you say that they're the only ones who can declare war, but not the only ones that can pull us out.
No, definitely not. Like, that's kind of the reason that we started withdrawing, but I believe the military-industrial complex just has so many people in Congress, in the government, that they have in their pockets, and that's why we're not pulling out from all the other countries over there.
So you said that we're not pulling out because of what reason, sir? Or did you just restate because of the legislative branch?
Sorry, can you repeat that last one?
Okay. All right. So then I'll just ask you this question. How is that going to be different with either president?
So I truly do believe that Kamala is going to get paid by the military-industrial complex. I also don't see a reason why she wants to pull us out of the Middle East.
I'm sorry, Will Parks. That's actually crazy. You're just saying that she's getting paid by the military-industrial complex. Can you give me any evidence?
So I think she will be getting paid by them eventually.
Getting paid? So what makes you think that?
Because if we're being completely honest, I think every politician does get paid by them. But the only difference I've seen is that Trump actually wanted to withdraw us from Afghanistan.
So is Trump getting paid by them as well?
Honestly, he could be, and I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know, then what's the distinction between this and other people?
So my main point of distinction is Trump wanted to withdraw us from Afghanistan, and even in the debate, he said that he wanted the war of Ukraine to end, which I'm pro for. Like, I want the Ukrainian war and Israel to end. I think we should stop sending so much aid and support over there because I think that only prolongs the war.
I don't support supporting Israel. So, like, I agree. I'm pretty anti-war, but I don't think that if you have Trump in office, that somehow fixes this.
I believe he would cut that support, though.
So you believe that he'd cut support? You have no evidence to indicate that, though. So if you have no evidence to indicate that, I don't know why you're saying this.
Well, because in the debate he said he wanted to stop the war in Ukraine. That's just one point that he said, which I know, of course, could be a lie as well.
Okay, so then I'm still not seeing a good reason to vote for Trump. You kind of just like you said it. You feel like it.
Well, I mean, so has Kamala come out saying that she's against Israel or Ukraine or giving all this other support?
Okay, so again, Donald Trump has shown support for Israel to a greater extent than Kamala Harris has. Even Donald Trump says that she apparently hates Israel and that Israel's not going to not exist if she's president. So apparently he supports Israel more. Not only that, but it is the case that as it relates to Ukraine, Donald Trump wouldn't undermine Ukraine unless he wants to give Russia Ukrainian land. So if he gives Russia Ukrainian land, are you telling me that's a preferable outcome from what we have currently?
I mean, completely honest, dude, depending on how much land we're talking about, like, you know, how many acres, is it really worth more than the lives that are already dying over there?
Oh, okay. So why don't you let the Ukrainians make that decision?
I mean,
did not eat chicken. They are the ones making that decision. They're not willing to give up Ukrainian land.
Yes, but we're also funding that support. So technically,
okay, but they're the ones. They're the ones that don't want to give up the land.
And they have a right to say that, and they have a right to do that. But why should we keep supporting them? Like,
because it is the case that we have a Budapest memorandum. We signed an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you.
I was actually never aware Ukraine had nuclear weapons to begin with, which
they did. They did.
Okay,
and that's why we signed an agreement with them for them to get rid of that.
Okay,
and they did.
And I know, like, the main argument for all the support is, like, there's been a ton of arguments that they're not a NATO country. We only support NATO countries. So it's kind of weird that
we signed an agreement with them. So that's just like a lie. We sign agreements with non-NATO countries.
So what's up? I was just asking about, like, when was the Budapest Agreement signed? I don't know much about that.
1992, I think.
Gotcha.
Or 1994, something like that. I think it was 1992. It's been a minute since I thought about it. I think it's 94.
Gotcha.
It is. Yeah, it's 1994.
And so I'm assuming in that agreement, it was basically, we will help give you aid against Russia if they decide to invade, if you give up your nuclear weapons. Okay. So do you feel that honoring that agreement is more important than cutting support and trying to stop this war? Or how do you kind of feel about that?
Yeah, I think that defending Ukraine is a good thing. I think Ukraine should win. And I think that if they want to continue, that we should support them as we sign an agreement with them.
That's fair. I mean, we have to keep to our word. So. All
right. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Rod?
Oh, honestly, not right now. I just am not too up to par on my policies and everything. So I appreciate you talking to me, and have a good one.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I am 27 years old.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because I don't want to vote for Kamala Harris.
Why don't you want to vote for Kamala Harris?
I don't want to vote for Kamala Harris because I believe that she does not represent the individual of the United States of America.
How so?
Based on her policies.
Okay, so like Trump trying to undermine women's access to abortion, that's protecting individual rights?
I think abortion is a topic that me and you should not discuss.
Okay. That's interesting.
Are you coming back? Probably.
Yo, Binks, you think I'm scared to add you up?
Well, I've been trying for about 3 weeks, but
isn't there just like a lot of people in the live?
I know you do. I know you do. There's so many questions I have of you. First, I'll tell you that yes, I'm voting for Trump. And yes, for all your reasons that you say you shouldn't, I'm still voting for Trump. But I do have a question to you directly about Joe Biden. So your view is you absolutely positively
I don't
know
really
that he
care about Joe
literally
Biden.
resigned seeking re-election.
Yeah, he resigned.
That's about the most naive statement I've heard from just about anybody.
Well, it's
On these
objectively true that he
sites.
resigned.
He resigned. He wasn't given an offer he couldn't refuse.
That he still chose. Did he? You're saying he involuntarily resigned?
Are you old enough to remember The Godfather?
I don't know what you're referencing.
Yeah, you seem to know everything except when people
Are you
address your
old enough to
questions.
remember the Revolutionary War?
Absolutely.
I know it.
Know a lot of the issues, but don't pivot. One of your favorite sentences. But you really believe that Biden said, you know what? I've thought it over, and for the good of the country, I'm going to resign. That's one of your most naive statements I've ever heard you make, and trust me, you've made thousands of them.
Yeah, can you just tell me why it's naive instead of just saying it's naive?
Sure. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. Okay, they kept saying it's going to be his choice. It's going to be his choice. You know, why do you downplay Nancy Pelosi
It was his
basically
choice.
admitting in the car that she did it?
She talked to him. You having friends that talk to you and give you advice isn't like them like forcing you to leave.
Say that again.
You having friends that give you advice is not you being forced to leave.
I'm not being forced to leave.
I know. I meant like Biden.
And the Secret Service just standed down that day?
On what day? You pushed the sunglasses. Are you talking about the assassination?
Oh, you stop talking to me?
No, I just respond to both of you. I am still talking to you.
Okay. So I find it very... The only last thing I'd like to really, again, just ask you if I'm correct in my assumptions. Everything that Biden or Harris has done over the last 3 or 4 years that was good, it's because they were president and vice president. Everything bad, if it wasn't their fault, it must be Trump's fault. You know that statistically that's absolutely impossible?
That's not what I'm arguing.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
I do believe that Trump did
you
some
come
things that
across
I would.
bad.
I do believe that there are some things Trump did that were good, but it's overwhelmingly bad. And I do believe that there are things that the Biden-Harris administration did that were bad, but I think it's a very small portion.
And I would defend to the death your right to believe that. I just think you're wrong.
Okay,
And I
but
think
Donald
that
Trump
Donald
doesn't, because
Trump-
Donald Trump wants to put us in prison for burning the American flag.
Yeah,
So if we
and I
disagree with him,
that.
we go to
I
prison.
absolutely disagree with that and something he said. But you know what? I disagree with a lot of things that Biden has done and said throughout.
Biden's
And
not
again-
the candidate.
No, he was up until, and you supported him 100%, and he was
I
perfectly
didn't
fine
support
to
him
be president.
100%. I never said he was
Well-
perfectly fine to be president. I actually called for him to step down.
Oh, at some point you did, absolutely.
Yeah,
And then
I
you
called for him to
continue-
step down before he stepped down.
Yep, you called for him to step down shortly after the interview, the debate that didn't have to take place.
Nakata, I appreciate the $5.
But it
Thank you
did.
so much. Patricia with the $35 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Patricia. Brittany, thank you for the IC. Thank you so much. You have W's for Patricia in the comment section. And Kara, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. For Kamala is the only who has experience in all three branches of government.
Point he wanted to
You
talk
gotta-
about
you gotta wait
abortion.
till Parker stops
and I would
interrupting
just
like
say
that.
that abortion is not Mia yours topic to discuss right now. I've had a few girlfriends in my life, and if that were to happen, I would want to make sure that I take care of the child and make sure I take care of my girlfriend that's going through, and I don't want to talk about that. So that was your first policy.
You can say you want to take care of
that
them, but
you-
like taking care of them includes respecting their right to make the decision.
At the end of
I'm
the day,
confused
I
as to
don't
why
think
you
that
asked
that's a
me that.
point
Are you
that
going to
and
take
I
care
should
of
be
them if they choose to get an
discussing
abortion?
on live
Would you
with
take care of your
8,000 people
girlfriend?
watching.
Wait, Cole, if your girlfriend got pregnant, would you take care of her if she got an abortion?
Man, I feel like that my girlfriend would never be in the position to want to have an abortion because I take such good care.
Say all you want. Say all you want. Would it be the case that you'd be there to support her?
I mean, I cannot imagine any girl that I've dated or had any sort of relationship with, if she sat down and said, I'm getting an abortion, I don't think I can convince her not to, is what I'm trying to say.
But
Like,
would you be there to support her?
I mean, just such a weird topic and very specific point.
Weird topic. If it's such a weird topic,
yes.
stop
My
restricting
current
women's
girlfriend,
rights.
I would support her if she was to say, yes, I want to get an abortion. But
okay, so then you don't think it's murder? Because I'd ask you this question: if your girlfriend murdered someone and then was asking you for support, would you support her?
But doesn't this specific issue come down to the states currently? And
wait, but Cole, if you thought it was murder, would you support her? No, you probably wouldn't. If my girlfriend murdered someone and I knew it, I wouldn't like want to be with her anymore. Like she murdered someone.
Why this is
right? But you don't think it's murder.
polarizing
That's why you think you'd still be there. Lizzie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Because it takes your personal right, like to have an abortion, a woman's personal right, and it's taking it away from them. But it's just so much more complicated than that, Parker. It really is.
Well, what is the complication?
When you guys finish, can I have one more question in there before I go?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you my view, and you can certainly comment on it and disagree with it, which I'm sure you will. But my biggest problem with the second Trump got elected in 2016, and I wasn't supporting him then, I was not supporting him then. I found it comical because I kept saying to all of my liberal friends, they're going to vote for him. They're going to vote for him, and they did. And they did because people liked him better than Hillary at the time. But my biggest concern about that election is that was the #1 spot where our current president of the time, Obama, messed with the peaceful transition of power. His Justice Department started an investigation, the oncoming president's transition team. Don't tell me that isn't messing with the transition of power. Disagree all you want.
That is not. That's not
Okay,
messing
of course
with
it's
the
not.
transition. You know what's messing with the transition of power?
Yeah.
Trump sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Again, there's
also,
an
can you give me
argument-
any source that he did that?
What was it? His not Condoleezza Rice. I forget the woman's name that Biden had. Rice, Susan Rice. There's been multiple emails that have been brought out that have suggested that yes, they were in fact. Biden, I'm pretty sure, was on record. I have nothing in front of me and no source I can cite you, but I'm telling you that he's on record with asking the people in this room that he was meeting in, don't know whether it was the Oval Office, is, gee, should I tell this information to the transition team or to Trump? The world went crazy when Trump got elected.
Queen, think
Went crazy when Trump got elected. And they've spent
was there a
8
peaceful
years
transition
being
of power?
afraid of him.
Was there a
it mostly
peaceful transition of power?
Absolutely messed with the peaceful transition of power.
No, what? Okay, can you give me any source?
I'm telling you my sources. I said, one, I'm sitting here. I don't have all the information in front of me like you do.
So do you want to go
I have
find
a
it while I
resource
talk to this guy?
No, I'm not going to find it. I'm telling you that there's been multiple.
Okay. I found his source. Everyone, look at it. Cole, do you like his source?
I don't want to talk about that source. I want to talk about Project 2025. You want to talk about that?
Okay. Yeah, what about it?
What is it? I don't know what it is.
Here, let's get date right stuff to tell you.
Okay. I would love to, honestly.
Foundation on their project 2025. I work for the Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office.
That's a member of Trump's administration who currently has a big platform here on TikTok. Date right
I
stuff.
definitely know
the
who
Got
Date
It
Right
guy.
is. I love to follow all of his stuff. He's
Yeah,
a
and
great
did you hear what he just
influence
said? He was literally charged by he was told by the Heritage Foundation, this is his position, Pretty Confetti, is to be the person to help with Project 2025.
Yeah, well, you
Right,
do realize
Project-
that Project 2025 is made up. That's just like a buzzword that you guys use.
No, it's not. It's actually
because of
not. It's not
Project
made up. It's-
2030.
wait,
do you know what
you
Project
can- 2030
is?
No, Project 2025 is a real thing from the Heritage
Okay, let's talk
Foundation.
about Project 2030 though right now, real quick. I want to talk about it.
don't know what that is.
What I'm going to talk about it. So what Project 2030 is, sorry, excuse my dogs. I had a litter of puppies and I'm taking care of them. Project 2030 is something by the World Economic Forum, which is
It's a clean energy initiative.
Yeah, Yeah, sure.
What's wrong with
There's
this?
some policies in there that really.
There's actually a fact check from the USA Today. There's no evidence that the UN will establish a one world government along with associated implications as such a single military and currency by 2030. There's no evidence.
But if you keep up with current events, you realize that Project 2030 came out before Project 2025 did, right?
So when you say Project 2030, I don't know what you're referencing.
Okay, sorry.
I think you just mean like what the goals are for like the overall international community by 2030. And if you're referencing that, that's different than us referencing Project 2025.
Yeah, but why do you guys reference that when the presidential nominee says that he is not a part of that?
So he's been lying about his affiliations.
Oh, okay, got it. Understood that point. Thank you. Okay, what's the next topic why I should vote for Harris?
She hasn't been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Would you
vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
The first topic and the second topic are such personal. My skin is crawling, my hair is standing up. I don't want to talk about those two things. You know, it's just things that me and you as men. I don't think we should discuss those two things. Like that's
if you think as men we shouldn't discuss these things, then why would you vote for them as a man? That's the hypocrisy in your statements there, because you're using that as a mechanism to not talk about this, so that you don't have to be held accountable for voting for these.
No, because as you look at history, there's these very clear turning points in history where these things come up and we have to make these decisions that are hard. They're very, very hard to make, and they affect our emotions, and it's very hard to make these decisions. But if you make the wrong decision,
it's not hard to make this decision. This is one of the easiest elections to make a determination on.
I don't think it really is, because
this guy's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Right, this is a uniquely
what was the
bad
last point?
candidate.
Sorry, you mumbled on the last point.
He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
And why did he call for that?
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because there was one event in San Bernardino of a U.S. citizen that happened to be Muslim, like murdering a few people. Thank you for the handout. When there are people who are white, Christian in America
did you just say murdering people and then say, quote unquote, murdering a few people? Dude, come on, man. Like, this is all such touchy topics, and you have such confidence, and it's scary because you're so young and you need to take a step back and say, man.
Dave Grant, how old are you?
I'm 27 years old.
When you say so young, dude, you're literally 5 years older than me. Think of the paper.
And I don't think I know everything either, man, but you get on these
I never said I know everything.
I know, but you're so confident in these topics that are very, very controversial. And
I don't give a fuck if you think it's controversial. I gave you an argument. Would you like to respond to the argument? I debate people every single day. This is my job. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Of course, I'm going to have a broader understanding than the average 22-year-old.
I know.
So actually respond to my points. Don't just sit there and say because I'm a 22-year-old and you think I'm young that somehow disputes what I'm saying here. Because you're only 5 years older.
I'm just saying, this is
the handout. Thank you.
So this is your second election you're voting in?
Thank you for the box. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens over these 4 years? It changes the outcome of where we're headed as a country, and that's very, very important as we live in this country, correct? Like, we really care about where our GDP is, where our economy is heading, where our inflation rate is, where our M2 money supply is at. If you look at that,
$3. M2 money supply increased more under Trump. M2 money supply increased more under Trump.
I don't care, but if we look at the curve right now,
give a shit, of course.
Go to the Fed government and type in M2 money supply and look at that yield curve.
I already have.
Right now, currently. Look at the yield.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you. I'm literally already on the St. Louis Federal Reserve website. Right? You can look up, appreciate the year, Mason. Thank you so much. Look up M2 St. Louis Fed, and you'll see exactly what I'm referencing. If you look at the St. Louis Fed, you'll see that there's a greater increase under the Trump administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. Under the Trump administration, it went from around here in January 2017, it was 13,283. Appreciate the glasses. Thank you so much. When he left office, it was, let me get to it right here. When he left office, it was 19,323. So there's a 6,000 increase. Under the Biden-Harris administration, went from 19,600 and or 19,323 to 21,000. So way less, multiple times less of an increase in the M2 money supply under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration.
Yeah, but do you see the
dolphin?
Do you see the U coming back up right now?
What's the relevance? You talked about M2.
Yeah, exactly. But have you looked like visually? Do you look
Sabrina,
at
thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much,
data
Sabrina.
points you just described
For 3
were
million
like,
likes. Let's go.
Were dates on when it happened. And unfortunately, as we all here in this live understand that we had a global pandemic that really did affect things. And as much as I don't agree with what the Federal Reserve did during that time, that is the same Federal Reserve chairman that is currently under office. So that has nothing to do with the politics that is going on currently. So it's hard to, I brought that.
Oh, okay. You brought it up.
that point up because of the Democratic policy that's needed that they're proposing that you're going to have to spend money on. That's going to have to increase.
Wait, Cole, we actually have a mechanism to pay for it, whereas you don't. You guys have no mechanism to pay for your TCGA, for your no tax on tips, for your no tax on overtime, for your no tax on all of these things. He has no clue of how to pay for these things. Okay.
The biggest thing right now is
what's his plan to pay for it?
We need to increase. We need to withdraw military, and we need to increase military.
He wants to increase military spending.
Yeah, within the United States, we need to withdraw.
So if you want to increase the military spending, then it is the case that you can't say that's going to pay for the tax cuts. So how are you going to pay for the tax cuts?
We're going to take away
Lizzie,
your
think
IRS agents. We're going to take away all your people that are in your government.
If there are no IRS agents
that are wasting all this money,
that's crazy as fuck. Taking away IRS agents reduces the likelihood that you can bring in governmental revenue. Now, how are you going to pay for that? Because increasing IRS agents is how you literally increase revenue. So you're literally not able to enforce your own tax policy. Cole, you can unmute.
Oh, sorry. Hey, everyone's using Chase Bank. Let's be real. Like it's very easy to see the money coming in and out. If they want to charge what the IRS has to charge, and when it comes to being audited, I file taxes every year. I do it. I understand what it's like. Like they don't need more agents. It's going to become automated. They're just using that as a way to spend money.
Agents.
No, they don't.
No, agents. The greater level of agents does allow for them to enforce the laws to a greater extent. There have been plenty of studies on this. That's why I appreciate the Rosie. Thank you so much. In the Inflation Reduction Act, it was deficit reducing. Is because the increase in IRS agents helped bring in significantly more revenue.
Oh my gosh, my pets. I'm so sorry. Somebody said spray and neuter my pets. I just have one little puppy. She's 12 weeks old and she's just barking. So don't worry. I would not recommend spraying and neutering your pets. But hey. Yes, I am yapping. Somebody also said I'm yapping.
Cammy, thank you for the $5.
Hey, but do you see where this is going when it comes to the Republican Party represents the individual and the
no, they don't. The
Democratic Party represents one, which is, I don't know. It's like a personal belief, right? If you
say that one more time.
The Democratic Party represents one idea, and if you don't believe in that idea, it's a scary thing.
What's the one idea?
Well, you guys have very strong beliefs.
What's the one idea?
No, like as in one, like it's leading towards like government handouts. You guys
give it
$10, right? Okay, what happens with that?
So you don't want the government to fix your problems. You want it to be left up to the free market, right?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
So then why do you want tariffs? To bring back American jobs. Why don't you just leave it up to the free market? Mariah, I appreciate the magic rhythm.
Because tariffs on certain countries promote correct labor practices, right?
No, they limit the free market. Lizzie, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. If you want the free market, then why don't you decrease, I appreciate the little crown, thank you so much, the restrictions at the border. Because that limits the free flow of labor into the country.
Well, when you import products into the United States, it depends on, and in Canada for that matter, it depends where it's coming from and what the code it comes under, what you pay your tariff on, right? So, really, he's just saying he's going to increase some tariffs in some countries that the practice.
No, he wants a universal tariff.
From every outside country, it's the same price.
No? He wants a 10 to 20% universal tariff.
10 to 20% on import goods.
I only appreciate the confetti.
That sounds amazing. That sounds like a flat.
That sounds terrible.
Easy. That sounds like a way to have the computers automatically detect when Pepsi imports their products from Malaysia or one from Lululemon
Thank you so much.
Imports their products
you understand that would cause inflation in the United States, right?
No, it wouldn't, because that would be priced into the
So
product.
Cole, in order for you to increase domestic production, it would have to cause an increase in the price of imported goods.
Debating somebody.
And Cole, this isn't debatable. This is something that right-wing and left-wing economists agree on.
No. Inflation is caused from money being injected in the system with not proper reasoning. So, like, a tariff is proper reasoning because it.
No.
This
So
one?
again,
Inside.
dude, every economist knows that tariffs increase prices. What is a tariff?
A tariff is a percentage based on what you import into a country from an outside country.
It's a tax on an import. Lizzie, appreciate the $5. So that causes the cost to go up, the price to go up. Basic economics.
Yes, but now it promotes. So the reason why, and I don't believe that it was you said a flat tariff 10 to 20%. Is it 10 or is it 20 or is it 10 based on what? I thought it was based on certain countries.
No, they didn't want to do a universal tariff.
And is it 10 or is it 20?
10 to 20%. He doesn't know. He hasn't said.
He hasn't said.
He said 10 to 20%. He said 10, maybe 20%.
I think the biggest thing with importing goods is proper labor practices. So it promotes what a tariff like that does, though, is promote the goods to be made in the United States instead of the product being.
The only way it can do that is by increasing the cost of imported goods.
But it's not that simple. Like as much as you want to study. No, it is not, because that's a.
I have an econ degree.
Okay, exactly. But the way that your almonds that you like from California, your almond milk gets there, there's a lot more things that rely on it, like the water that the state government is not giving them to grow their almonds, right? So what I'm trying to say,
understand that places around the world have better conditions for farming specific crops. So you want to cause inflation on those goods so that we have worse products in the United States?
Yes, because we don't want to hinder.
That's incoherent.
No, because what you guys are suggesting is the people that are making money are Elon Musk, the people that you want to tax the 1,000 people that make billions of dollars. And those people are the ones who are truly innovating and adding GDP.
No, they're not.
Who is, though? The government.
So then why did Trump's tax policy, Laura, I appreciate the $5.
Everything, and that's.
No. So why did Trump's tax policy specifically only add 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is around $28 billion, if it is the case that he did $1.9 trillion in spending that mostly gave it to rich people? Joanne, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm back. Hey, the tariff argument is way better for capitalism than the argument of punishing the people that are succeeding. That is not the way to do business. It's like, hey, if you're doing good, we're going to tax you more. That doesn't make sense. The government.
Hey, Cole, by the way, I just want to let you know that when you appreciate the paper crane, when you're saying that, you're also advocating for tariffs. You understand that's not a free market, right? You understand that you're saying other countries around the world are producing better goods at cheaper costs than we are here in the United States.
Yes, because I want
and therefore you want the government. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Sorry,
I'm speaking. Appreciate the paper crane. You're saying that we shouldn't leave it up to the free market there. We should leave it up to the government to fix the problem. So I'm not saying the government should control everything. What I'm saying is that there are specific aspects in the market where the government should step in because it creates more efficient market conditions. Go ahead.
Okay. I was reading the comments while you were talking, and I wanted to grab my little puppy. So, okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, it's taking you a little too long to gather your thoughts. I do apologize. I'm going to go talk to someone else. Thank you for coming up, though. I do appreciate the conversation. I appreciate it a lot. I think you should listen more to the lives, and I think that I can convince you over time, man. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, a number of reasons. I think nowadays politics is so divided, which I hate. It's like you can agree on one side of policy and another, but like today is now, if you don't agree on one side, you have to go to the other side, which I think is wrong. But here's the deal. When it comes to like housing in America, it's at an all-time high inflation right now. Kamala has really never put her policies or what she plans to do about this housing market. Nowadays, younger Americans will not be able to afford a house anytime soon to rent.
Emily, think of the subscription. What's Trump's plan to help with that?
Well, I'm not going to go on Trump right now. I'm going to ask your plan about her $25,000 to go to help new people.
First-time home buyers with new homes?
Yeah, first-time home buyers buy a house. But here's the issue with that. There's a minimum market right now. And when you give them, it's just going to, the buyers or the sellers are just going to increase their prices. It's going to increase inflation after that. And the housing market is only going to go up. It's supply and demand 101. So personally, I don't think that's
so the prices for new homes is going to be more expensive, but that's to produce a greater supply of housing. So they're offsetting the affordability of the price increase, lack of affordability of the price increase. Persistent Glass, thank you so much, but providing the tax credit, right, which makes it more affordable. So it limits the effect of the increase in pricing in terms of lack of affordability, but then it also creates a greater incentive for producers or suppliers to create jobs where people want them.
Okay, but how, if you have a limited amount of housing in America, how is that $25,000 plan going to help it when there's a supply and demand issue? Right now, there's a very limited supply.
How is that? Because it creates an incentive to produce supply where people want them. Now, what's Trump's plan?
Okay, I'm just saying, how are you going to lower the demand with that $25,000? How are you going to?
I never said it's going to lower the demand.
Okay, so
I said it's going to create more of a supply.
Okay, but how? What was your argument about under Trump back in his previous when he was the president? The economy was at an all-time great. Inflation was low. Everyone.
So all-time great in terms of what characteristics?
You look at the price of groceries, the price of housing, the price of gas.
It was not an all-time low. They were lower under Obama.
If you show me that stat,
there was inflation under Trump, correct?
Well, there was, but
so obviously there were higher prices under Trump comparative to Obama because there was inflation.
But are you blaming that inflation on because of COVID? Or are you blaming that because
this is prior to COVID?
It was still at a low.
And I am blaming the inflation as it relates to what we saw global inflation on COVID, absolutely, because COVID is a huge main cause of inflation globally.
So you believe that none of the Democratic policies over these last 3.5 years had anything to do with the economy?
I don't think that the Democrats caused inflation. Can you give me any evidence to believe that?
Well, sure. Look at the cost of prices right now.
So cost of prices doesn't indicate that it was because of the Biden-Harris administration. The same way that I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration, that doesn't mean that that was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. Like I said, I'm not here to argue hard about your points. I'm just here to talk about it. But here's another issue. They go into the border crisis. There's significantly more people crossing the border there is now than there was back in the day. And what's that doing to housing prices? That's pushing them up because there's more demand now because there's more people entering the country. And that's just going to create more inflation, more housing prices. And
so more people coming into the country doesn't necessarily create more inflation. Actually, if you want to look at it, in terms of more people coming to the country, it creates broader supply and broader demand. So it doesn't take away from the economy in the same way that you existing doesn't cause inflation.
What I'm talking about, the housing now. And
Lee, thank you for the $26 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lee, thank you so much. And David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm good. Don't worry.
All right. Well, here's one more side question for you. I'm open for your discussion on it. Why is the U.S. the only country in the world that allows outside foreign countries to buy land? You go to Mexico.
I don't think it's the only country that allows for that.
Mexico, you have to lease land. You cannot buy land in any other country without leasing it or a very high tax rate.
I mean, can you give me a source on that?
China has literally bought hundreds and thousands.
No, can you give me a source that no other place around the entire world has like that type of policy?
I don't have it on me. I mean, if you want me to look it up, come back, drop it in the comments, I'm more than happy to.
Sure.
Yeah, but I'm not going to take up your whole time there. These are just my points on why I'm voting for Trump, because Kamala really has not stated any policy on how she's going to correct the economy. She's doing the whole around the bush thing where it's just, she keeps saying, I was a middle-class citizen, I grew up, has not stated once, any time during debate or anything, on what her policies are going to do to fix the economy. Why is that?
She's given the policy, she's given the plans. What are you talking about? I've told you about one of them. Do you want me to go through the rest? You haven't heard me say the rest of them? Yeah,
because I would love it because that's just what she's saying.
Okay, so the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18.
So how
$2,000 out-of-pocket cap for pharmaceutical drugs, $35 cap on insulin per month for everyone, not just seniors. Expanding the ACA, codifying Roe versus Wade.
Okay, but those are going to be
$50,000 deductible for small businesses that are starting up.
My point is that can be executive order, or is that going to have to go through the Congress?
And she signs into law.
Well, right. So how can she guarantee that, though?
So when you advocate for policy, no president is making a guarantee. They're saying what they're going to advocate and fight for. And when they get elected, there's a greater proportionality that those particular policies are going to be passed because people in Congress see that there's vast support amongst the American public for the proposals given by the president-elect.
Okay.
That's what we typically see. That's why Trump was able to get done the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, because him being elected showed vast support in the country for his policies that he proposed. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, personally, I think every politician in this country is corrupt.
I think that's a ridiculous statement.
Okay, look at Nancy Pelosi, Insider Trading 101.
Thank you so much. So saying everyone is corrupt, how is Bernie Sanders corrupt? How is Tim Walz corrupt? Tell me.
They all have people that lobby for them, and it's not the politicians.
Wait, can you give me how Tim Walz is corrupt? Because he has no stocks. Tim Walz has no stocks, not a single one.
So you're not telling me that politicians are corrupt in this country?
How is Tim Walz corrupt? How is Kamala Harris corrupt?
Okay. You're right. I'm not going to generalize every politician out there. You're correct on that one. That was my fault. Sorry. But I'm saying, though, lobbyists, though, they all lobby for these votes because it's going to benefit them one way or the other. So everyone's pushing something. Either it's Kamala's...
Purdy, thank you for the touchdown. Thank you so much, Purdy.
Yeah. So that's the whole deal about it, though. Like, you look at corrupt politicians. If you say Pelosi's not corrupt, you're dead wrong. I mean, there's you can't tell me she doesn't do insider trading out there.
This is just not relevant. You're saying everyone in Congress, right, is corrupt. Even if I were to grant that Nancy Pelosi, was corrupt, or should they hand out? Thank you so much.
Well, I took that
is
back.
Not granting everyone.
I took that back. I said I was sorry. I shouldn't throw everyone.
You just acknowledged that Kamala Harris is not corrupt, right?
Well, she's clearly being run by the Democratic Party. Otherwise, there's no reason why Joe Biden.
Can you give me any evidence that she's being run by the Democratic Party?
How is it that she was the only non-appointed official? Even like states like Wisconsin, Arizona, you cannot be elected unless the current president dies. Now she's somehow running. There's no vote for her to run. How do you explain that? You can't just do that. That's beyond.
So there's nothing for. You're saying there's nothing for Kamala Harris to run?
You can't just appoint a president.
Biden stepped down.
Right.
Biden endorsed Kamala. 80% of the Democratic Party is satisfied with Kamala being the candidate.
A vote.
No one ran against her. The delegates voted for her.
States like Wisconsin, Arizona, there's states out there that you need a public vote.
All of those states voted for her.
No, there was no vote for her.
The delegates voted for her.
There was a big issue.
Alex, respectfully, you know nothing about party politics.
Okay.
Right? You don't know how it works. Right? We vote for delegates. The delegates vote on our behalf. It's very clear who the candidate was going to be. The entirety of the Democratic Party is behind Kamala
But there's
Harris.
no people vote.
The only people that are mad about this is conservatives. The only people that are mad. I do not hear Democrats saying this. Literally, I have not heard a Democrat say this.
I'm saying this is the only time in history where there was not a people vote. It just went to the politicians to vote her in.
Dude, how about you look at your own party, bro?
What?
Go look at your own party.
We voted for. We're not gonna say we all voted for
More of the Democratic Party is satisfied with Kamala being the nominee than the Republican Party of Trump being the nominee.
Okay, I'm just
Trump
saying.
has a lower approval rating in terms of like the satisfaction than Kamala does within party.
When Kamala ran against Biden, she had like a 0% approval rating.
So she dropped out to join the Biden-Harris administration ticket.
Right.
Okay?
And then,
She had when she was running, she had 7 to 15% of the vote. You're just lying. Queen, I appreciate the little crown.
No,
I was
go-
paying attention back then. You're totally lying.
No, go look it back when she ran against Biden. She was the only nominee in history to have like a 0 approval rating. She had,
Alex,
she had the lowest
She
approval.
didn't have a 0 approval rating.
I
You're
shouldn't say
saying
zero.
she
She had
didn't
the
get any
lowest
votes.
approval.
You're
Yeah.
saying she didn't get any votes in Iowa because she had already dropped out at that point. And it is the case. She did get some. That was just write-ins, by the way. So she absolutely had support, but it is the case that she dropped out and joined the Biden-Harris administration. So she was the VP.
Right. No, I understand all that. I'm just saying when she was running, she was the only person in that.
Here's the confetti.
Like the Hawaii candidate.
Alex, you don't care about democracy. You don't care about coups. You're voting for a guy that sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win and try to pressure his vice president to not certify the election results by having a mob go after him.
Well, that's not very fair that you say I don't care about the Democratic Party. I think that's why we're all here. It's to talk
No,
about it.
you don't care about democracy because you're voting for a guy that actively threatens the integrity of our democracy.
Okay, well, if I don't prove for democracy, why are we here talking? That's what democracy is all about. We can talk
It's
about.
because of people that supported concepts that you're actively undermining.
Okay, well, we as American people,
First America, thank you
we
so
should be here to talk about these issues.
Yeah, and we won't be able to talk about these issues if you undermine democracy, instigate a dictator on day one, and allow for a guy that's calling for people who burn the American flag to be put in prison for a year, because that comes out our First Amendment.
So are you just not a fan of Trump, or are you just not a fan of the Republican Party?
I'm not a fan of Trump. There are Republicans I think are genuine people. Trump is not one of them.
So who would you rather see run against Kamala then?
Who would I rather see? Anyone that's on the Republican side. Like, Haley would have been a better candidate. Would I vote for Haley? No. But would she have been a better candidate? Yeah, absolutely.
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance is horrendous. I wouldn't vote for him either.
But you just said anyone besides Trump.
I was being hyperbolic. Right? Obviously, I wouldn't want another Trumper. You know, Vance is just Trump, but younger.
Yeah. Look, I'm not trying to get an argument.
J.D. Vance is insane. He thinks the election was stolen in 2020.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say again.
He said that he thinks the election was stolen in 2020 and wouldn't have certified the election results and would have certified the false votes for Trump.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna let this go because I think I ran out of my talking points. I'm glad we can talk about this. Like,
All right, I appreciate you coming
civilized.
up.
Yeah. Hey, have a good one.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 4 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get it out to more people, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in the bio. We finally got a PayPal, everyone, working. So that is in the link tree in the bio, everyone. All right. Yo, it's a pal to you?
How you doing? 36, can you hear me?
Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
Why so?
So I just want to go back to you were talking about inflation and tariffs and stuff like that. So you realize, and I'm looking right here at the facts, Trump's average inflation rate was 1.9, okay? Biden's currently average 5.2. Now, why is that?
Yeah, so there's been global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So it's not specific to the United States. There is also higher levels of unemployment under Trump's administration related to the pandemic. So why do you blame Biden-Harris for the effects of the economy caused by the pandemic, but you don't blame Trump, right, for the effects of the economy caused by the pandemic?
So I'm talking about the tariffs. So you realize there's more tariffs under Biden's administration right now, currently, as of today, than there was under Trump.
They kept the same ones. I don't think they added new ones. They kept
No,
the
no.
same.
No,
they kept the
and
same
added.
ones. Whereas Trump is advocating for universal tariffs. So universal tariffs would cause massive inflation in this country. Now, would hyper-specific ones cause as much inflation? No, they wouldn't cause as much inflation. They would cause some, but specific to that market.
So they did add. They did add that, you know, the administration did add a bigger tariff on China itself, which is the biggest tariff on China for automobiles in history. Trump didn't even go that high.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I disagree with tariffs. But the point that I would make is that Trump is advocating for significantly more, even if that is true. So I have seen no evidence indicating that. But
so if you go to taxfoundation.org,
sure.
it actually lists what Trump's plan is and what current Biden plan is, and Trump's would lower the GDP. Where if we keep Biden's, it would actually increase our GDP.
You just self-dunked.
Sorry, the opposite way. Sorry, the opposite way. I'm reading here. I'm dyslexic a little bit, but yes,
So what's the title? Because they said what you said. So what's the title
of the article?
Yeah,
it is it's taxfoundation.org, and it's tariff tracker, tracking the economic impact of, and this is current.
No, you said the effects of the plans. You said that there's a greater effect of the plans.
Oh, I thought you're looking for the title of the what I'm looking at, or what I just stated.
Yeah. So the ones that you're referencing, they have the same tariffs. That's what the tax foundation saying.
Nope. I'm looking at it right here. So you have
they are referencing the effect of them.
The Biden administration has kept most of the Trump administration tariffs in place. And
so what they say, listen. What they say is in 2021 and 2022, the Biden administration reached deals to replace certain steel and aluminum tariffs with tariff rate quota systems, whereby certain levels of imports will not face tariffs, but imports above thresholds will. So actually, it mitigated it.
No, in May of 2024, he actually added additional tariffs to Chinese goods.
That's for semiconductors.
Yeah, that's still a tariff.
Yeah, I'm not disputing it. I actually see that now. I do agree with you on that one. That is the one though. That's the only thing that you're referencing. There is a significant greater extent of more. The one that you're referencing is 18 billion worth of goods. The one in 2018 was 20 billion. The one in 2019 was 30 billion. The one in 2019 also was 300 billion that he proposed. 5.6 billion, 11 billion. Yeah, Trump did significantly greater levels of increases in tariffs. The increase in tariffs under the... No, I'm talking about things that they brought. I'm talking about things that they proposed and things that they put through.
Yeah,
imposed. I'm referencing imposed. In 2018, they imposed a 20 billion tax increase right there. Announced tariffs of 60 billion on China, right? So the whole 16 billion that you're referencing, or 18 billion that existed under the Biden administration, is definitely lesser than what we saw under the Trump administration. Diane, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much.
Minutes ago, you're saying how inflation, is impacted by tariffs. Trump is 1.9, and Biden's 5. What did I say it was?
Where'd you get 1.9?
So Trump's average inflation rate was 1.9.
Oh, you're talking about average inflation rate? Matt, appreciate the $10. That's a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. Just because there was a higher average inflation rate under the Biden administration does not mean that the average inflation rate was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. It is the case that that inflation happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. The same way that even though I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. So I wouldn't credit the Biden-Harris administration.
I completely agree.
The same way that just because it happened under the administration.
You contradict yourself because...
What's the contradiction?
Two people before me, you said inflation directly is because of tariffs. You said tariffs?
Yes, tariffs do cause inflation. They do.
Yeah, that was your whole thing, and now you're saying, well, it's not just tariffs; it's everything else causes inflation. So which one is it?
When I said that tariffs cause inflation, that doesn't mean that other things don't cause inflation.
Yeah, but he was trying to bring up other things, and you were only referring to tariffs as he was trying to bring up other things.
Yeah, because I was telling him that the tariffs that Trump is imposing are going to cause inflation, whereas the Biden-Harris administration isn't engaging in a policy that is actively going to cause that level of inflation. That's what I said.
So I'm saying,
that's not a contradiction. Tyler, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. You don't know what a contradiction is.
It's a contradiction when you were saying...
Contradiction means A doesn't equal A. That's what a contradiction is.
Yeah, you were saying A plus A equals B is how you were saying it. Now you're saying A plus A.
Can you give me what were the A's?
So when he was trying to bring up other points that cause inflation, and you just kept saying on the tariffs is the large part of...
What were the A's? What were the A's? Can you define what A is? Yeah, well, what was the... You said A plus A equals B. What are the A's and what is the B? What are those things?
So the A is inflation. The other A is tariffs. And now you're saying, well, there's other things, which would be B. He was trying to say that.
This makes no fucking sense at all. This made no sense at all. I said tariffs cause inflation. Okay? That does not mean tariffs are the only cause of inflation. It just means tariffs cause inflation.
No, I agree with you.
This is not a difficult concept.
I trust me. I'm in business and economics. I've done it. My master's is in.
What is market equilibrium?
So I'm sitting here trying to tell you,
Andrew. What is market equilibrium?
What's that now?
What is market equilibrium?
I can't remember off the top of my head the exact definition.
If you don't know that market equilibrium is the intersection of supply and demand, I don't trust your economics understanding.
No, I get that.
I seriously do not trust it at all. So I'm going to trust my economics understanding. I have a degree in economics. Okay. I actually remember what market equilibrium is. So I'm going to trust that over Andrew, who doesn't know what market equilibrium is. That's the most basic economics that I even fucking knew in high school. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you. Before I was.
I'm just saying, supply and demand. Got it. Balance to the market. Completely understand that. Understand what you're saying, but there's other factors besides just like exactly what he was saying, and now that you're saying it now.
$5. Thank you so much, Mindy.
There's other things that cause inflation.
Thank you for the $1.
Understand that.
Yeah.
But what you're saying Trump is saying anywhere from 10 to 20% on inflation, universal.
Tyler, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. 10 to 20% tariff on the country.
Tariff, yeah, universal.
Yeah.
Why is that such a bad thing?
Why is that a bad thing? It causes inflation on consumer products. And also businesses' products, because businesses rely on imported goods as well.
So
even businesses in the United States.
I understand that, but if we're, gonna go back to the way we were and produce in-house, which a lot of car companies have
$10. Thank you so much.
United States, Honda, Kia, stuff like that. Honda, Kia, and Hyundai have come over here, started building here. That's great. Let them build here. Let us use our internal economics instead of the external economics.
Andrew, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You saying that we just shouldn't interact with the global economy reduces the efficiency of trade. Because if you limit how many people you can trade with, it reduces the efficiency of the supply of goods going from low valued use to high valued use. If you have more people you can trade with, there's a greater likelihood of the goods going from low value to high value, which increases the profitability of an economy and the efficiency of an economy. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're saying that the United States should produce every good that it uses. Are you totally serious? Do you think that the United States can produce every single agricultural good it requires? You think that countries around the world don't have better food than we do here? Appreciate the hint on mustache because they have better conditions for growing certain crops than we do? That's terrible. Obviously, we rely on the global economy to some degree. I have no issue with relying on the global economy to some degree.
Like, I'm not saying cut out the global economy, at all. I didn't say that at all.
You're saying heavily limit it and actually make products more expensive. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What I was saying was I'd rather deal with mostly, here our economy within. I'm not saying get rid of global economy because we need that. We need that 100%. Especially agricultural. I worked in the agricultural field. Avocados, expensive as fuck. I worked in that industry for a long time. Mexico, Peru, Chile, huge
Yeah, like
economy.
are we going to be able to make the same types of avocados here as they can there? No, they have way better conditions for avocados to grow.
Actually, no. California actually has the best conditions of avocado growth in North and South America.
You
And
understand that North
most
and South.
avocados you get in the United States.
You understand North and South America isn't the only place where you can get avocados. One, two. If that is true, then it is the case that we would buy all of our avocados from California.
Majority of our avocados, if you look up Delray Farms, it's the biggest avocado farm in the United States. It's the biggest distributor
You can,
of avocados
you can
in the United
say it's
States.
the biggest distributor. That doesn't mean that we have the best avocados. Julia, appreciate the
There's a
$5.
difference
Thank you
between
so much.
best avocados and most avocados. They're completely different. Best avocados actually come from Florida, which is very rare that they don't sell that much. But yes, California is a huge, massive farms of avocados.
Mexico is the best avocados.
There's a difference between best and how many. Like everyone has their own.
Where did you get that?
opinion of
Where did you
best.
get that California is the best conditions for avocados? What the fuck?
There's a difference between they have the
I
most
see nothing
grown-
supporting that. Literally nothing supports that. Where the hell did you get this from? Did you just make that up?
Doing it. No, actually doing the job for several years. Most of our avocados that are sold here in the United
Why
States.
don't we rank in the top 10 in avocado production then?
There's a difference between avocado production.
Ekany, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Ekany. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Ekany in the comment section right now for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for
All I was
Ekany in the
saying
comment
is
section.
most
Taylor, thank you for the
avocados-
$5. Julia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. One thing I just want to say is it goes Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Dominican Republic, Kenya, Indonesia, Brazil, Vietnam, Israel, and Haiti. They all produce more than the United States, according to Statista.
There's a difference between producing and what is actually on the U.S. market.
Yeah, if we produced more, that would mean that we had the better goods.
There's different
Because that's what we're able to uphold.
I'm not saying that they're better. I don't eat avocados. I fucking hate avocados. I deal with them all the time. But I'm just
Alex,
saying.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Alex.
United States come from California. Number 2 is Mexico. Number 3 is Peru.
Neri, thank you for the $10.62 from Denmark. Thank you so much. We wish the free healthcare education, safe and gun free streets that we have. Yes, that'd be so great.
But I will let you go and get to the next caller.
Okay.
Thanks for the debate.
Okay. If we were the best avocado producer, we would produce the most avocados because it would be the most profitable. You know, what's up, how do you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Thank you for the hand mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Most avocados come from Mexico. Yeah, literally. That guy totally lied. I was like, what? I was like pretty sure that California wasn't the majority producer of it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. I might turn it up just a little bit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you voting Trump?
I don't know. I kind of want to hear your. I want to hear why I should vote for Kamala.
You should listen in then. Listen in. I'm gonna be arguing that right now. If you don't have the reason to vote for Trump, I'm gonna go on to the next person who's voting for Trump. But listen in. Listen to what I argue real quick, and you're gonna hear the answers to those questions. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
You voting Trump?
No.
Based. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, all right. By the way, everyone, Dean's going to come do a co-host with us here in about 10 minutes, everyone. Dean's going to come do a co-host with us in 10 minutes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, the man.
Are you voting Trump?
No way.
Based. Have you seen Dean's full Jubilee video? No. I'm going to be reacting to it the same time you guys react to it. I'm going to try to find somewhere to react on TikTok or something. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Ashley, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. Why so?
Stance on abortion.
Okay. Do you think abortion is murder?
Yes.
So do you think murder should be left up to the states?
I believe it should be a governmental thing. So no.
You think it should be federal? So why do you support Trump, who wants to leave murder up to the states? Oh, he left already. That's funny. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, I want to touch on a few points that you brought up earlier. I've been listening in for a while. Let's talk about the economy and tariffs. You mentioned how tariffs will cause inflation, and I don't completely disagree with you on that. But you also mentioned that inflation under Biden has been high because inflation's been high in a bunch of other countries. Why do you think inflation's been high in a bunch of other countries?
COVID.
COVID? Why is that the same reason you think inflation's been high in the U.S.?
Yeah.
Do you not think it has to do with the fact that a lot of the jobs that have been, if you want to call quote unquote, created in the U.S. have been taken by people who are not natural born citizens?
What relevance does that have? How would that cause inflation? And if its jobs are being taken, how is a job being taken? Like, that just doesn't even make any sense, because you understand that they add demand and supply.
How does it cause inflation? But the Biden administration has been known and has prided themselves on government handouts. You can't disagree with that.
Government handouts? So you're pivoting on a bunch of different things.
I'm not pivoting. I'm not pivoting.
You just totally pivoted. We were talking about inflation. Now we're talking about handouts.
We're gonna go full circle here.
Okay, so tell me what you're saying.
I asked you a question. You haven't responded.
What was the question? I didn't answer. I apologize.
The question was, what do you think happens when the government prides itself on giving government handouts?
So I don't think that I would define it as government handouts. I would say is beneficial policies, like we invest in the American people. Corey, thank you for the subscription. Joshua, thank you for the $10 for the government handout. Thank you so much.
So, what do you mean invest in the American people?
Yeah, we invest in infrastructure for the American people. Trump wanted to do that. Is that a government handout? Trump wants to do tax cuts. Is that government handouts?
What do you mean by investing in infrastructure for the American people? Like welfare and shit like that?
Trump wanted infrastructure, so like roads and bridges.
We're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Biden here.
Yeah, but you asked about infrastructure, which is something that both Trump and the
you brought up infrastructure.
Shut up.
I never.
Shut up. Be quiet.
Okay.
So infrastructure is something supported by both the Trump administration and the Biden-Harris administration.
What do you define as infrastructure?
Yeah, like typically examples would be like roads and bridges, would be things like expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities, would be like getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water. Sean, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Those are a few examples. Me saying shut up is really like the craziest thing. People freak out. Are you there? Hello? Okay, he left. People are triggered about me saying shut up. Wow, okay. Do y'all need Kleenex? Kleenex at all? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
22.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because y'all are dumbass pussies. Nah.
Do you want to give an argument? Okay. That's definitely not rude to the people in chat that thought that I was being rude. Think of that mustache, thank you so much. It's definitely not rude for someone to, sexually abuse a woman, try to coup the country, try to restrict a woman's access to abortion, try to call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country. That's not rude. What's the to you?
23.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? Okay, they just totally left. Great. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Dean should be on here pretty soon.
Parker.
What's up, Howdy?
What's up, dude?
You voting Trump?
Do you remember me?
I don't actually.
We talked like 2 weeks ago or so.
I do appreciate you coming up then. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I typically look for people who have not been up here before because I want to be able to get to new people. I do appreciate you coming up though. Thank you, man. Someone said I only have clout because of Charlie Kirk. Girl, I literally had a platform well before Charlie Kirk. That's hilarious. What's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Now, all right, this is my argument, okay? So, I'm from Kentucky, and I'm a blue-collar worker. So, once Trump left office, I do construction. We build houses. So, once Trump left office, I watched the market on absolutely everything just to build a home. Everything raised by $30 to $40, and that's like an outrageous price. Nobody.
That has nothing to do with the president of the United States or the.
How does it not?
Because it happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, everywhere around the world. Inflation? Yeah, inflation happened everywhere.
How? What do you mean? Inflation is happening massively here.
We had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7. We have less inflation right now than we had on Trump's administration in 2018.
That's not true.
It is true. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Right before Trump
do you know what inflation is? Can you tell me what inflation is?
I do know what inflation is. Inflation is when prices raise.
It's the rate of increase in prices.
Yes.
So the rate of increase in prices has gone down. That's what I'm telling you.
Around here it has not. Around here it has not.
Average of the United States is literally 2.5% annually. It was 2.9% in months during Trump's administration in 2018. July 2018 saw 2.9% inflation.
Then why is my gas prices so high?
Because we're getting less oil from countries around the world as it relates to the Russia-Ukraine situation because of the Russia invading them and us sanctioning them, which would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office.
Can I ask you
Same
this?
thing is also true. Same thing is also true because Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production. So that actually reduced how much oil is going into the United States or being imported into the country. So we're producing more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history or of any country ever. But that's not enough to compensate for the amount we lost from importing it in the country.
Do you think that shutting down the pipeline in 2020 was a good idea?
2020?
Or 2021, whenever it happened. The first day Biden got in office.
So, so the Supreme Court ordered that, and Biden followed through with the Supreme Court order. So, yeah, I think that was the right decision because it was over indigenous land, right? And we've signed a treaty with indigenous people, right, that it's their land, okay? Not our land.
I think it should be our land.
So you just want to keep taking from indigenous people when you already have?
Yes.
Yeah, you're fucking disgusting.
This is America. Who gives a fuck?
Saying who gives a fuck about colonizing and taking people's land is disgusting as fuck.
Everybody's took.
That's actually disgusting.
Land. Everyone's took each other's.
No, but you're
land.
actively trying to do that right now.
Yeah, to save.
Prisoner, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You're actively trying to perpetuate that right now, when you don't have to. You don't need this. In order to produce oil in the United States, you don't need this. The tar sands that you're referencing, as it relates to the Keystone XL pipeline, appreciate the paper grant. Thank you so much. Mostly is used for plastics. So you're just fucking vile. Joshua, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I just don't really give a damn about any other country but America. Who cares? It ain't our problem.
Charisma, think of the $10. Thank you so much. So you said it's not our problem. It is your problem. If you're actively stealing land from people, that's wrong. Do you think it's wrong to invade countries and take their land?
Not necessarily when everybody else is
Not
doing it.
necessarily.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So because other people are committing crimes, it's okay for you to commit crimes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so if other people are graping people, does that justify you graping someone?
Did you say graping?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I understand now.
If other people marry children, does that justify you marrying children?
No.
Lizzie, think of the $5. Okay. So just because other people are doing things does not justify you doing those same things. So if it doesn't justify you doing those same things, then why are you using it right now as a justification to do that?
Because I don't think it stands on the same lines as graping people.
What do you mean by stands on the same lines?
I don't think it's that high of a scale. You're talking about...
What do you mean that high of a scale? That just doesn't make any sense.
You're talking about graping someone and then also doing something to better your country. Would you rather...
What was I comparing?
You was comparing graping someone, a child, or anyone.
So someone just sent Dean $10 to kick the racist.
Kick the racist? How am I racist?
Well, they sent it to Dean.
Oh, to Dean. Okay, I thought you was talking about me. I'm not racist. I'm just saying, all right, the way I think about it is if it's bettering us as a country to make us stronger, why would we not do it?
Yeah, so, yeah, it's not making us stronger as a country to throw our morals away, right? You're saying us going morally bankrupt is strengthening the country? Yeah, yeah, I do think it's fucked up for you to say that you want to steal indigenous people's land even more.
When Trump was in office, we wasn't going bankrupt. China was paying us to import their goods.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ali, I appreciate. Thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Chandler with the $80. Who does this guy think he is? Thank you so much. Tweet some W's for Chandler in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chandler. Thank you so much for the $80 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Chandler in the chat? Thank you.
What I was saying is, okay, well, now I forgot. You screamed $80. My bad. Hold on. I'll remember it in a second. I genuinely cannot remember what I fucking said.
Lisa with the $50. Oh my god, can we get some W's for Lisa in the chat? Thank you so much. Parker, this is for your hard work and the annihilation of Charlie Kirk. Thank you for taking him down. I despise him. You deserve more because you put up with MAGA dingleberries. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. And Corey with the $11.72. Thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
So,
yo, Schwartz, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much.
You said something about us going bankrupt while Trump was in office. But
morally bankrupt.
If I'm not morally,
you're advocating for us to go. You're advocating for us to go morally bankrupt. That's what you just said, that we should steal land from indigenous people. You just said that. You literally just argued that, and you're like, I'm not racist.
I'm not.
Robin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
What? Okay, so morally bankrupt. What do you...
Wait, here, let me just ask the question. Duck, here, chat. If you think the guest is racist, type 1 in the comment section. If I see at least 1,000, I'm going to kick you. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lizzie, thank you. Yo, no, fuck. I keep doing it. I'm so used to just doing that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Aaliyah, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I need to get used to it because I always look at the name first. I'm so sorry.
He left. I wanted to ask him a question.
Shay Jones, I didn't get the DEI argument from my dude. I got it from a different person on TikTok. I'll actually show the video of the person I got it from. Him saying that's kind of wild. They left anyway.
I was going to ask them if it'd be okay if I steal their house because I heard it has a bunch of oil under it.
That's crazy. Hey, valid. Yo, Dean, your thing's frozen, by the way.
It's probably just frozen for you.
Logan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Logan. I appreciate it. Thank you. I can actually show the video I got it from. Let me see if I can find it. Here, while I add some up. Do you want to add some up for me?
Yeah, I got you. Also, chat, is my camera frozen for y'all? All right, let's see who our next guest is here, y'all. Everyone just...
I might need to do something real quick, by the way, so you might just be able to debate people on your own for a little bit.
Yeah.
Hello? This is it. This is the video, everyone. I used the same example too.
It's fire. What's up, Corbin and Parker?
Yeah.
Are you all voting for Trump?
I am indeed.
How old are you
Parker,
guys?
what about you?
Yo, what's going on, 19.
Parker?
Parker, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'm 19 as well.
Okay, evil Parker and Corbin. Why are y'all voting
gosh.
for Trump?
Okay.
He has like 10 times better policies than fucking Kamala does.
Kamala? What policies?
Kamala. What policies? The better. He's gonna take away overtime tax, tip tax. He's gonna take away all that.
Yeah, how's he going to pay for it? So another 10 years of his tax cuts, the CBO estimated it to cost $4 trillion.
Hey, Dean, you talk to them. I'll be right back. Give me like a few minutes.
Bye, Parker. I'll miss you.
No, you won't. Anyway, so Corbin, how the hell is he going to pay for
that's
it?
pretty mean. That's pretty
so
mean.
the CBO announced before he announced like no tax on tips and overtime that his tax cuts were estimated to cost $4 trillion for another 10 years. Corbin, where in the hell is this money going to come from?
Taxes that we pay.
Oh, so we're going to pay for the debt-related spending accrued by a reduction in the federal tax income with taxes? So you understand that $4 trillion in debt-related spending has literally come from a reduction in federal income associated with taxation. And we're going to pay for that with taxation? Okay, all right. Next, Parker, why are you voting for Trump?
I kind of just like want to talk about like the economics behind Kamala right now.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I know that there's like a wealth tax. She believes in the wealth tax, so
something like that.
I kind of want to like ask like how is that gonna, help the country in like an economic standpoint.
Sure, of course. So yeah, she wants to raise about $500 billion over the course of the next 10 years with an unrealized capital gains tax on people with over $100 million in invested assets. And it's going to help the country by funding her tax cuts for you, Parker. Let me ask you a question. Who do you care more about? You, your mother, your father, and other average Americans, or Jeff Bezos?
Definitely like me and my family.
Cool.
But
yeah, the average
one thing
American.
I would like
the average American. Because,
Yeah,
there's
the average
more
American,
average
obviously.
Americans than there's Jeff Bezos, but that's besides the point. Not to mention, Jeff Bezos has an empire of billions of dollars. So the plan is to tax the Jeff Bezoses of the world a little bit more, an incredibly marginal small percentage, to fund and to pay for the tax cuts for you, your family, and the rest of the low and the middle class. She wants to cut taxes for over 100 million American workers in that low and the middle class, and it's going to not increase the deficit or debt over the course of the next 10 years by a single dime by being self-sustaining. But that's the issue about Trump's tax cuts that disproportionately favor the rich people. He has no fucking clue how he wants to pay for it. Trump is a man that lacks substance. He doesn't have a healthcare plan. He doesn't have a well-developed tax plan. He doesn't really know what he wants to do with the border. He just kind of screams and shouts, deport them all now, as Bush did and all Republicans have done for the last 20 years. He doesn't have plans, man.
To be fair, I can agree somewhat, but I also kind of feel like having a wealth tax is also going to hurt the economy a little bit.
Yeah.
There's been countries that have tried wealth taxes, like Colombia.
Okay.
Brazil.
What wealth tax did Colombia try?
They imposed a wealth tax on like similar to what we're trying, like higher corporations. I mean, and like you said, Jeff Bezos, didn't he kind of start
Higher
off
corporations? This has nothing to do with corporations. What do you? Okay, so what do you think an unrealized capital gains tax is? I want to make sure that you truly understand what the hell you're talking about.
Did Jeff Bezos start off as a middle class citizen in the United States?
I don't know about Jeff
to where he is now?
Bezos. I don't know about Jeff Bezos' background. That's completely irrelevant. You said that this is going to hurt the economy.
That is sort of irrelevant. That is relevant here because if he started off as a middle class American just like we are, and he is where he's at now, that means any American could technically do that. It comes with risk, obvious.
God, yeah. I wish I had his problems, man. I wish I had to pay 25%.
It's a risk you have to take.
What the fuck are we talking about, Parker? What are you? What? Okay, you know what? No, we're gonna get off the economics thing because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, I'll give you one last shot though to prove me wrong.
Wait, can we talk about the border?
God, fucking go on mute, Corbin. Wait your damn turn. Okay, Parker, I'm talking to you. Okay, I can only handle so many teenagers at once, and I get to pull that card now because I turned 20 like 3 weeks ago. So, what is this quote unquote wealth tax that Kamala Harris wants to propose?
Well, I believe Kamala wants to tax the rich, basically. Like, that's what she's stating.
Be more specific.
that just seems a little bit greedy. So if you're making more money in the country, you're working harder, you're getting taxed more.
Yes, yeah. You want to know why? Okay, it's because when we don't have a progressive tax system, it disproportionately affects the low and the middle class more in a negative way. Okay, so there's really only two options here when it comes to tax policy. You either have a flat tax that hurts the low and the middle class the most because they spend more money on the bare necessities to live, or you have a progressive tax that hurts the high class the most because, well, they pay a larger proportion of their income. So would you rather the low and the middle class be the worse off, or would you rather the high class be worse off?
Now, is this going to be like sustaining long term though? Because I know Trump, whenever he taxed...
Dear God, no, answer my fucking question or I'm going to put you on mute and go back to Corbin.
Okay, can you repeat the question for me? Sorry.
Of course I will, Parker. So there is two potential tax strategies that we as a country can implement. It's very simple. We could either have a flat tax or a progressive tax. A flat tax will make the low and the middle class worse off because that will take more money away from them that they could have spent on like baby diapers or food or health insurance. And then a progressive tax system, which is the second alternative, is where we make it worse off for the rich people because they pay a larger proportion of their income. Would you rather the poor people be worse off or the rich people be worse off, Corbin?
Well, obviously, I would rather find a middle ground. I don't think it should go one or the other. I mean, that's what we're working for. That's why there's like equality. You know, it doesn't make sense not have.
What is the middle ground here?
The middle ground is finding something that supports both. So, I mean, obviously there needs to be something else.
Jesus Christ. No, there's not. It's either a flat tax or a progressive tax. No, it is a true dichotomy. So which one would you rather have it be? Do you want the rich to be worse off or the poor to be worse off?
I think I would rather have it to be the poor worse off because the poor are leeching off of benefits, obviously, and we're giving handouts. Now, handouts are going to cause inflation, obviously, because that's the government spending money on those people through programs that we are paying for in taxes, regardless.
Hey, Parker, let me guess. You're a Christian and you go to church every Sunday, right?
I am Christian. I respect my values. And you're laughing at my first
Oh
amendment, right?
my God. Oh my God, dude. You can't make this shit up.
First Amendment, right?
You can't make this shit up, ladies and gentlemen. So I have a question. What did Jesus say in John? So when he said that a rich man is just as likely to enter into the kingdom of heaven as a camel is to pass through an eye of a needle, what did he mean by that? Or like Psalms 32, where God talks about helping the needy and those who give to the poor will be given glory in the name of God. Where in the Bible does it say, fuck the poor, we want to make the rich richer, I want Jeff Bezos to buy an extra yacht, so we're going to take that single mother of fives, right, additional $300 a month away so she can no longer buy dinner for her kids every Tuesday and Thursday?
Well, actually, if you believe in the Bible, God actually, he focuses on the poor because they're the ones that are always in pain. And they're always looking and crying for help.
Okay, wait, I have a question. So if God should focus on the poor, why shouldn't you?
I do focus on the poor. I do other things other than just sit around and just do nothing. Like I help people.
Parker,
Parker,
you literally told me that you would rather have a taxation system in which the rich is better off and the poor is worse off instead of the poor being better off and the rich being worse off. Like, dear God, dude, I'm gonna go ahead and give you two arguments. We have the moral argument and the prudential argument. So let's go and talk about them. Okay, what do you want to say?
Do you believe in capital flight?
Capital flight? I don't know what that is.
Okay, we should look up capital flight. So basically, if we do like impose a wealth tax, don't you think that like people may flee the country?
Oh yeah, where are they gonna go?
Another country with lower taxes.
Okay. So I have a question. So the U.S. has higher taxes than Romania. Should we drop our taxes lower than what they service in Romania so people aren't going to Romania?
Well, wouldn't our economy be? We have a bigger economy here.
You literally just self-dumped.
They would go to another. They would go to a country that's obviously not fucking poor. They would go to like China.
You just self-dunked. You literally just self-dunked.
They would go to China. They would go to another. They would go to another economy that is also booming, not just America.
Yeah, so here's the issue. They don't. Why? Because the U.S. has the largest consumer base, largest GDP, right? The most active, the largest GDP per capita. It's simply not the case, okay? Right? We have forms of incentivization to stay here at home in America that don't exist in other places, so we have the ability to raise our taxes without causing people to leave. I'm going to go in and just give you two quick arguments. So we have a moral argument and a prudential argument insofar as why we should have higher taxes on like rich people. First of all, if I'm considering spending $3,000 on a new GPU and there's like a single mother of 5 struggling to pay for her 5 kids' meals every night, I feel like I should chip a little bit more into the system so her life is a little bit easier. So there's a moral argument. Typically, Trump supporters don't understand that. My second argument here would be the prudential argument. So the prudential argument is, well, would you rather be a king in a golden castle or a king standing on top of a pile of dirt? Okay. Like if I moved to Romania right now, I'd be a part of the top 1%. Okay. I'd be the king, but I'd rather live here at home in the
Thank you
US
so much, Dean, by the
because all things considered, the social services are better, right? Because the top 1%, plays into the system more, disproportionately speaking, making the country as a whole better off, including for people in the top 1%. Of course.
Okay. I also have like another thing I want to talk about too. It's about gender. You guys want to go there?
Oh yeah, what's a man?
Well, I know Charlie had a thing about the man, referring to God and how we refer God to as he.
Casey, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
But
you,
like
Casey.
one thing I have to say about that is you can't really use God because God is not really a physical being. He's not a human being. We refer to God as something that is like all.
But
not
do
a
you
man.
think God is a father?
Like what Charlie said, God could be a father, a mother, creator. He's not a physical being, so we can't give him physical.
So you get to choose God's pronouns? Push the money gun.
I mean, we're not really choosing. Back when the Bible was written, it was more masculine. So of course they used he.
So he has preferred pronouns, or you can choose. Push the boxing up. Thank you so much.
I believe you could choose if you really wanted to say God.
You get to choose. You get to choose his. Yeah,
but he doesn't
pronouns.
have. He doesn't
So
have
can I choose his
He's not a
pronouns?
physical.
Can I?
He's
can
not
I
a
choose,
physical being.
Can I
He's not a
choose
human
his?
being.
Okay, so he's not. Okay, so he's non-binary.
He's not a human being. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So is he non-binary?
When we refer to a man or a woman, that's a human being, right?
Is God non-binary?
You're not answering my question.
Is God non-binary?
You're not answering my question. I asked you,
What
is God
question
a
am I
human
not
being?
answering? You're not answering any of mine.
Is God a human being?
No.
Okay, so therefore,
I thought that
if
was
he's not a
obvious.
human being, okay, exactly. So if he's not a human being, then how could he be a male or a female?
Wait,
That's exactly.
Is
that's
a dolphin
exactly
a human
my
being?
point.
Yeah. So
Obviously
therefore,
Hey,
how
Parker,
could you? How could
is
you
a
like, base
dolphin
your?
a human being?
No.
Can a dolphin be a male or female?
Is a dolphin a human being? No, it's not a human being.
Okay, so things that are not human being can be male or female. Okay, Joshua, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Eric, thank you for the $5. So is God non-binary, right, or does God have preferred pronouns?
I believe it's subjective. It's up to the person of faith to refer to them as they would like.
Okay, so
It's
how
a
about
freedom.
can I make God's pronouns whatever I want?
You really could, but typically
I can?
we refer to God. You could refer to God as him. You could refer to God as her. God is not a human being, so he's not a human. We do
So
not
the
give
mother.
him a
So I can the mother.
You could say God the mother, yes. You could say
Really?
God the father, yes.
Okay.
I believe Charlie stated that actually in the debate that you had.
he
against
did
him.
state that, but then he went back on that, saying that all fathers are males, right? And then he thinks God the Father is a male.
Okay, he
Versus
didn't
thank you so
state
much.
that. He said all
He thinks
fathers
that
are
all
males.
fathers are males.
All fathers
God
are males
the Father
because
is
they
a
have
father.
chromosomes that refer to them as a male. It's in their DNA. Do you not believe in science? Do you believe in
So
science?
is gender based on biology?
And that goes back to like the dolphin topic. So if you
Hey,
were to take a dolphin's blood,
Parker, is gender based on biology?
gender is based on science. Yes.
Okay, so if gender is based on biology, how come you can use mother or father to refer to something without any biology?
What are you talking about? We use DNA.
So you use father and mother to refer to something that has no biology.
Those are titles. We give male and female. Those are two genders
So
that we
God the
have.
Father is not actually a father.
Yeah, so father, so not actually a father, yet you're still using it.
You guys are avoiding like the point. I already stated to you that God is not a human being, so you can't use him to reference.
So if you're
male or
okay with
female.
using God, if you're okay with calling God a father, why wouldn't you be okay with calling trans men fathers?
I have a question.
If they have children.
I have a question.
But
I
can
just
they
want to answer my
actually?
question.
Okay, so you're saying trans women. So can they?
I said trans men.
Trans men. Okay, do trans men have the ability to get pregnant?
That's okay.
Trans
that's
men
what
are
I'm saying.
biologically
Say,
female.
Parker,
Yes.
Parker, say you're an EMT, right? And you show up to a trans woman's house. So man to woman. If he is on the floor,
Kitten, thank you for the
saying, I'm
$15.
about to
Thank
have
you
a
so
baby
much,
right
Kitten.
now. My water broke. I'm going into labor. I'm about to have a baby. What are you going to tell that guy? Are you going to start sitting there? And trying to deliver his baby?
you can identify that obviously someone's like sex is relevant in the context of a medical scenario. Now that's not relevant in terms of identifying gender. You understand that gender and sex are two different things.
Yeah, but are
so
you
the
gonna
way
tell-
that
are
I
you gonna tell- are
refer
you
to the
gonna tell- are you
context
gonna
of
tell that
Corbin,
person
can I
that-
finish my statement?
You're not answering the question. That's the problem. You're trying to answer my
I
question.
am
No, you're
directly
not.
answering
You're
the
not.
question.
You're not. But okay, go for it.
What am I not answering, Corbin?
I gave you it's a strict yes or no question. Are you going to tell that person that they are having a baby right now or not?
Yes.
So you're going to tell a man that has become a woman or saying that they're a woman, you're going to tell them that they're having a baby right now.
Wait. So you're misunderstanding the point. We were talking about trans men. Trans men can have uteruses because they're biologically female. So yes, in a specific scenario where a trans man is pregnant, which is unlikely, it is the case that you would tell them that they're pregnant, right? If it is the case, or that they're giving birth, right? If it is the case that they were giving birth, because it's a fact that they're giving birth.
Because they are.
Again, gender and sex are
Because
different.
they
We can
said so,
acknowledge
because they
these-
said that
when
they're
I'm
giving birth.
acknowledging someone's gender, that does not mean that I have to deny their sex. Does that make sense, Corbin?
Not really, but
what?
Okay, well then you're just dumb.
So real. So Corbin, a trans man, right, is a female. Okay, females can give birth, meaning they trans.
no.
man
I said
can give birth.
trans man to woman, meaning that they believe that they're a woman now. They were a man at birth. They were assigned the male.
That doesn't even make any sense. So they're male, but they're
male.
So
yes,
they're male.
They're
Okay,
male.
so
Parker, listen.
that's
listen,
not what I was
Parker,
talking.
listen,
So
Parker,
no.
Listen, Parker, I'm
so
talking.
no.
I'm
Someone.
talking. Listen. I'm talking.
I'm talking.
I'm
I'm
talking.
talking. I don't care. I don't care. You're saying something dumb. Okay. As it relates to trans women, we're not saying trans women can get pregnant. That's not the argument we're making here. Like what?
All right, Parker,
we were
I got a
talking about
question.
trans men.
So then he's not a woman if she can't get if he can't get pregnant. then
Wait,
he's not
oh,
a
okay.
woman.
So my mom who can't get pregnant because she doesn't have a uterus, she's not a woman.
Does your mom identify as a man?
My mom is a woman. My mom
Exactly.
is biologically. My mom
Exactly.
is a woman. Can I finish? My mom is a woman. My mom is biologically female, but does not have a uterus because she's had a hysterectomy. Is she a woman? Because she can't get pregnant.
Does she have a dick?
Are you fucking dumb, dude? Are you actually serious? No.
You're not understanding the question. Somebody that is born a fucking male has a penis, right?
Dude,
If you go to-
Corbin, I'm sorry. Listen to the fucking words coming out of my mouth. It's not difficult. If you can't listen to the basic words that are coming out of my mouth, I'm going to kick you from my stream because you have to have at least a 3 IQ to be on the stream, okay? At least goldfish intelligence. I'm not asking for much here. My mom is biologically female. She does not have a uterus because she had a hysterectomy. You probably don't even know what the fuck that is. Now, it is the case she can't get pregnant because she does not have a uterus. Is it the case that she's a woman?
Yes, because she was assigned a woman at birth, wasn't was she not? Was she not assigned a woman at birth?
Okay, so in order, you don't have to be able to get pregnant in order to be a woman.
She got pregnant at one point, didn't she? Because she had you, didn't she? Corbin, she was able to get pregnant.
Wait. So there are women that are born, that are biologically female, that are born without the ability to get pregnant.
Yes,
you
but I'm
understand
saying-
that,
I'm
right?
saying
And they are infertile.
Yo, Parker, can I make a point?
Go ahead.
So I'm dead. All right. 15 years from now, someone digs up my remains. I like my whole life, I proposed as a female. Someone digs up my remains. Now they have to decide if I'm female or male.
Yeah, thank you, Lorenzo,
What
for
are they
the
gonna find out?
roses.
Okay, y'all are so
Parker,
confused.
they're going to be able to identify your sex, but not your gender. In the same way, they'll be able to identify biological characteristics of you, but not what your name is.
Okay, so
Are you saying that because I dig up your body and I can't find out what your name is, that somehow makes your name invalid and I shouldn't call you Parker? Do you realize how
No,
dumb of a
that's not
statement
what I
that
asked.
is? That is,
I asked
it's
about
relevant though,
gender, not
because
my name.
obviously gender is sociological. So obviously, if you ask me about some sociological thing, you're not going to be able to identify that at the point in which you're dead, because all ability to interact with sociological context and
Well, that would mean
conversations
we
and
would have to go-
concepts is completely out the window. So if that's completely out the window, well, then it is the case that that doesn't make it invalid just because you can't identify it
We
after
would
the
have
fact
to
that they're dead.
reconstruct everything that this country's been founded on. Then
No, we
because of
don't. You
gender.
fucking. What are you talking about?
What are you talking, dude? Because people
What
are
is
going to
one
get taken
thing that we'd have to
offensive. So you go to a
reconstruct?
job interview and they ask you male or female, or they ask you for your birth certificate and it says something different than what you associate with.
What's wrong with that? Having a different thing for sex and gender, there's no difference. Do you just have do you not have the ability to interpret sex versus gender? Is that a difficult
Okay.
concept for you?
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
woman?
So I'm like a 12-year-old boy, and I say I'm female, and now I want to go and use the female bathroom. That's not weird.
What, dude? What are you saying?
Wait, what are you saying? Are you so when you say when you
gender.
say boy,
You know-
are you
you know
saying that they're
bathrooms
are you saying they're a trans boy but they're biologically female?
Okay, I don't have to be trans. I just say, yeah, sure, I want to be a female.
Parker,
I'm
you're
trans.
not making sense right now.
Okay,
Holy
no,
shit.
Parker,
so
Parker,
I'm a
I see
male,
you're
but I wanna
confused.
be
I wanted
female.
to explain this to you. So there's no such thing as being male to being female. Okay.
Okay, I'm
you could-
trans, sorry.
One moment, Parker. So you could change your phenotypical sex characteristics, which can be associated with the phenotypical expression of a sex. So you might be
Can you
able
please
to
change your name?
phenotypically female. However, right when we're when a trans man says they're a man, they're just making a completely different association with what gender identity is that is completely different from sex. Okay?
Lizzie, thank you for the $15. Eric, thank you for the $5. And Kitten, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it all.
I understand what you're saying, but going to my question, so do you have to be trans? So like, obviously people like, because you know, like, there's been like times where like men who look like women use a woman's bathroom, but they're not trans.
Wait,
But
here, I'm
it's
going to ask you this
because-
question. Do you think trans men who are biologically female should go into the women's restroom?
Should go into the men's.
Do you think he should go to the women's
If you were-
restroom?
If he's biologically female, does he have female parts?
Yeah, female. Biologically female, but it is the case that they're a man. Should
Do they have
they
female
go to...
parts? Do they have female parts?
We don't know.
Dude, are you
If
fucking...
I don't know
dude,
if they-
listen. Jesus Christ, dude. They are biologically... This is not a difficult fucking thing to listen, okay? They are biologically female, but it is the case that they are a man. This is not difficult to understand. Should they go into the women's restroom?
If they are biologically female, yes. And if they have female parts,
So
yes.
you think he should go into the women's restroom?
Do you understand that you're actually putting like?
I think there should be a
safety-
separate bathroom.
Can I
They should have- they
clarify?
should have
So
their
you
own
want to
bathroom.
segregate trans people into a separate bathroom? So you think
They're
trans
segregating
women-
themselves. They want to.
What do you mean they're segregating themselves? What are you
They're
talking about?
making
No,
them
they're
their
not.
own fucking.
Trans people
their
are
own
not.
fucking person.
Shut up.
Basically.
What are you talking?
Okay,
Trans people are
can
not
we switch the
advocating.
role on
Trans
that,
people are not
Parker?
advocating. Listen, trans people are not advocating to be put in a separate space from everyone else.
Hey, Parker.
What are you talking about?
Parker, I wanted to respond to you.
Avery, think of the $5 and go for it.
I
Go for
think
it.
I think
No,
it's.
but it sounds worse whenever he makes it.
Aaliyah, I
like,
appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Are we not
He
segregating
makes it a
males
biological
from females in the
female
first
going
place? What's
Okay, so Parker, I'm actually addressing you right now. So Parker, yeah, the evil Parker. So yeah, you're specifically putting cis women.
Call me evil Parker from now on because I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I got you. At a greater level of risk, if you'd say that trans men should use the women's restroom, segregating the restrooms on the basis of sex allows for more masculine presenting individuals to go into the women's restroom, which opens the door towards fucked up cis men entering into that space easier. Okay, right?
But that's
so when
the
we
whole
segregate.
problem.
So the problem is that you want to segregate trans women from the
I never
women's
said
restroom.
that. He asked me if it was okay, and I said yes.
Joey, think of the $5.
He asked me if it was okay, and I said yes. If
Hey,
they
so-
have
so
female
Parker-
parts, they're
so Par-
biologically
I really want to make
yes.
my point here. So, evil Parker, you think that trans women should use a women's restroom?
I said if they have female parts, then yes.
Okay, so it's dependent on what's in between your legs. So, should we have like a monitor at the entrance step?
Yeah, should we have genitalia inspection at the front
It's
of the
getting-
bathrooms?
Like obviously not.
Okay, so then
Like,
how
why
would
not?
we know what's in between someone's legs?
Yeah, how are you gonna know?
Exactly. Like just like how would you know if that's a male or a female if they look like a male but they're actually female?
Well, this is actually the issue that I was responding to, but you were too ignorant to see it, right?
Well,
so what
I'm
my
also
argument
just
is,
stating my point.
hey, Parker, are you going to listen to what I have to say now?
I am.
Okay. When we segregate restrooms on the basis of biological sex, right, you're increasing the threshold of like you're essentially saying that more masculine individuals should be entering into the women's restroom due to the fact that trans men are more masculine presenting than trans women on average. Okay, and trans men are females, which are individuals who you say should use the women's restroom. Right. So when we segregate the restrooms on the basis of gender identity, saying that trans men should use a men's restroom and trans women should use a women's restroom, we're actually decreasing the risk that women are put at in that space because less masculine presenting people are entering into that space. So if you truly care about protecting women, if you truly care about protecting women's rights and keeping women safe, well then you'd say that trans women should use the women's restroom.
Joy, thank you for the $5. Avery, thank you for the $5. Shay, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Logan, thank you for the $5.
Dysphoria for that.
Go ahead and respond to me, Parker. Team me, Parker.
Lena, thank you for the $1.
Go ahead and respond.
Sorry, this is really confusing me, Dean. I'm sorry. It's so confusing.
That's ridiculous.
Team me, Parker. Go ahead and respond to my point.
Dude,
No,
I
so you're saying
just want to remove your ability to be named as Parker. Like if I was president of the United States, my first executive order would be to make it so that you can't be named Parker. That's my first
Dude, I've been
executive
trying.
order.
Oh, thanks, man.
You're welcome.
That means you're a great president. That's your first executive order.
That would be my first executive order.
Shows how much you care about the country instead of your feelings.
Yeah.
So can you respond to my point? Dude, look at this shit,
Sorry.
Parker. Can you respond to my point?
Yeah, so you were saying trans
He
women.
doesn't realize I'm joking.
Do you want to make it
He's not
more?
intelligent enough.
I mean, I'm just put on the spot. I've been waiting 3 hours. It's just been funny listening to this. You guys love to like.
We need to think of the
do
$5.
hypotheticals. you
I
know.
do not give a shit. Respond to my point.
So you said that trans women. So you're trying to make it so that if trans women go to the bathroom and they have to go to the men's bathroom because it's basically more, I guess,
We need to think
protected
of the
for women,
$5.
right?
Holy God.
Isn't that what you said?
I don't think this conversation. Okay, so I have a question. You don't want like men in women's restrooms, right? You don't want men in like women's changing rooms?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, so how do you feel about voting for someone who walked into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place? Do you want to hear him say that and brag about it?
Who said that?
Trump.
Donald Trump.
Trump said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
You want to
wasn't
hear it?
aware of that. Obviously, I don't support that, dude. No, I don't
So,
support
but
that.
would you vote for someone who did that?
I believe there's other things that I would vote for besides like the media claims. You know, I mean, obviously,
That's not a media claim. We can play the clip. You can hear it. You want to hear it?
Donald Trump boasted about it.
Kayla, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Kayla. Dean, you have it, right?
I mean, I love how
I
they're,
actually
like-
specifically don't have that one.
I love
got
how
it,
like
I got
the
it.
mainstream media is all about sexuality, like in this country. That's like
You
so
should send.
sad.
You should send that clip to me as
You
well.
mean how Donald Trump is a violent sex
every-
offender?
Kayla, thank you for the
Everything's
$10
about
on Venmo.
sexuality
Christian,
now.
thank you for the $5.
Intelligence.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you, Kayla.
What happened to like,
Bro, you make shit about sexuality. Literally,
think of the dollar.
Bro, listen. I swear to
making it-
God, it is
That's
the
what the
fucking
Democratic Party's fighting.
it is the Republicans that love to talk about gay people and their sexuality. It is the Republicans that love to talk about trans people and their gender identity. It is the Republicans who love to talk about what two men do behind their closed doors.
So I have a question. This girl at my school, right?
Thanks.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress is.
Is this a voice clip or is this an actual video clip? Can we see a video clip of this?
Can you shut up? Jesus Christ, dude. Is it hard to be that quiet for literally like
You realize how
20,
easy it is to
30
AI
seconds?
edit shit? You
Corbin,
realize how
I will
easy that
kick
is?
you from the live if you can't be quiet. I'm asking for 20 to 30 seconds of silence. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
The pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
The reason why it can't be AI is because this was in front of Howard Stern, right, on the Howard Stern show, right, and it was live, and people saw it live, and it came out on audio before AI existed.
Okay, well, that's
so
all I was
you
asking.
claiming that it's AI is pretty crazy.
I didn't claim that it was AI. I was asking if there was a video clip of it.
So I'm pretty sure there is. I can find it though. I just have an audio from that one video.
So yeah, how do you guys?
I can pull it up though. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
So yeah, would you guys vote for someone that's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to inspect their bodies, with some girls?
When did it say teenagers?
It was a Miss Teen USA pageant.
Because Miss Teen USA.
Are those do we know for a fact that those are teenagers?
Yeah. We even
Miss Teen USA.
Dude, Parker, please.
You can't make it up, dude. You can't make it up.
You can't. You truly can't. I can't believe that I got back on for this.
Was it Miss Teen or Miss Teen?
Miss
Teen USA.
Right, and we also have reports with some of the 18, 19-year-old girls that are reporting girls as young as 15 and 16 being there. So yeah, would you guys ever vote for someone that's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls?
I don't know.
You don't know? Would you ever vote for someone? Would you vote for a rapist that's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls?
Aiden, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Aiden.
Can you answer my question? Would you literally vote
a rapist?
For a rapist, right? Like held liable in court that's boasted about walking into the into the changing rooms of teen girls.
I haven't really
looked into the $10. Thank you so much.
Trump and the rape allegations.
So
I haven't really
quite frankly, you're not answering my question. Quite frankly, Timu Parker, please answer my question.
Yeah.
You would vote for a rapist?
I obviously believe rape is wrong.
Oh wait, okay, Parker. I want to ask you a question. Would you vote for a rapist that's boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenagers and sexualized a 10-year-old girl?
I know rape is wrong, but if Trump really was a rapist, how is he able to run for president?
If Jeffrey Dahmer was alive today, he could run for president.
We crack down on the Jeffrey Dahmer, P. Diddy stuff. Like, those people are in jail.
Yeah, well, Trump's not in jail.
Let's crack down on Trump, please.
Because the statute of limitations had passed for this to be brought to
if Trump was guilty, he wouldn't be in jail.
Court. No, you're wrong. He was held civilly liable. He was forced to pay our $87 million.
I'm apparently dodging this person. Let me talk to them real quick. Yo, Randall, how old are you?
I'm going to be 20 in a couple months.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
How am I dodging you?
Because I've been in here for like 3 hours.
You're not special.
Okay, and you know there's 9,000 people in here, right?
You're not special.
You're still dodging.
How am I dodging if there's 9,000 people in the live?
Because
How the hell would I know?
Here, say my piece.
So I wasn't dodging. You were just saying that to get on the live.
I mean, I'd really want to share my stance. I think I can provide some constructive discourse.
Really? Okay. How many House of Representatives are there?
435.
Oh,
He's on.
okay. Yo,
He's
Baze,
on.
he's on point. He's on point.
He's on,
Okay, I'm
bro.
ready for this. Can you name me one Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Yeah, his tax cuts actually did also help people
Oh.
with child as well.
Tax cuts mostly went to people who are rich.
Yeah, but that also helps to trickle down.
Trickle down? Okay, so did you know only added 0.04% to the annual GDP? Actually, the tariffs that he wants to replace it with will reduce more economic growth long term, right, than the GDP increase would be from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So we'd have negative economic growth from Trump being in office.
Yeah, honestly,
due to his Trump policy. If
honestly,
you
my
replace
expertise
tax
are
cuts
more,
with tariffs.
my expertise are more on abortion, and
Okay.
I really don't understand the problem with the
Your
overturning. of
expertise
Roe
are on
v. Wade.
abortion. What part of a woman's body does conception occur?
All right, well, we don't need to state the obvious there. I don't understand why it can't go back to the States.
So, Mr. Doctor, Scientist, Expert. Okay, what part of a woman's body does conception occur?
I mean, I think even the dumbest citizens of America can answer that question, but
So then answer it.
I'm not going to.
Okay, wow. Jay, I appreciate
But-
you for the $10.
but I don't understand the problem with
Dude,
Roe
you're
v. Wade, because it's
nice
sending it back to the
expertise, bro.
States,
Yeah,
and it's
Mr. Doctor
supremacy clause,
Scientist,
'cause
please tell.
abortion's
Wait, I have a
not in the
question.
Constitution.
Do you think that abortion's murder?
I know the point you're going to make, and it's like a gotcha line, and I understand that. But under the supremacy clause of the United States, there's no problem with it being sent back to the states. And since we can't find a middle
You could
ground,
say there's no problem, but is that preferable? Is it preferable for, if you think it's murder, for murder to be left up to the states, right? Or for women to have, control over their bodies and great victims to have federal protections to get access to abortion? And for people who aren't actively dying to be able to get access to an abortion, especially if there's a huge risk on their long-term health?
yeah, but that's the problem, Parker. I'm not one-sided here. I'm trying to find a middle ground because there wants to be a federal ban on both sides, or a federal ban for abortion, and there wants to be federal legalization of abortion. So why can't there be a
We were
middle
fine
ground?
before. We were fine before. Why'd you change it?
It wasn't fine because half the country disagreed, and the Supreme Court made
Half the
a
country?
judgment based off the Constitution of the United States of America. So unless you
Then
have
why don't
problem
they
with the
run on
pillars of
abortion more?
democracy, Republicanism is why Roe v. Wade works in the states. You're voting your delegates into office, and they're voting on the policy of abortion in your
What
state.
percent of America supports Roe versus Wade being overturned?
Very little, but I think there's it's probably about 40%.
Oh dear God.
Okay, so no, it's less than 40%. I just want to let you know that.
Is it like 37 or what, boss?
Randall, would you
Yeah, so-
support Roe v. Wade being rescinded from the state to each individual county to put even more individualistic power in the hands of each constituent of every county in America?
I mean, unless you disagree with the democracy you have and you want a direct democracy where you vote on every single issue, then, I mean, that's kind of what you're advocating for there.
No, just we're sending it back down to like each district or county.
I think the states works perfectly because you're still putting your representation, voting for you. You don't need it even more
Joshua, thank you
individualized.
for the $5. Thank you so much. And Danny, thank you so much for the $6.
I don't understand why-
I
Thank you
so
appreciate
much.
you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Ren. And
But what
Gabe,
is the
thank you for
problem with using republicanism in a pillar of democracy?
Yeah, here's the problem, because
to
I
decide
think that basic human rights should be protected. Like, you understand that the Confederacy gave the same argument that you're giving right now for, like, the ability to own a human being as property. Like, I just think that there's going to be some basic, like, human rights that ought to be protected universally in, like, every single country around the globe. Unfortunately, the most that we could do with U.S. politics is protect them nationally or federally, right? And that's why I'd say that a woman in, like, Colorado or California, right, deserves the same access to abortion or healthcare in general as a woman in Idaho, Kentucky, or Texas, right? I understand that you're saying, oh, this is like unconstitutional, this is that, this is that. Well, I'm not going to base like my moral claims, right, off of like any piece of paper, especially the Constitution. Like what I'd say is that it should be protected at the federal level, and that's why I'd vote for Harris here. It's because she intends to codify that into law through congressional legislation.
Yeah, but that needs to get passed through congressional legislation first, and that probably will not happen.
Okay, so are you talking about whether or not it's legal, or are you talking about whether or not you have the position? Because morally speaking, right, do you like value the zygote at conception? You think that's a person?
Yeah, I don't think there's any other consistent line of when you can draw lines.
No other consistent? Yeah, you can draw it at sentience. But as it relates to
When people
conception,
in comas
can you
don't
tell
have
me
those
why?
feelings. I mean, that's an
You
easy
understand-
one to
you under-
dispute. I mean, just listen to Ben
Cons-
Shapiro for 5
How I
minutes.
define sentience is past or present and future subjective experience. I appreciate the subscription.
Which would
Thank you so
apply
much.
to
So if you run a
comatose
disjunct into the conjunct, you don't deal with that issue. Okay? Whereas if you have specifically just like life, do you think that a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
You made a sentience argument. I'm
Do you,
confused.
do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family who's brain dead?
I mean, that's up to them, but I mean,
Up to the family? If you leave it up to
Why?
the
That's a
family, what
unique
you're just
human
saying
life.
that is that the cellular human life is not granting of the rights. Because you wouldn't say that for someone who's in a coma. So what is the relevant
that's
difference
sentience.
between
They
these
still
two
have-
states?
they still have future
What is the relevant
ability
difference
to have
between these two
sentience.
states? Oh, are you saying sentience is the difference? So then why don't you value past or present and future subjective experience? Why do you value the cellular organism at conception? Why do you think that's a person? Because you could also say that you value a sperm cell. That's living.
well, the problem I have with you, I think your position on abortion is, what is it? The first, how many weeks?
18 through 24.
18 through 26 is what
I
it's
mean,
likely
you
to be
have
said.
your unique DNA, you have your heartbeat. I mean,
I don't give a shit about those things.
Yeah,
so does,
neither
so
do
does a
you,
brain dead
though.
individual. They have unique DNA and they have a heartbeat, yet you said they could pull the plug.
So someone's heartbeat stops.
Yeah, well, they've lived a full life. They're on their deathbed.
Why? Why? Because their sentience is gone.
Sentience isn't permanently gone. That's your problem.
Yeah, yes, it is. That's what brain death is.
In a case of brain death, maybe.
In a case of brain death, sentience is permanently gone, and that's why you think people can pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead.
Yeah,
because
Randall.
they're cellularly speaking alive. They have a heartbeat. They've got everything else about their body. The only difference is the fact that their subjective experience is gone. So what this completely illustrates is that you care about subjective experience.
Yeah, because
It does. That's what it shows.
If the distinction between a zygote at the moment of conception, a brain dead patient, isn't like unique human DNA or life, what is it, Randall?
I mean, brain damage can result in a reduction of sentience. It doesn't mean they're any less of a human than others.
Okay, so you'd say that it's okay to kill, right, a brain dead patient even though they're no less of a human or no less valuable than you and me? So why shouldn't all murder be legal?
Yeah, why just this form of murder, under your view?
I didn't say to murder brain.
You don't think it's murder, right? If you don't think it's murder, well then why is it not murder? Because it's not a rights-bearing individual because it's not sentient. Right? In the same way that it was when it has past or present and future subjective experience. That is the most consistent view. If you want to relate to this scenario. Because also, I don't think that you think that women who have IUDs are murderers, do you?
I do not.
Okay, so but that would be murder under your worldview because there's a future potential and there's a zygote.
Yep, and I already listened to
You have to
Parker, but
accept
the
that
problem
worldview.
The problem with us is neither of us are going to convince each other. That's why we need a middle ground, sending it back to the states where the pillar of democracy.
No.
of Republicans can
I
decide
can
the
convince
issue.
you. You gave me no good argument. Why do you still hold the view? Is it religious?
Could I reduce what Randall just said there? So you
Go
said
ahead.
that y'all disagree,
Absolutely.
therefore it should be up to the state. Do you think that like the white supremacists and MLK disagreed? Would they ever find middle ground? Does that mean that, I don't know, like segregation or slavery should have been left up to the state?
It's a really good point, and that comes with the development of America when there is time for monumental change. But when a Supreme Court rules against something, and under the supremacy clause is the law of the land, it's a little different, boss.
I want you to actually answer my question this time. White supremacists and people like MLK disagreed.
I thought it was
They
pretty
were gonna
obvious
find
my
middle
answer to
ground.
that one.
Right,
Obviously,
so it
there's
is the
not going to be
case.
middle ground. And that's
All
why I
right,
said there's monumental change in America that needs to happen
Yeah,
at times.
so then what do you say that slavery and like segregation should have been left up to the states?
No, because that is on a different level than abortion, in my opinion.
Okay. So, right, you're just making an arbitrary and baseless distinction between basic human rights here. All right, I feel like you
Basic
might be
human
very
rights. Let's get on
trivial.
basic human rights. You have an ultrasound between different babies. You're not telling the difference and giving different human rights to others.
Well, actually, we can. We could observe thymocortical connections, which is what neuroscientists have indicated is most likely to lead to the ability to deploy consciousness. So, unfortunately, your point there was just literally fucking wrong.
But there's still a possibility of life. I don't understand why they wouldn't have moral value.
Okay, so if you're saying that it's possible for it to be the case at this time, then we should take a precautionary stance, all right, and we should value the life of the fetus. Well, the issue with this stance is that it goes both ways, because it's also possible it doesn't have life, sentience, and it's possible
Ryan,
that
thank
we're
you for the
infringing
$5.
upon,
Thank you so much. And Patricia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
meaning it's possible that we'd be infringing upon the mother's bodily autonomy without good reason. So what we'd say here is that we'd put a legal cutoff at the point in which sentience is most likely to occur,
Yep,
so we can
absolutely.
account for the potentiality of sentience in the fetus, right? Not only in consideration of it being a rights-bearing individual, but also in consideration of the mother's bodily autonomy. If you don't get that point, feel free to, let me restate it.
Absolutely, if you're threatening the mother's life or something like that, rape or incest, that's even
No,
though
like
that's less than
what I just
2%
said
of
had
the-
nothing to do with exceptions.
Well, you're talking about the threats of infringing on bodily autonomy,
Oh
even
my
though
God,
there's also
that's a
another life
baseless
within it.
conversation. Never mind. No, never mind. That
all right.
point just went over your head. Yeah.
Okay, so here I want to run some things. Randall, do you think that women who get abortions in the first trimester should go to jail?
No, I do not. You can have as many punchlines as you want and repeat them as many times as you want, just like Kamala Harris does. It doesn't change anyone's views, and that's why we need a middle ground.
Kamala. No,
My
wait,
bad, man, I'm
stop
not
just
trying to
saying
be
that we
insensitive.
need a middle ground because you're just cutting off the debate right there and acting like you're never going to change your view. Push the Rocky, thank you so much. That tells me that you are completely lacking open-minded. You completely lack that. You're not even willing to engage in the conversation. You're just so hyper-fixated on saying, oh, we're never going to agree. Okay, well, that means that you aren't able to hear out a rational argument.
Have I not listened to this whole thing, been respectful while you're talking?
That doesn't mean that you're listening or actively trying to change your worldview.
I've been doing it for the last 3 hours listening to you, boss.
I understand you're listening. That doesn't mean that you're actively trying to change your worldview, though.
And you can't tell me if I am or I'm not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it doesn't seem like that based upon what you're saying.
Well, I'm sorry, I apologize, but I'm just saying that not everything has to be partisan, and there at some point does need to be a middle ground to benefit the goodwill of the people.
Okay, how do you feel about Trump undermining the border bill?
I do have a problem with that. I said I'm not straight right or straight left. I'm middle ground myself.
You have a big problem with that, so he's worse on the border. Not only is Trump worse on the border, he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
You just said he's
defamation,
worse on the
fraud. He has
border?
34
Oh,
felonies.
buddy.
Wait, he undermined the border bill.
you're
That means
right-
he's worse
you
on the
guys-
border.
You're so fucking wrong, dude.
You guys are mad. Give me an argument. Give me an argument. He wants an open border.
There's been 72%
What
more
happened to Dean?
illegal immigrants coming into America, into California specifically. Because
Wait, do you
that's-
think there's a border crisis right now, Corbin?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, okay. There's actually less border crossings right now than
You
there
are
was
so
at the end of
false.
Trump's
You are so
administration.
false.
That's from the congressional budget.
No,
or
it's
no,
not.
sorry.
No, it's not.
That's from.
It is
sorry. That's
way
from
higher
Customs
than
and Border
it is.
Protection.
How many?
That's from
how many-
Customs
how
and Border
many people do
Protection.
you think are crossing the border? Have crossed the border since Joe Biden has been in office?
No, I'm talking about daily crossings right now.
Which doesn't discount the fact that there's been more border crossings under Joe Biden than Donald Trump.
Since Joe Biden
I'll be back in
has
5
been
minutes,
office, it's
everyone.
been 1.6 million people have come across the border into the U.S.
You can say whatever. So
Actually,
wait,
10
1.6 million is not bad, by the way.
10 million.
They're being 1.6
That's just last
million
year.
is
That's
not
just
bad.
last year.
10 million is the overall the population you're referencing. You're referencing actually 11 million. Okay. So I'd like to see where you're getting those estimations. But like as it relates to the numbers in terms of immigration, we have less immigration right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration. So if we have a border crisis right now, there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. Why didn't he fix the border crisis?
Corbin, this is your topic, boss. You go for it.
Okay, hold on. What did you say? Sorry, one more time.
Okay, if there's a border crisis
you're talking about
right
me.
now, then there was also a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration because there's less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration, according to Customs and Border Protection.
I don't believe so. I believe that there's been twice as many encounters per day of people crossing over the border. Biden
It's still rising too. That's the funny thing. It's still rising.
It's going up every single day.
That's totally wrong.
I'm reading it right now.
Yeah,
It's
no,
saying
so-
the apprehension rate
Where
from
do you get your
Southwest border
information from?
crossings
Probably
in
like
2022
Thank you. I just told you, Customs and
79%.
Border Protection. Where the
And
hell
in
are you getting your
first 4
information
months
from?
of 2024, it was 92%
Yeah, so again, wait, 92% for what?
for border crossings in the first 4 months of
92%
2024.
for what? Apprehension?
No, this would for. Okay, it does say apprehension.
So you're saying that they apprehend 92% of people who are coming across the country undocumented? And you think that's a bad thing?
No, I did debunk myself right here. I'll admit that.
Okay.
Well, you're talking about the end of Trump's term, which is conflicted with COVID. And so there's a little external stuff there. And then that brings in your argument, well, there's external factors with inflation as well for Kamala being COVID. But you also make the point that America was the fastest country to rebound from COVID. So why is our inflation rates higher than those other developed countries that went through the same experiences? Unless you're saying
lower now. I said we have the fastest recovery, which means that we are lower in terms of inflation than like all the G7 countries.
We're not though.
Right, on the month by month. Yeah, we're at 0.2%.
We're at 2.5.
What? 2.5 annually.
But like Sweden and Britain are under that rate.
We're 0.2% month over month.
169
U.S. inflation rate is 2.5%.
Were apprehended.
Yeah, that's for the year.
And what's the problem with that statistic right there?
I never disputed that. I think that's right. But I'm talking in terms of. Listen, I'm talking in terms of it being 0.2% for month over month.
And I don't understand what the difference there is because Sweden.
That's why the Fed recently just indicated that they are bringing down the rates by 50 basis points.
But that doesn't change the statistics saying that Kamala Harris doesn't have an impact on inflation because the annual rate is still higher than other countries.
So so that doesn't mean that she had the impact.
I mean, if it's a national trend, absolutely, you have to take leadership and accountability.
Actually, there were countries around the world that experienced more inflation than we experienced here.
Wait, there's a good reason why other countries around the world don't have as high of rates that we do. It's because they want people to use, borrow, and spend their money, right? Like the U.S. dollar, right, is kind of like the world's backer, but countries like Japan, when they increase their interest rates by like 0.01%, I mean, all of a sudden, a lot of money gets given back to them. So it is the case that there's other incentives for other countries to keep.
I just want to let them know that like the global inflation rate was literally higher than what the U.S. inflation rate is.
Yeah,
you can look at the global inflation rate. It hit 8.7% in 2022. For an annual year, it was like 7% in the United States.
You were referencing developed countries.
So 8.7% is more. Wait, so if we saw more inflation globally on average, how can you tell me that it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration if the average inflation rate around the entire globe was higher?
You were talking about the rebound for certain countries after COVID. Those were the only countries I was referencing.
No, you're not answering my question. You said that inflation was higher here than it was other places. We were lower here in terms of inflation than what the average global inflation rate was.
I understand that, but in terms of like Sweden
which means we were pulling down the average.
Yes, globally,
what are you talking about?
You have undeveloped countries and countries that are statistic outliers compared to us.
Statistical outliers. Okay, I don't see how that's an argument right now. You're saying that we had more inflation. Who did we have more inflation than?
Like Sweden's right now is 1.8.
Sweden has my economy that I would like. Better, more like my economy, not completely, but more like my economy. That's a social democratic model. Are you saying you like social democracy?
I'm not referencing their forms of democracy. I'm saying
they have broader social safety
Kamala's policy or Biden, but you don't like to talk about him.
They're like super liberal to us. They're like hyper left-wing radical liberal to you. Okay, you understand they're more left than Kamala Harris.
Wait, he just said that Biden and Harris.
He actually cited Sweden, which is more left than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, but why is their inflation rate lower?
Because they're.
You can't make this shit up.
What do you
can't make it up. Are you saying the more left-wing policies lead to less inflation?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, wait.
I'm questioning the policy that.
So what is your hyper right-wing model that led to less inflation?
I don't understand international government. I'm not typing right now. I promise you that.
You can hear it.
You don't hear it. You hear nothing.
Gaslighting us.
So you also said that Biden and Harris caused inflation with their policies. What's a policy that they passed that caused the inflation that we saw?
I said that there was more than just the external factors. I did not have specific policy.
So how did Biden and Harris cause inflation? I think there needs to be
accountability taken for.
So how did Biden and Harris cause inflation? What do they need to take accountability for?
The inflation rate. I don't know.
Yeah, but like, what action did they like engage in that caused the inflation rate?
Now I'll start typing. Just kidding, I won't. But I don't know. I don't know specific policy. and
Oh,
you
it
got
just
there, you're more
happened under their
expert than I.
presidency, therefore they caused it. Do you think that Donald Trump needs to take
It was
accountability?
Biden's American Rescue Plan. It basically.
Do you think that Donald Trump had to take accountability for the highest rate of unemployment since the Great
Mute me, bro.
Depression?
Wait, no. I want to address this thing after. Wait, Corbin, I'm going to address your point right after Randall responds. Okay.
Do you
So
think
why
that-
are we meeting Corbin when he's about to make a plan?
Because he
make a
interrupted
point
me.
in a specific example.
Because he was making a point, and that's kind of like a point we can't address, but it's a little bit to the side of you answering the question that he's bringing up. Because you brought up a correlation causation.
we could just
But go for it, Dean.
Yeah, so you're saying that they should take accountability for it because they caused it, and they caused it since it happened while they were in the presidency. So do you think that Trump should take accountability for the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020 because he caused it as it happened under his presidency?
There needs to be some accountability. I'm not saying all.
So Trump caused that rate of unemployment, right?
What do you say?
So Donald Trump caused that high rate of unemployment, the
No,
highest.
he
that we've
did
had
not
since the Great
directly cause it. I admit that there's
Okay, so
external
if he didn't
factors,
cause the
but I'm saying
unemployment,
that
Biden and Harris
trends
didn't cause the inflation.
Also show other.
If you don't blame the economic effects caused by the pandemic on Trump, why do you blame the economic effects of the pandemic caused
I just told
by
you
COVID
that
under
there
the
needs to be
Biden-Harris
some
administration?
accountability taken.
So, okay, but the accountability is taken for an action that they engaged in. If you can't reference an action they engaged in, well, then you can't grant any accountability.
Okay, I'm doing that for both sides right now. So what's the problem? I can't name.
Okay, well, then you have no argument that differentiates either side. You're not making an argument that sets Trump out to be better. First confetti. Okay, Corbin, make your point.
I think that Biden's American Rescue Plan fueled inflation, sending all of the money and the wasteful spending that he did.
Is
Caused
that because of the debt spending?
Huh?
Are you saying because of the debt spending?
And, like, the increase in the
There
amount
was
of
more debt spending signed into law under the Trump administration, 8.4 trillion, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related compared to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. The American Rescue Plan that you just mentioned was the 2.1 trillion of COVID related spending under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, all right, Corbin. Yeah, 8 up. And Donald Trump actually directly signed more COVID-related expenditures, such as stimulus, into law than Biden and Harris. The American Rescue Plan was $1.9 trillion. His stimulus bill was 2.3.
Which was extended just like some of the tariffs through the Biden administration.
So it wasn't extended. They just wrote in the American Rescue Plan. Everyone's silent. I have a question. Do all of you guys think that Kamala Harris is like a socialist or a communist?
No, I do not. But I think she's really questionable.
Okay, so then
because
do you think that Donald Trump is just a delusional fearmonger when he incessantly calls her that?
Yep.
Trump says some questionable things, and we all know who he is at this point, but we don't know who Kamala Harris is because in the 2020 primaries, she didn't even make it to Iowa, one of the most unpopular candidates, and now she's somehow our president nominee.
She literally dropped out to be the VP.
Yeah.
Are you telling me dropping out to be the VP isn't a good decision?
Well, that wasn't. The
It
primaries
clearly
weren't
was
over
because
at
she's
that
about to
point.
be president.
The primaries weren't over at that point.
Yeah, she dropped out before they were over to secure the VP position. Like RFK dropped out of the general election before the general election occurred to secure a position on Trump's admin. Do you think that RFK was just a wildly unpopular candidate and he shouldn't have been running for the presidency in the first place, and that's why he dropped out?
I actually do believe that, Dean. Yeah.
RFK is on Trump's ticket to secure his views.
Well, they like him.
Kamala Harris didn't advocate for what she believed in and has switched up in a lot of her policy.
Oh my God.
Biden
Okay, I have a question.
administration.
So J.D. Vance actually said that Trump was America's Hitler in 2019, and then 12 years ago he actually wrote an essay shitting on the Republican stance on the border and shitting on the GOP as a whole. Does that mean that J.D. Vance is a chameleon? Why are you voting for a chameleon?
And Donald Trump, he used to be a Democrat that paid for multiple abortions.
Oh yeah,
it's difficult to defend all of these politicians' characters. I'm not gonna lie. Even Tim Walz, I mean, who seems like the most innocent
I was
guy
a
who's
Republican in
innocent.
like 2018, 2019. Am I a flip-flopper?
I'm sorry, what?
Have I flip-flopped my positions and am I just all over the place and not trustworthy because I was a Republican like 6 years ago?
No, but if you can't.
Oh, okay. So if I could switch my belief without being a flip-flopper, why can't Kamala Harris?
But you acknowledge it and don't deny the fact that you did believe that.
Could you please give me a clip of Kamala Harris denying the fact that she was against fracking in 2019?
She will not admit that she said that. Then she talks about her in 2020.
She actually did admit she said that, and she says that it is the case that she thinks that we can reach a green economy while still conceding on certain things to get bills done. What she's learned as being VP is that you have to concede on certain things to be able to get bills done.
Oh, it's almost like our whole middle ground topic earlier.
Frida, I appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. What'd you say?
Almost like our whole middle ground topic earlier,
yeah,
boss.
I'm not disputing that as it relates to Congress, but you using it in this conversation, actively speaking, doesn't do anything productive. It does something productive in Congress because it gets legislation passed that benefits the American public. But in the conversations that we're having right now, it does not benefit the flow and dialogue of the conversation because it demonstrates that you're not open-minded.
If you can say that Trump lies about this or that, like Project 2025 supporting it, you can say the same about Kamala with fracking, as she probably just does it.
Kamala. Can you say Kamala real quick?
Kamala. as she
No, you
just,
actually quite frankly can't, because we shouldn't believe things without reason. You have no reason to believe that Kamala Harris is lying about her support for fracking. We do have reason
you have
to
no
believe
reason
that
to
Donald
believe
Trump—
that Trump's lying about his support for Project 2025.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, because he contradicted himself in the tweet that he sent on Untruth Social, right alongside the fact that John McKenty, one of his main advisors from his last admin, said, right, Date Right Stuff, super popular influencer, that the Heritage Foundation is helping Donald Trump out with building his team and will be ushering in some of his first
And Kamala Harris contradicted herself in 2019, but she announced that she disagreed with her points in 2019. Trump said on a national stage, I do not support
Wait, I have a question. How did Kamala Harris contradict herself?
by flipping on fracking. Which she, if she said she was
listen to this real
fracking,
quick.
she will lose Pennsylvania
Randall,
faster than she could say fracking.
Hey, Randall, can you listen to this real quick?
For sure, boss.
I work for the Heritage Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration, last year in the White House, I ran the personnel office.
That's one of the people from Trump's administration.
Yeah, he's a part of the administration. And he's actively saying that Project 2025 is meant to be the staffing of, right, that he was heading the staffing of Project 2025 for the Trump administration. It's literally, he's demonstrating the affiliation.
A lot of the stuff in Project 2025 isn't necessarily partisan. Like, there are radical parts of it that are highlighted constantly.
Are you defending Project 2025, or are you saying that there's no affiliation between Trump and Project 2025?
No, I'm
those
saying
are two
there's
separate
reason
statements.
to defend parts of it, but Trump has denounced it publicly on a national stage. What else does he have to do?
It's totally false.
He said, I have nothing to do with Project 2025 in the debate.
He said I do not know anything about it, but then also claimed that he vehemently disagrees with aspects about it. How do you disagree with aspects about it without knowing anything about it?
I mean, I agree with you there, but how does he have to tell you that he is not going to be a president under Project 2025, that he's going to be his own president?
What? Say that again?
How else does he have to tell you that he's not going to be controlled by
we think that Donald Trump is lying.
Project 2025?
I want to clarify that. We think he's lying.
Not lie.
You think he's lying?
Yeah, like the
He did lie. I just told you how he lied.
that he lied during his presidency, lied about the outcome of the 2020 election, and Parker specifically detailed how it is the case that we know Donald Trump was lying about Project 2025 and reading it because he gave a contradictory narrative, and John McKenty, one of his former advisors, came out saying that they're helping him with the staffing. Look, here's the point. Donald Trump is the biggest liar that we've ever had run for the presidency. I actually want to ask you a question. I want you to take a second, think of the biggest lie that Kamala Harris has ever told, and I can guarantee that I could give you a lie that Donald Trump has told that's bigger. Let's play that game, man.
We have no active...
I promise you, I guarantee you're going to win that game, but Trump gets the job done on character based off of doing what he says he's going to do.
Oh, what about no, he doesn't. What about the wall that he's going to build, stick to build in Mexico? He built less than 50 miles.
$4.4 trillion in COVID-related funds. That's what happened, boss.
So actually, no, the wall was a first-day thing. He tried to get it passed through Congress, failed, so then he misappropriated DOD funds to build less than 50 miles, and then couldn't stick to build in Mexico. Right, and then what about the infrastructure bill that he promised for 4 years every week, couldn't get it done? Biden got it done in his first year. Right, he simply does not deliver.
And just like Parker said, you can advocate for something, but you can't get it done alone and as one branch. And so that was my point. I made the same
that's
exact
what he's
point
bad
you're
at.
making
That's what
with
Donald Trump is
Kamala
bad at.
and
Is he's
abortion.
bad at getting the Congress together. Okay, Donald Trump was a failure of a leader when it came to meeting in the middle of the aisle with the Democrats and with the Republicans to actually get good, effective policy passed. Like his trophy is his tax cuts that most likely only got passed through Congress because it benefited them, all of them. But when it came to actual good everyday legislation for the average American, he couldn't get anything passed because he's just totally like a MAGA mind virus out of his fucking mind. So like maybe
Out of his fucking mind.
Maybe there's a question I could ask you here. Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the average working class American more than it benefited rich people?
I asked him that earlier. He couldn't mention it.
I already told you, child tax credit.
The child tax credit in his TCGA that disproportionately benefited rich people.
How does child tax credit benefit rich people only?
No, because child tax credit wasn't the only part of the policy. We agree if the child tax credit alone was the tax policy, that it would benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people. That's not the case, though. It is the case that was with a lot of the other tax cuts, most of them going to people who are rich.
Okay, the tax rates also change in each bracket. You only say there's like the same constant tax rate. The brackets increased for higher tax rates.
No, they
Casey,
didn't.
think of the $10.
No,
Thank you so
they
much.
decreased for the highest tax rate. It went from 35% for the highest earners. No, that's
and
a
the
corporate
lowest
tax
ones
rate.
also
down
dropped.
to 21%.
It was a tax cut. It
So
benefited
the highest
everyone.
marginal tax rate for personal incomes did
I
drop.
misspoke on that one. I'm not gonna lie, but the bottom of it also dropped. Each
Yeah, but
bracket
that
dropped.
doesn't change the fact that 83% of the cuts in the bill went to rich people, meaning that it didn't disproportionately benefit the average American. I'm asking you to name a policy that disproportionately
Disproportionately? Are we
benefited the
really
average
talking about
American.
disproportionately when the
We
top
really
rate
are.
fell 2% from 39.6 to 37, and the bottom one went 15 to 12, which is a higher percentage?
Yeah, high percentage, but still disproportionately benefited rich people. 83% of the cuts in the bill went to rich people. $1.6 trillion
But the
of the
bracket drop
debt-related
is higher for the lower brackets.
So the marginal tax rates on personal income weren't the only tax revisions in the plan. Okay, we also have to consider the corporate tax rate. We have to consider the reduction in wealth taxes on like a state. There's like a bunch of considerations here, right? And all like in the grand scheme of things, it disproportionately benefited rich people. You can't just isolate it down to the marginal tax rate. Use your brain, buddy. Name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited rich people more than poor people. Sorry, the average working class American more than rich people.
I just gave you a specific part of his tax cut.
Yeah, but I'm asking you for a policy as a whole. Like, because it's really easy to do this for Biden and Harris. The PACT Act, that policy as a whole benefited the average American more than rich people. CHIPS and Science Act, policy as a whole benefited the average American. Inflation Reduction Act, policy as a whole benefited the average American more. Right? I could do this all day, right? The Infrastructure Bill, American Rescue Plan. So name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the average working class American more than rich people.
And you're more well versed on specific policy, but as Parker likes to say, you're moving that goalpost as I gave you a specific part of a policy. Now,
No,
you're moving to
actually,
an
you
entire
gave me an
policy.
incorrect answer, and I have been asking you the same question this whole time. In order for me to move the goalpost, I have to move the goalpost. I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm just correctly responding to you and how you're inadequately answering my question. I'm not asking you to dissect a policy and ignore, the $1.6 trillion for the ultra wealthy. Right? I'm asking you to name one policy as a whole that benefited the average working class American more than rich people. I don't feel like I'm asking a hard to conceptually grasp question here. I feel like that you're intentionally misinterpreting it and answering in bad faith because you don't want to be you don't want to act in good faith and just admit that you can't name one.
No, I'll have humility and I say I cannot give you a specific entire policy, but I'm giving you part of his foundation of the Trump tax cut that is at the top. of
Okay,
it.
no, but we're asking for like a policy because that's not
And
the
I
overall
already
policy.
admitted I can't give you one.
Yeah, so if you can't give us one, obviously, then it doesn't show that the main focus of his presidency was benefiting the middle class. It indicates that, probably the main focus of his administration was making it better for rich people. And that's exactly what we see with his proposals. He's advocating for Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? Extending that, but then at the same time, he wants to replace it with tariffs. Tariffs predominantly negatively impact people who are lower income because they spend a greater proportion of their income on goods. If that is the case, then it is the case that people who are poor or make less income are going to be paying more in taxes and shifting the burden from people who are rich to people who are poor.
I'm not going to give you a radical answer like some of the past speakers, but even parts of the policy that you're going to say help the rich people in a free market will trickle down to the lower people, just like Ronald Reagan advocated for.
Trickle-down economics is a failure.
In what way?
Yeah, we see a stagnation in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity. If we want to benefit the low and the middle class, we direct that benefit directly to them through tax cuts specifically designed for them, not by making the rich Americans richer, Like trickle-down economics is a seemingly intuitive economic tax policy. Like a tax structure that has ultimately failed given
If everyone cared about each other like 100% and wanted the best for everyone, if we lived in like a perfect family unit,
yeah,
right? But
Well,
that's not
if
how
men
it
were
works.
angels,
like
there would be no reason
like
to
it's
govern.
it's like
Things
it's like
matter
this.
so
It's
fast.
like the same idea. It's like no, like what you're not understanding is that there's the case that there's a profit motive within our economy, and we see from a macroeconomic lens that when trickle down economics is implemented, that the money stays at the top. It does not trickle down. That's what we see. We see an increase in income inequality. We see wages not increasing with productivity when prior they did.
And
there
it
was a
might-
huge increase with productivity. It was like literally the same line. Just kept increasing with productivity. As soon as trickle-down economics was put in place, stop doing that.
But it still stimulates economic growth, which will help everybody, even though it might.
No,
help
it doesn't. The
higher
Tax
class
Cuts and
more, it
Jobs
will
Act
still
only
go
added
down.
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only added 0.04% to the annual GDP. And the tariffs that you want to replace it with, you understand
not
that
want to
those
add
will
to
take
GDP.
away more from the long term. Those will take away more from the long term economy in terms of growth than would the tax cuts bring back. You understand that, right? So we would overall lose economic growth
I don't see it the same
because
way.
tariffs are bad.
Also, Randall, did you just say that? Oh, even though it was $10 billion, it was still $10 billion.
I never said a number, but all right.
Yeah, like the issue with that is that we shouldn't be spending nearly $2 trillion on $10 billion per year. Like that's just bad policy, man.
I'm confused on where you pulled that from and how that applies to what we're talking about.
Yeah, because you just said that although
I can
there was
send you a
growth-
paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard.
Yeah, because Parker pointed out like the low amount of return right generated by these tax cuts, and you just said, well, there's still a return, okay, right? But like investing $1.9 trillion for $10 billion annual return, right, it's not necessarily going to be a good investment. Like for instance, if I were to take my money and start a business, and I only made a fractional percentage of a percentage rate of return every single year, we'd say that that is a failing business.
Let's get some more maggots, chat.
All right. Well, I appreciate your guys' times. It was fun talking to you guys, and
appreciate you.
Hope to see you again.
Yeah, you guys can keep adding to the conversation, by the way. Kai, thank you for the hand heart. Noah, are you voting Trump?
No.
Base. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Are y'all gonna say anything?
Yeah. Parker, can you just like explain to me, like just because I'm curious, how Kamala's plan for Kamala, sorry, her plan for basically the tax cuts is gonna like not lower or like how it is going to affect the GDP and the economy.
Yeah, so top economists say that it's going to lead to long-term growth and stability, whereas the Trump economic plan will lead to decline. Right? That's what
Okay.
top economists are saying. It's not what I'm saying.
Goldman
I'm
Sachs.
talking
Well, I
Nobel
saw-
Prize-winning economists.
I saw that it was more of like 50-50 with Trump's policy. It could either lead to long-term growth or it could lead to
Where?
like,
Can you name me
deep
one
decline.
economist that agrees with Trump's economic plan?
I can't give you like the economist. I was on a source. It was like the tax foundation. Yeah, it said that it could go either way. It said it could either go up, like it could actually help the economy based on like how he actually does his tariffs.
Look
based on, like,
up
a 20%,
Trump
10%.
economic plan compared to Harris economic plan.
Well, that's what I'm trying
Sarah,
to do.
are
Like,
you
I'm
voting
trying
Trump?
to like.
Sarah, you voting Trump?
Seemingly
Okay.
she's not here.
If you
Well,
want to add
that's
people
what I'm
up,
saying,
Dean
like-
as well, you can.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to figure out where it's going to show like Kamala's long term, like where it's going to actually show me that. That's hard to find. Like I only see stuff like degrading Trump's plan, but it's hard to find stuff like actually showing Kamala's.
What do you mean? What Kamala's plan is?
Kamala's, sorry. Like yeah, like actually showing like the long term, like what it's actually going to do.
Like what the effect on the economy is going to be.
Yeah, because I mean, I feel like because if we like, she has the 25,000 first year homeowners. Like, wouldn't
That's
that
good.
increase inflation?
No.
For
And you said it
for
could,
new,
like-
so it would increase prices for new homes, right? But we would offset the lack of affordability caused by the price increase with the tax credit, so it wouldn't increase unaffordability or decrease affordability. But it would. It is the case that it would increase the incentive for suppliers to produce like a particular housing in places where people want to live.
How would it incentivize?
How would it
'Cause, I mean,
incentivize? Because there's a higher
wouldn't
price.
it just cost like one? Yeah, but wouldn't
There's
it
a
just,
higher
like,
price.
As a producer, wouldn't you just charge more now to combat that, to make more profit?
Wouldn't you just charge more to make more profit? In terms
Yeah,
of
if you
in
were
terms
building
of
the home.
what taxes? Oh yeah, of course you'd charge more, but that's the whole point. That's to
contradicting.
incentivize.
That would contradict the money being
No, it
given.
doesn't.
So we're well.
No,
If you're gonna build a home-
how so?
So if I'm going to build a home and I know that a first year home buyer is going to come and try and buy this home. Now I know they're going to get 25,000. So now I just add 25,000 to the cost.
You're not going
That
to no, because
contradicts.
not everyone gets it. So it's not gonna. It doesn't completely get rid of. So one, it becomes more affordable. Two, it is the case that it incentivizes production to a greater degree because there's a higher price. So you're offsetting again the higher price in terms of lack of affordability for the consumer by providing the tax credit. Does that make sense?
Well, aren't the costs for those goods going to still be like inflated because of inflation right now? So like to build those homes, like the cost of lumber, the cost of all that will still be inflated, right?
Yeah, but this is an increase in price predicated off of demand, not cost of manufacturing. Doesn't make sense.
But they would work together. They would both increase because of it.
Not necessarily, right? So manufacturing wouldn't necessarily increase. That wouldn't happen.
So you're saying demand would actually decrease. So manufacturing would decrease.
Demand would decrease for manufacturing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because there wouldn't be as much.
I do think demand for manufacturing would go up for new houses. Where should the hand up? Yeah.
So you think demand would go up?
Yeah, that would create an incentive to produce more products. But again, it's demand related. So whenever you remove the tax credit, it is the case that you're going to have a higher supply because there was an original higher set price, right? But then you're going to have lower demand because you offset, again, the tax credit that was implemented prior. And Chandler, oh my God, with the $60 on Venmo. Thank you so much, dipping out for the night. Thanks for the stream as always. Thank you so much, Chandler. Can we get some W's for Chandler in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Chandler. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
But like, what I'm trying to say is like, if I'm going to sell a house to somebody and like I know like they're a first time like homeowner, they're gonna have this money coming to them and they're gonna use it to buy the houses. Wouldn't they just increase the prices of houses to combat that?
Well, then they wouldn't have any incentivization because they wouldn't have an increase in the demand.
But that's what people think.
No, that's how macroeconomics works, buddy.
Well, if more people think that they're going to have more money to go buy a home, they're going to, of course, think that there's more of a reason to buy a home now because they have money. Just like if you give somebody a scholarship to go to college, they're incentivized to go to college.
Trisha, I appreciate you so much for the gift. Listen, here's the point. If those producers, if those developers like charge like an additional $25,000 for their new houses, there will be no incentivization for the people with those $25,000 subsidies to go out and buy a new house because it's just as affordable as it is now. Right?
That's exactly what I'm trying to prove.
No, but you realize that wouldn't occur given that if there were to be developers developing in the first place, they wouldn't charge that additional $25,000 on top, right? Because the only reason they'd be developing was for the increase in demand, right?
But that's the thing, like there would be an increase in demand because that's what Kamala,
that is the point.
There wouldn't be an increase in demand.
We're trying to incentivize home buying by giving people money.
Our point is there wouldn't be an increase in the demand of housing if there was an inflation of the in the housing market, like that would like sustain the same level of affordability.
But how are we going to bring that inflation down? By giving people money.
So again, we're not bringing down inflation by giving people money in terms of that. What we're doing is we're creating like a long-term stability for those markets because it is the case that we're going to produce a greater amount of supply. So for example, if there is a greater amount of supply and a lower demand because you get rid of the tax credit in the future, there's going to be a lower pressure on prices. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Greater
because
supply,
there's more houses
lower
and more
demand.
people. Yeah, yes, I understand that.
Yeah. So the point of implementing the subsidy is to stimulate the production of housing. What is Trump's plan?
For housing? Well, Trump has. I don't know what Trump's doing for housing because I don't think he's said anything about housing yet. And I
What's he
think
doing for healthcare? What is he doing to pay for his
Trump
tax
was
cuts?
trying to do the similar things to the Democrats with healthcare, making like a policy where everyone can afford it, or like a policy that like.
Okay, where's Trump said this? Nowhere.
I don't know.
Are you just making
What?
shit up, Parker? Can I wait?
No,
would you
I'm
ever
not,
vote?
I'm not making stuff up.
Would-
I
would
was
you
on a
ever
topic,
vote-
and now
would
you
you-
guys are switching the topic.
Would
Like
you
I was
ever
still on
vote
that
for
topic.
someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a woman?
You already asked me that question. I'm still just trying to work with you guys about like why I should vote for Kamala, and you guys are trying to bash Trump. Kamala, sorry, but you guys are trying to bring me back to the Trump topic.
Yeah,
I'm trying to,
you
like,
understand
work through
that. You understand that we can have reason to vote for Harris because of how bad Trump is, right?
Yes, and I can.
And also,
say
we've
that-
given you we haven't even talked. Do you want me to give you like policies she's advocated for or passed?
I've read her policies, like of LGBTQ
so then
rights,
what do you
rights to
disagree with?
abortion. I'm not going to talk about what I disagree with and what I believe with. I was on a topic that I was like
Okay,
trying to
I'm
get
gonna
through,
kick you
but
then.
guys-
Okay, bye.
Corbin, you got a point you want to make, or should I go on to the next person?
I don't want to talk to Corbin.
So yeah, I feel like I haven't been able to talk that much.
Oh man. Dude, I'm a little hungry. I may hop off here for the night here shortly.
Okay, for sure. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's
Alright.
up? How's it going, Parker?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
Why so?
Honestly, I'm kind of just going back past off the past years. I mean, you could argue otherwise, but I just feel like I personally was better off economically under Trump than I was under Biden. So I think that's a big one for me. Policies that Harris has or things that they're trying to kind of push, I personally don't agree with, but that's where we can have our differences, and I completely understand that.
Okay, so can you tell me what policy you like of Trump's?
I mean, I just think all of Trump's his main factors are kind of just the economic.
Kelsey, think of the $5.
His thing is the economic value he's pushing to bring, which we've seen through his first presidency. I mean, this guy's not an idiot, man.
Okay, I'm asking for like a policy, and yes. Dallas, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So what is the policy?
Are you asking me or Dallas?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't give you word for word policy or numbers or whatnot. It's mainly just kind of how I was under Trump versus how I personally was under Biden, and that's the biggest argument I can give you.
I agree with what you said, and as well as ending the war in Ukraine.
So how is Trump going to end the war in Ukraine? Is that by giving up Ukrainian land?
Yeah, I think it's necessary. Given Trump's view that he doesn't want
I don't know how Trump's going to do it, honestly.
Well, what we do know about his position is that he doesn't want Ukraine to win, and Ukraine winning would imply no Russian advancement. So, given the fact that he does not want Ukraine to win, this implies that he wants Russian advancement.
I mean,
why are you voting for
neither side? He said he doesn't want neither Ukraine or Russia to win. He's made it neutral. He's never put one side over the other.
But Ukraine wins if there's no Russian expansion.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't really say.
Okay, so
so
you agree with Trump wanting to like let Russia expand into Ukraine?
I don't think he wants to let Russia expand.
Oh wait, so I mean, if there's no Russian expansion, then Ukraine would win.
It wouldn't be
There's
a winner.
no winners and no losers. Like there doesn't have to be a definite stalemate.
So if Russia expands, Russia wins. If Russia does not expand, right, Ukraine wins. It's a true.
Okay, so I guess Ukraine can win, but nothing's going to happen. Both.
Okay,
troops
so you'd
on both
agree
sides
that
are gonna
Ukraine
pull
should
out.
win. Why are you voting for Trump? He does not agree with you. He thinks that Ukraine shouldn't win.
Because it's all about ending the war, not about who's winning. And if Ukraine winning ends the war, then whatever.
Wait, you just
Let
told me
Ukraine
that there
win.
shouldn't be Russian expansion 5 seconds ago.
There
Now
shouldn't
that
be
I've been-
Russian expansion.
Oh, but if there's no Russian expansion, that means Ukraine wins.
I just said let's have Ukraine win if that means that we can have peace.
Yeah, so then why would you be voting for Trump? Because he does not want Ukraine to win.
No, he
Trump's
doesn't.
been neutral.
Trump's not doing what you're saying he is.
Trump's been neutral, Dina, and I think you just don't want to accept the fact that there can be a mutual agreement.
Okay, so
what
does neutrality look like?
You guys think he's on Russia's side, but he's on neither side.
What is neutrality?
Then why did he believe? Okay, sorry, I'll let you finish that.
No, you're good, bro.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, you're good. Hop in. Hop in.
Okay, so then why did he believe Russian intelligence, like what Putin said about them interfering in the election, comparative to U.S. intelligence, indicating that Russia didn't interfere?
Because it was true.
Yeah, it was true. So why did he believe Putin over U.S. intelligence?
Because Putin didn't lie to him.
Putin did lie to him.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He said that they didn't interfere. They did. That was proven.
We are getting so off topic here.
No, it's literally directly related to the topic, smart guy.
I mean, I just don't get what you guys are getting at.
What was the point you were just making?
I don't even know.
The point I make is that I want the war to end and I want shit to be affordable, and neither of those things are going to happen under Kamala.
You'd see more inflation under Trump.
Yeah, not only that, but it is the case that Donald Trump, you're saying that he'd give up Ukraine in order to get peace.
Dude,
okay, if he cares so much about peace, why is he urging if he cares so much about peace, why is he urging Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire?
I don't know. Why don't we talk about how shit was cheaper when Trump was president and everything got more expensive when Biden
we can, but that happened globally. Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, everywhere around the world.
Yeah,
so you can't just like hyper specifically look at like only inflation in the United States and then say it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration just because it happened under the administration.
How did they cause it?
Okay, so why do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for the effects?
Why
do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for the economic effects caused by the pandemic? You don't blame the Trump administration for the economic effects caused by the pandemic.
You know that the Biden administration outsourced all of our energy overseas, right?
No, we're producing more oil today here home in America than we did under Trump.
We actually have less imports in the country. We have less imports. That makes no sense. Wrong. The Garland, I appreciate the Garland. Thank you so much. He just totally lied, by the way. We actually are getting less imports right now than what we were under Trump's administration, and we produce more oil right now than any point in American history. So actually, we're more energy independent now, and we get less imports of oil and energy from other places. So he's just totally lying.
I personally work in logistics and I work in fracking, and from my personal experience, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Everything's been down the dumps. The economy with fracking, the economy with freight has been. No,
you're
horrible.
Actually wrong. You're actually wrong.
I'm telling you from a firsthand perspective.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that your micro.
Look at the overall economic data.
I'm telling you from a guy who's directly involved.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that on the large scale, that's incorrect. Like what me and Parker would be referencing here would be the U.S. No, what you're saying is wrong. So what me and Parker would be referencing here is the United States Energy Information Administration. So if you just go on Google and you type in U.S. EIA domestic oil production, right, what you'll be met with, right, is a graph that begins in the 1920s and goes until now. That indicates how much oil we've produced month by month, year by year, how many million of barrels of oil. Right? And what you'll find is that under Biden and Harris, we have produced more oil domestically than we ever did under Trump, and we've been less reliant on imports from other countries. So my question to both of you guys would be, how can you guys
Harry,
say,
thank you so much for the raid, Harry. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. We need some W's for the Harry raid in the chat, everyone. W's for the Harry raid.
How can you guys say that we were more energy independent on Trump when we were more reliant on foreign oil and we produce less domestic oil?
I mean, under Trump, he put a lot of restrictions. Everything as far as freight manufacturing was more focused on the U.S. He put more bans on and made it harder for other outside countries to ship and to bring in stuff to the U.S.
We were still more reliant on those imports.
Those numbers, right? I mean, those numbers you're given, and there's been many sources that have come out, and you can say, oh, maybe that's not a reliable source, Fox News. ABC,
no, there's literally no source that would indicate that
you're just citing Fox News is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I say, I mean, you can.
Give me a source.
dude.
Give me a source that indicate a higher level of domestic oil production under Trump and Biden and Harris. It doesn't exist.
Can you tell me how much the Biden-Harris campaign paid you to do all this stuff?
Oh my God, Dallas, don't.
$1 million a day.
Dallas, why do you think I'm paid by the Biden campaign? Let me buy. Okay,
You
Dallas.
believe I'm getting paid $1 million a day?
It's going to be wasted when
Dallas, can you give me any evidence?
Dude, he thinks I'm getting paid $365 million from the Harris campaign. They don't even have that much money in funds.
Said that.
Hey Dallas, I have a question. What's your evidence that we're paid by Biden and Harris?
He's delusional.
I don't have any evidence. I'm just saying.
Okay, so you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence?
Yeah, I'm saying how much are you being paid by them?
Okay, if it's okay to believe in things without evidence.
$1 million a day.
Actually looked up the stats and put them side by side.
We did, and we can show you them. You just are lying.
And no, you see that you're lying if you actually look at the
Not
stats.
true.
Yeah, that's
we just
true.
told you where to go. The Energy Information
I'll pull them up.
Administration.
I mean, there's been multiple sources, and this is one we're going to disagree on.
What multiple sources? Tell me.
I'm trying to.
Tell me what's better than the Energy Information Administration.
There's been multiple, people have come out within the government who have gone through interviews, and they're reporting that many of these
the government that needs reform, dude. Do you know that the people that you're going for don't give a fuck about you? You're the one that's going to lose if Kamala wins, right?
So no, you're going to lose when Trump wins because he's going to shift the tax burden from rich people onto you and your families because he's going to increase tariffs. Yes, that's true.
He didn't do it in his first presidency.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Hey,
increasing tariffs.
I'm gonna talk real quick.
Brings money to America.
I'm going to mute both of them because they're just fucking loud. Okay, be quiet.
I'm gonna go and talk to both of y'all now. So you guys are contesting that we have higher levels of domestic oil production per day under Biden and Harris in comparison to Trump. So right here is the highest year that we had under Trump's admin. The year was 2019. The average amount of million of barrels of oil produced per day was 12.3 million. And then 1.3 million, sorry. And then what we'd specifically see under Biden and Harris, right, is a higher level of production. Right, and this is going to be year by year. So there's a highest under Trump, there's a highest under Biden and Harris. You could also extrapolate this out monthly, right? So we could see here indicated monthly. If there's more oil produced under Biden and Harris than Trump, we could even zoom in a little bit on this, right? So there's going to be a highest under Trump, there's a highest under Biden. So why specifically would you deny reality?
Because you're looking at a website that they made.
Many of these sources, I mean, there's
like what you're looking at is false. That's false information.
Okay, then I have a question for you both, because this is going to be the EIA.gov that's existed before Biden and Harris.
Muting me.
Yeah, because I'm just like expediting our process here. So this is coming from the US EIA.gov. This has been a government organization that's existed.
Yeah, exactly, a government organization.
That's existed prior. That's existed. Yearly average of million barrels of oils produced per day under Trump. If it is not 12.3, what is it?
I mean, that's going to be a number that, I mean, we don't have the answer to. Okay,
so do you see how you guys deny my source, which is literally the EIA.gov, with literally no reason? You are sitting here telling me that the EIA, the fucking EIA is wrong, and you are offering no competing nor alternative source. I'm giving you exact numbers, right? Incredibly exact numbers. I'm citing you the years, the month, the amount, right? I'm giving you a reliable source at literally a .gov, and then you're saying that's wrong? And what reason do you have to believe that it's wrong? Do you just have your feelings and your emotions? I want y'all to stop being snowflakes. I want y'all to stop being emotionally driven, okay? It is time to give me the facts. I swear to God, Republicans are so emotional. Can you guys stop being emotional?
I mean, I'm telling you from someone who has a first-hand source. I work in the industry. If the numbers are so much higher, why am I struggling more than ever in that industry?
Okay, so you actually don't have a source. Okay, Dallas, do you have a source?
Why am I, not seeing as much come through it on my hand?
So so let's think about it this way, right? If all of the production moves to a specific side of the United States,
Reddit, by the way,
right, and it is the case that there's more production in those areas than there ever was before, right? People in one area where they stopped producing might think that it all destroyed, but if you look at the overall numbers, you see that there was an increase.
The
So
things
again,
that
there
you're
could be a
citing
reduction in your
are
area.
not-
That does not mean that there was not an increase nationally. Thank
Yeah,
you for
so
that-
Dallas,
for the
what's your
handout. Thank you.
source?
It's Reddit.
Oh wow! So what should we trust more? An anonymous
Reddit is crazy.
An anonymous like incel on Reddit or like the EIA.gov?
Dude, incels are on the left.
Caprice, think of the dollar.
An incel, that's a left.
Incels are not no.
Yeah.
They're definitely hyper right wing.
So wait, did you really just say Reddit's your source?
Yeah, I mean,
You
no,
could,
not
you could,
really.
You could go on Reddit and literally find legitimate Kremlin propaganda if you wanted to.
I could.
Dimple.
But that's not on the right subreddit, so what you're saying is
Jesus
irrelevant.
Christ. So okay,
You're
well, I'm
talking
gonna
about-
entertain you. I have my laptop open. Okay, what's the name of like the subreddit or like the
subreddit?
What's the name of the sub
memes.
Bro citing a subreddit.
So I just want to clarify your source is the Jurassic Park news subreddit.
No, Jurassic Park memes.
Jurassic, so a memes subreddit, right, is more reliable than the EIA.
Dude, I'm just telling you, it doesn't take a fucking brain like a fucking
Yeah, it doesn't
rocket
take a brain to
scientist.
accept the source of reality.
Wait, did
know
you
what I
just
mean?
say that? Did you just say that you don't have a brain?
No, I didn't say
Dallas,
that. That's actually crazy.
You just said that it
you
doesn't
said
take a
that
brain
because
to
I
know
did-
that I'm wrong.
No, I didn't say that either.
You
What the
literally
fuck?
just said you literally just said that you
guys
literally
know
don't have a
what you're
brain.
hearing. I didn't say that
gaslighting.
either. You're gaslighting me by.
We're
like,
gaslighting
anyone
you.
Anyone who's
Can you
heard the
define
conversation-
gaslighting, Dallas? Can you define
Anyone-
gaslighting?
Yeah,
How come
gaslighting
how come
is-
liberals
well-
always have sources and facts and like Republicans always have their emotions? Can you like stop like being so in your feelings? And
Yeah,
give us
you're the
facts?
one that's going to be in your feelings when you can't afford anything and you're homeless because of all the illegal immigrants. And
What?
You think it's funny?
Dude, this guy is so delusional, dude.
No, you
He's so
think it's
delusional.
funny.
He's like, you guys are. Okay, so you want to know something funny? Donald Trump undermined the border bill, so he's causing the open border.
Oh, Donald Trump's causing the open border. Oh,
Yeah, he
that's
is.
what's happening, dude. You're
Yeah.
so-
I mean, isn't
Bro's so mad.
isn't
Bro's
Kamala
cooked.
isn't Kamala like in charge of the border right now? So
Yeah,
would it
isn't
be her
Kamala,
that's
like,
No, the
Didn't
border
you
czar is a
notice,
made up
like,
thing.
when
No,
Biden-
Wait, Trump's the border czar.
Biden-
Wait, no, guys, Trump's the border czar. He undermined the bipartisan border bill in the House 2 years ago because he didn't want Democrats
You're
to
wrong.
look good, and
Did you
he'd
know
rather the
that
crisis
Trump
continuing.
actually shut down the border?
Hey, Dallas, you understand you're actually
Biden?
disagreeing with Trump here because Donald Trump told you to blame him for it failing.
No,
No,
Donald
no.
Trump closed the border and Biden opened the border.
No, literally go on Google, look up Donald Trump tells you to blame it on him, but the border bill
That's totally
fails.
wrong, by the
He
way.
literally
No,
said
that's
that.
totally
There were
wrong.
more border crossings right now, or more border crossings to the Trump's administration
Where do you
daily
get
than
your
there are right
stats
now.
From? Like, where
The
do you get it
Customs
from?
Border
Do you get it
Protection.
from, like, the
Customs and
media?
Border
Do
Protection.
you get it from the media and shit?
Wait,
Customs
Dallas,
and Border Protection.
is Customs
Where do you
and
get your
Border
source from?
Protection
Trust Me Bro
reliable?
University?
Wait,
Trump
I-
University?
I want to ask Dallas this question. So Parker's source is Customs and Border Protection. Is Customs and Border Protection a reliable source?
No.
Okay, so last night Donald Trump said that his favorite graph ever was the graph that he had behind him when he almost got assassinated at his rally in Pennsylvania. Okay, and you know that graph cited Customs and Border Protection?
Dude, this is hilarious. Okay, guys, vote for Kamala. And when you see shit hit the fan,
Kamala.
don't tell me
Kamala.
I didn't vote.
Is it really Dallas?
No,
Honestly,
it's
your
not.
IQ's got to be like 3.
You're
dude.
not saying it right, by the way. It's Kamala.
I'm
Kamala,
kicking this guy. He's got to be
you-
trolling. I'm not even taking that seriously. You know what? We're just gonna do a full clean house, okay?
I'm gonna get off and go get food.
Okay, all right.
Oh, have
You're gonna
fun.
leave me alone to fight a war alone.
Yeah, have fun with this fucking brain rot, bro.
Okay, I will. Hey, tomorrow, what time are we gonna react, man?
Oh yeah, I'm down to react first thing. It'll be 9 your time, but you know, whenever you're down, I'm down. So let me.
What are we gonna do it on? Are we gonna do we have an account to do it on or no?
We have DNC Dean.
We could try that, and then if it doesn't work, we'll go to
YouTube.
Yeah.
Bet. Okay. All right. Just text me when you get off.
All right, for sure.
All right. See you, man. See you, everybody. Bye, y'all.
Is this on?
Yeah. Are you voting Trump?
Oh no, I was just wanting to ask. I'm a big
Based. I appreciate you a lot, but we are gonna get someone up here to debate real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? It's me. Oh, well, that's late. Haley, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Y'all, I got a controller the other day. I got a PS4 controller. It's $16. So fucking base, chat. It's because the PS5 is out. That's probably true. Hey, but the PS4 controller's so worth it. That's like the PC controller, you know? PS5 is 70. Jeez, dude. Jeez. Hey, the PS4 controller is definitely worth it for the.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
So I just wanted to point out this point real quick. So I see a lot of people come on here and they don't know what they're talking about. And you always try to you'll shit on them with all these facts and stuff. But I just want to add that when you put it in perspective, if there's two leaders that we have to pick from, and one leader has all these people come into her, and they're just I'm not going to say retarded. They're just
Bro, already using a slur is crazy as fuck, dude. I literally didn't even get through his first statement. Jesus Christ, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Why so?
So, I got friends who are Republican.
Allison, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Allison.
I'm honestly like 60-40 right now, 60% Trump. The only reason why is because when it comes to foreign policies, I mean, I'm not too educated on foreign policies, but can you explain why there were no wars that were under Trump? And
there were wars under Trump. There actually were more service members that died in conflict under Trump's administration than the Biden-Harris administration. Under the Biden-Harris administration, there's been 16, and there were 65 under the Trump administration.
Wait, what wars were under Trump?
Yeah, so we were in Afghanistan. We specifically launched a proxy war, or there was a proxy war with Russia and Syria. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. There was an assassination of a top military general in Iran. There was a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Trump vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Yemen to Saudi Arabia when they're committing a genocide in Yemen. So there was a few things.
Okay. And then when it comes to Kamala's economic policies, can you explain to me what are they exactly?
Red, thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Yeah. So she wants to do a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. She wants to do a $50,000 deductible for small businesses in terms of the first year that they're starting up. She wants to do what's it called? She wants to do a $2,000 out-of-pocket for what's it called? Out-of-pocket costs cap for pharmaceutical drugs. $35 cap on insulin for each month. For everyone, not just seniors. Jared, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. She also wants a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18.
So, but wouldn't this increase inflation?
Which ones?
Giving $25,000 to new home buyers.
Just for new homes, right? That's what it would cause an increase in, and they would offset the unaffordability of that by the tax credit. So it would become more affordable because the amount you get in a tax credit would be greater than the increase in the price of the house. Not only that, but it is the case that it's meant to incentivize, the greater price of the house is meant to incentivize more people to supply housing in places where people want them. So it creates an incentive to produce.
Okay. Okay, because I'm really like, I'm kind of playing like devil's advocate right now, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go on to the next individual. Only sending guest requests if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 5 million likes, everyone. 5 million likes. All right. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. By the way, everyone, let me see how long we've been on. I think I've been on for what? I've been on for 6.5 hours. Still got. I'll probably go on for until 7 hours, maybe. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's have this next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, we're doing sub only. It's the end of the live, everyone. So, like I'm getting the last few people up. So that's what we typically do at the end of the lives. We do sub only. If you want to support me, as always, you can subscribe. Get access to the sub only chat and the emotes that subs get access to. It's definitely worth it. It's easier for me to see your comments and stuff like that. It's really cool. But yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit more. In the meantime, if you want to tap the screen, I really would appreciate that. Let's try to get to 5 million likes, everyone. That helps it push out to more people. Everyone. All right, it's not accepting this person. Also, follow me here if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. I go live literally every day. We hit 752, everyone, which is really cool. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? But by the way, everyone, tomorrow, make sure to follow DNC Dean, like his account, DNC Dean, because we're going to be reacting to him on Jubilee on his DNC Dean account. I can't wait to do it. It's going to be fun. Are you a candy corn fan? It's cool. It's cool. Deanna, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I like it. Definitely not something like I'll go out of my way to get, but it's like something that, like, if it's in front of me, like, I'll be like, yeah, that was good. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. You said you were going out for a birthday? Yeah, I went out for dinner with my family. User 339, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. By the way, everyone, Angie, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. PayPal is in the bio for anyone who was asking. A lot of people were asking, so I was just going to like let people know. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Also, I think there was like, I'm not quite sure. I think there was push today, but I just noticed it was a little bit different today. I don't know. I think it's also correlated with me putting the thing in my bio, so I'll have to see. All right, chat. It's like actually like no one's getting added on the live. I apologize, everyone. This is getting really bad. Yo, see, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. Like a day or two to resolve. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I think it's just like it's all following glitch related. Like I was getting like 14% following, and I was like yesterday I had 11.6 average. So like, I definitely noticed a difference, and it's just me looking out for the algorithm. I'm just trying to make sure it's all working. Lauren, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, yesterday was great. Yeah, that was the most I've ever had. Mandy, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Mandy. All right, everyone. I'm trying to get someone up here. It's really not adding people. I apologize, y'all. I apologize. I'll try to get someone up here. If I can't in the next few minutes, I don't know how much longer I'll go, but I do want to stay on. I might do a Q&A later. I might do a Q&A. Like probably in a bit. If I can't get someone up right now, I'm probably just going to do that. Go do a Q&A on my second account or something. Like people can come up and ask. Top 11.6 million likes yet? No, I haven't. I have not. Okay. All right. I'm going to try 5 more people. If I can't add someone up, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know why it's not working now. We were just getting guests. like just not talking. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Dude, why am I getting bots in my live, bro? What the hell? What is going on? I'm like, actually, I haven't got a single guest in like a few minutes, dude. This is getting wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Are you voting Trump?
No, but you own Charlie Kirk.
Based. All right, everyone. We'll see if we can get this going. Yo, Ivar, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wait, where did you see that, Ivar? Because I'll definitely use that point from now on. Dude, why is it not adding anyone? I'm sorry, everyone. This is actually getting unbelievably ridiculous. And it's like actually kind of frustrating. It's kind of frustrating. I don't know why it's not working. Alaskans for Parker, that's based. That's based, that's based. Okay. I'm so sad, everyone. It's really not working. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, chat. It's doing bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Dude, it's actually so frustrating. Oh my. Why is everyone AFK, bro? Like literally everyone I'm adding up is AFK. Why is this so bad? I'm actually about to just get off, chat. I'm sorry, but like it's like getting bad. It's getting bad. Okay, you know what? No, maybe I'll just chill with everyone. I'm just chilling. If you have any questions, you can put in the comment section right now. I'll respond. Steph, thank you so much for the $25.32 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it, by the way. Thank you so much, whoever just sent that subscription. Thank you, thank you. But W for Steph in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Anna, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, I'm so happy I finally got my PayPal working, everyone. So happy, because I could have done that before and I just didn't. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Oh no, sorry. I was just checking to see if the boxes will work since you were having.
Yeah, you're working. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Okay, I'm gonna. I think it is working. I just think that everyone's like AFK right now for some reason. Next debate with Charlie Kirk. He doesn't want to debate me until after the election. What time's the reaction tomorrow? Like whenever I decide to wake up and get ready. What do you think about more of an open source platform? Yeah, I would love to do something like that. That'd be fun. That'd be fun to have that. Like, just have like more people come up and do stuff like that. I think I could do something like that sometime pretty soon. Ray, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. My green money app, it thinks I'm a business. Yeah, they do that with, they've been doing that with everyone recently. All right. Yeah, chat. I might just go do Q&A because this is actually getting ridiculous. I don't know why it's like this right now. It's like completely, the live just like died for some reason. For getting people up. I'm gonna try 3 more people, and then if it doesn't work, I'm gonna go to my second account and just do Q&A. All right. Here's number 1. Okay.